Chapter 33. Tori wrapped her arms tightly around Ricky's waist as they sped along the South Lake Road under the moon. He'd brought her a helmet that was hot pink. He said he'd acquired it for her. She didn't want to ponder the meaning of that, other than that it thrilled her in a way, the illicitness of a hot pink acquisition, and that he'd done it for her. He was solid and bulky in his gear and felt good. She'd been careful to dress warmly, too. Lots of thermals and layers and a face mask under the helmet. The old snowmobile engine coughed and spewed choking fumes. The rutted ice on the road was hard, making them slam and rattle and slide and judder where the snowplow tracks had set into ridges. She clenched her teeth against the jolts as speed gathered deliciously in her gut. She felt exhilarated, free, even if just for this moment, with her arms around Ricky Simon, the skull pattern on his badass helmet glowing in the silvery moonlight. The forest grew thicker along either side of the road, like soldiers carrying black spears that stabbed into the moonlit night. The trees became taller, pressing in closer and closer as the road narrowed. Purple shadows swallowed the track ahead. The logging road turned suddenly away from the lake to follow high above a twisting river as it led toward the turnoff that would take them to the abandoned summer camp at the back end of the Haugen Ranch. Tori and Ricky had been there several times before. Someone before them had hammered pieces of plywood onto the old ruins to fashion a little hideaway. Not much snow reached the ground through the dense canopy in that spot. It was like a protected haven, and always warmer in foul weather because it was insulated from the wind, as if the trees linked arms around the place and watched over it. Ricky had candles stashed in the hideout. He had a lighter in his pocket, and Tori could detect the hard shape of a moonshine bottle under his jacket. Suddenly the trees were gone, and they hit a stretch with rocky banks that reared up to their left, with a sheer drop down to the river on their right. Fear cut through Tori's exhilaration, and she held more tightly onto Ricky. This bit of road always made her edgy. Ricky loved it. He kept the pace as the road swerved in a wide bend, but he slowed abruptly as they rounded the curve. Headlights were coming directly toward them. Worry sparked through Tori. The lights were bright. As they neared, Tori saw they belonged to a big truck, and included a row of hunting spotlights that blazed blindingly along the top of the cab. Instead of slowing upon sight of their little snowmobile, the truck seemed to speed up and veer right into the center of the snowy road. Surely the driver had seen them. Ricky slowed further. The vehicle kept coming. It was now on their side of the road. The cliff fell to nothingness at their right. No barrier. Her throat went dry. She blinked like a mole into the lights, feeling the tension hardening Ricky's body. Surely whoever was driving that big-ass truck could see them now. But no, it kept coming. Fast. The road narrowed some more. Ricky tried to go closer to the edge. No, no, no. The hunting spotlights dimmed suddenly. Relief rushed through Tori. The driver had seen them. The truck came up alongside them, big, shiny, black. A sticker on the side. Everything seemed to move in slow motion. The truck swerved sideways and hit the front of their snowmobile. Hard. The jolt cracked through Tori's spine, through her jaw, reverberated through her skull. Shock exploded through her body. Their machine spun. Her leg hit the truck. Pain slammed through her knee. She heard the engine. She smelled it. She felt the warmth of the exhaust. Screaming filled her ears. Was it Ricky? Was it her screaming? The snowmobile skis hit a rock, and they flipped up high into the air and went over the edge. Tori felt herself flying free. She hit the ice bank with a smash and began to tumble down. She grabbed wildly for something to arrest her jolting slide down the cliff toward the frozen river far below. Her gloved hands found purchase on a thick sapling that grew out of the bank between rocks. Tori held tight, breathing hard. She heard the heavy bangs and crash and braking of Ricky's snowmobile as it cartwheeled and bounced down the embankment to slam with a final loud bang as it shattered ice at the bottom. Everything went still. Dead silence descended. It pressed in with the cold. Tori's limbs shook. A ringing sounded in her ears, along with the dull thud of her own blood. She could taste blood in her mouth. "Ricky? Ricky!" she yelled. Her helmet muffled the sound. "Ricky!" Silence. Tears filled her eyes as she clutched her sapling. Was Ricky dead? Had he gone to the bottom? Time stretched. Up above, stars streaked the heavens. It grew colder. Her hands and feet had gone numb. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on. Her whole body hurt. The sound of an engine reached her. Tori's pulse kicked back into a jackhammer. A vehicle was coming. It sounded like the big truck returning. Maybe they were coming back to make sure she and Ricky were dead. Because that truck had purposefully tried to kill them. She was certain of it. And she was sure it was because of what they'd seen at Noah North's cabin. She should have told Olivia. She should have told Nora's cop daughter. The vehicle came to a stop somewhere high on the road above her. The engine kept running. Carefully, so as not to slip farther down the ice bank, Tori tried to move her head so she could look up, but the edge of her helmet obscured her view. She could see only lights. She heard a truck door slam. A spotlight began to dart and bounce across the incline. Fear spiked through Tori's heart. They were looking for her and Ricky. She heard a man's voice, yelling. Sound was muffled inside her helmet. Her ears were still ringing loudly. More light played across the embankment. The beam settled on her for a brief moment, and she squeezed her eyes shut tight, willing them not to see her. "Please, no. No, no, no." More yells. Snatches of words reached through to her. "Find them. Get them. Do it. Find them." Lights bounced closer. Rocks and pieces of ice skittered and clattered around her as someone began moving above her. Tori began to pass out. She fought to keep present, to keep holding on. "Find them." She passed out again. Or did she? Ricky? Where was Ricky? Oh, God. She'd do anything to make this right. Anything. To get him back. To know that he was okay. Time slowed further and distorted, and Tori felt her vision going black again, closing in from the sides. The movement of a shadow snapped her back. Her eyes flared open. She heard skittering and snuffling, and she was terrified and held dead still. Heard more yelling, another command, more sniffing, snuffling, getting closer. Find it. They were using a dog to track them down. Oh, God, she and Ricky should have told someone about the old man and the fire, because now they were dead, and no one would know why. The dog reached her. Huffing, it went for her neck. She felt the lick of a tongue under the collar of her jacket. Warm, wet. Then the dog started to bark wildly, angrily, louder. It licked her again. Tori started to cry. She heard a man's voice. "Kibu? Kibu, what is it? What you got there, Kibu?" More loud barking. Another lick. Chapter 34. "Okay, you guys, this isn't a game now," Ash said to Ricky and Tori, who were huddled in his living room by the fire. "This is life and death stuff. You both need to fess up everything that has happened from that day you were at the cabin. Everything." Tori was on his sofa, her leg elevated with an ice compress on her knee. It was badly swollen. Both kids were battered and bruised and sore, but otherwise Ash hadn't detected anything broken. They'd been lucky to have both been flung free of the snowmobile before it could mangle and smash them on its tumble down to the river. Ricky had been flung off right near the road and had managed to pull himself up by the time Ash arrived. Tori was farther down the bank, clinging to a tree that grew out of some rocks. Kibu had located her, and Ash had managed to drag her up the bank, then help her up onto the road. He'd assessed the injuries as best he could with a flashlight at the scene, then bundled them into survival blankets and cranked the heat up in his truck. His home was closer than Broken Bar Ranch, so he'd come straight here, where he'd further assessed their condition and determined he didn't need to dial 911. He'd called Olivia and Cole instead. Olivia had told him on the phone that Cole was in town giving a talk at the library on his books, but she was on her way over. Ash had then tried to phone Rebecca several times, but she was either out of range or not taking his calls. This unsettled him on both counts. The kids were, however, in shock. Ricky's complexion was bloodless, his face bruised, his eyes like saucers. He couldn't take his eyes off Tori. He seemed terrified she might have been more seriously hurt, and that it was all his fault. Tori kept tearing up and stroking Kibu, Bear curled next to Ricky. The animals were helping them settle. "It was just an accident," Ricky said, his wide-eyed gaze still fixated on Tori. "Then I need to call the cops," Ash said, "because when I came up that road, I saw lights from a stationary truck and a snowmobile at the accident scene, and I saw shadows of more than one person moving in front of those lights. Those people had hunting spotlights and appeared to be looking down the bank, and when they saw me, they fled the scene. That's a criminal offense." Ricky's attention flared to Ash. He stared, teeth clenched. Ash pulled his cell out of his pocket. He began to dial. "Wait," Ricky said. Ash halted. "Why?" Silence. The fire crackled. "Does this accident have anything to do with you guys being in Noah North's shed at the time of the fire?" Ash said. Tori started to cry. Panic cut across Ricky's face. "Look, Ricky," Ash said. "If this is connected to that fire, this is the real shit now. And it's not just the cops you need to worry about. Both of you almost died. You're damn lucky you were flung free of that wreck. You could have gone all the way down and through the ice into what is a very fast-flowing river." Ricky seemed unable to speak. Ash glanced at Tori. "Tori, does this have to do with the fire?" She started to sob and slobber loudly. Ash's heart wrenched. That kid had been through so much. He didn't want to push her. He knew zip about child psychology, but he figured maybe he should just let Olivia handle the questioning and decide whether to seek medical attention in the morning. But hard-ass little Ricky Simon was another matter. "Did you see anything distinctive about the truck, Ricky?" Ash said. "Just a fucking truck," Ricky snapped. "Color?" "Maybe it didn't see us," Ricky said. "Maybe the driver was drunk or texting or something, and it was just a stupid accident." "It was shiny black," Tori blurted out suddenly. "And it had a sticker above the back wheel hub." Ricky's gaze flashed to her, his eyes burning hot, his body tight. "And it saw us. It had all the hunting lights on along the top. It saw us, and it came straight for us on our side of the road, and it hit us on purpose." Ash's pulse quickened. "What kind of sticker above the hub, Tori?" "Like a wolf head design. A wolf with angry teeth." She wiped the tears from her cheeks. "And the truck had those silver things covering the wheels, with those bolts that stick out. And it had a big shiny silver grill with one of those bar things in front." "A bull bar," Ash said. "Ricky, could you determine the make of the truck?" "No, I didn't." He seemed unsure now, less defiant in the wake of Tori's confession. "I was focused on not going over the edge, and the lights were blinding." "Do you also feel it came for you on purpose?" He looked down at his hands and nodded. "Did you make out any numbers or letters on the plate?" "No," he said softly. Ash waited a few beats, allowing the kids to process. Then he said, "Now, tell me what happened at Noah's cabin." Both tensed. Ricky glowered at Tori as if in warning. She broke eye contact with Ricky and picked at a loose thread in the blanket covering her. Listen to me, guys. The driver of that truck attempted to kill you, and he was not alone, because when I arrived, like I said, there was a snowmobile with that truck. I saw at least 2 people. This looks like a coordinated effort, like it was planned. For some reason, some people want the 2 of you dead. Do you understand this? Tori made a small noise. Ricky's gaze remained fierce and locked with Ash's. Those drivers stuck around to finish the job, because if they were trying to rescue you, they would not have fled when they saw my truck coming. He paused, his gaze still warring with Ricky's. The only reason you and your friend are alive now, Ricky Simon, is because your grandfather was looking out for you. He blinked. Tori glanced up. Running Wind asked me to watch over you so that you don't end up like your father, which is why I went to look for you at your house after I saw that knife Rebecca North found in her dad's shed, the knife used to pick the lock on the shed door. And if I hadn't come looking for you, you'd both be long gone in that isolated area and in these temperatures. Patty squealed. Ricky spat out the words. Damn right she did. She cares for you, like your grandfather did. His eyes glittered. His mouth quivered. I will end up like my dad if you tell the cops I was in that shed, he snapped. Bullshit. He blinked. Ash leaned forward. If you don't deal with this like a man now, head on, accept the consequences for your actions, you're not only going to end up just like your father, you're going to hurt people who love you. And you're going to get people you care about killed. Now think about that, you little shit. He dragged his hand down hard over his mouth, then pointed his finger at Ricky. This is not just about you. This is about Tori, about Noah North, about Rebecca, a cop's daughter, who is grieving her father. This is about a Mountie who needs justice and a decent and honorable funeral. It's about someone out there who maybe shot and killed Noah and could kill again if you protect him with your silence. You have no right to silence any longer, Ricky Simon. Ricky reeled visibly, then recoiled like an angry loaded spring. Running Wind went and fucking died on me. His eyes gleamed with tears. He went and killed himself out there on his trap lines. He didn't have to do that. He was sick, Ricky. He was dying. He needed to go meet his maker on his own terms because his time had come. Do you think being hooked up to machines was a better way for Running Wind? Stuck in some sterile hospital for months, costing your family money it doesn't have? He went out there in part for himself, and in part for you, Ricky. You and your mom and Patty. He paused. Tears began to leak down Ricky's cheeks. Tori sat in dead silence, hands fisting the blanket into knots. Running Wind entrusted that knife to you as a totem, something to remember him by, not to go picking locks to steal some poor old man's hooch. Ricky sniffed and swiped at his snotty nose with his sleeve. What's in it for you anyway, ranchman? He said, slipping into his mother's lingo and wielding it like a shield. Your grandfather. That's what. Ash glanced away, took a moment, then said simply, I loved him, like a father. Ricky stilled. When I was 11, he sort of rescued me. And when he knew he was going to die, I made him a vow. I promised him I would not let the shit in your life take you. And that, my boy, is a promise I will keep. No matter what. Tears welled again in Ricky's eyes. He glanced at Tori. Tori said, We were in the shed. Ricky saw a man. Ricky lurched to his feet. Tori! Listen to Ash, Ricky. The bad guy knows. Everyone knows we were there. Rebecca, too. And she's got proof. And Olivia and Cole know. Fuck this. Ricky marched for the exit. Ash grabbed his arm, stopping him. Let me go, you asshole. You sit down. I'm going to help you with this. I'm all you've got, Ricky. Me and Running Wind's spirit is all that stands between you and a one-way street to hell. Ricky swallowed. Sit. Slowly, he acquiesced. Tori, Ash said. Talk to me. She sniffed away her tears and said, We were inside the shed when we heard someone outside, going into Noah's cabin. We got scared thinking it was Noah coming, so we hid behind the workbench. We waited, and just when I thought it was safe to go, we heard a gunshot. Then sounds of someone running through the slush away from the house. Ash tensed. The person ran through the aspens behind the shed. We heard brush breaking, and then he got onto a snowmobile and drove away fast. Did you see him? Ricky saw him. Ricky? The kid glared sullenly at the flames in the fireplace. Time stretched. Wind whistled in the eaves outside and around the chimney. He finally turned to face Ash. He was wearing padded, waterproof snow gear, all black, he said quietly, broken like a wild young stallion in a corral. He had a helmet on. It was blaze orange with a great black spider design over it. He swallowed. His visor was down, so I didn't see his face. Height. Build. He shook his head. All bulky snow gear, but not short. He moved fast, like he was fit, and the wrap design on his machine was the same design as on his helmet. Bright orange, with a big black, fanged spider and web lines. It was a newer machine, 2-stroke. Real smooth engine. He looked like he was going to throw up. The mood in the room shifted. What happened then? Ash asked. Tori wanted to run away, but we'd heard the shot, and I was worried about the old man. I wanted to check on him. Ash studied the kid, a beat of hope forming in his chest. Ricky was a good person. Running Wind had known that. So we went to look in the back window of his cabin. I saw his slippers, and a drink had spilled on the floor. He wasn't moving, and I got a real bad feeling and told Tori we needed to go look inside. He cleared his throat. The kitchen door was open, which was weird. There was a lit lantern on the table. I went into the living room and... He fell quiet, struggling now. And he was there, in his recliner with his shotgun between his legs and the back of his head blown out. He was dead. And then? Then I panicked. I tried to grab Tori so she wouldn't see, and I knocked over the lantern and it caught fire. That's not true, Tori said. Ash looked at her. She glowered at Ricky. It was me, she said. My arm. It flung out when Ricky tried to stop me from seeing the dead man. It was me who set the cabin on fire. That bead of hope in Ash's heart pulsed and grew. Ricky Simon, even now, was trying to protect his little friend, at what could be great cost to a kid who'd been busted for minor arson before. The whole place started to burn really fast, Tori said. We ran away. Why did you not go for help? Ash said. Because then they'd know we were stealing, Tori said, and that we had caused the fire and burned Noah, and Ricky would go to real prison this time. Her voice caught. And he wouldn't ever come back. Ash nodded slowly. His brain raced. Who knew you were going to be on that road tonight? He said. Apart from Patty. I didn't tell anyone, Ricky, I promise, Tori said. I only told Patty. But I did think at one point on my way over to Broken Bar that someone could have been following me, Ricky said. I saw lights through the trees for a while. I took a side trail, and the lights disappeared. Made sense, thought Ash. Word could have gotten out that he and Rebecca had visited Tori at Broken Bar. Brannigan had likely heard. There had also been a housekeeper hovering around. Either of them could have mentioned it to any number of people. He rubbed his brow, pressure building inside him. "Why were you going to the old camp on my property?" "Because no one goes there, and there's buildings and a place to hide and hang out," Ricky said. "That's all?" "Yeah, that's all." Ash weighed the kid, heat prickling over his skin as he thought of the camp ruins, and his mind fought itself deep inside. They heard a vehicle drawing up outside, tires crackling and crunching on ice. Ash got up. "Here." He handed Ricky his phone. "Call your mom. Tell her you're okay and staying with me for a while. If she needs you, she can call me. Give her my cell number. Tell her she can call any time." He went to let Olivia in. Chapter 35. Ash opened the door, and Olivia entered, shrugging out of her coat, the scar around her neck visible for all to see. "Where is she?" She tugged off her toque, and her hair flew up in a mass of static. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes bright with urgency. "In the living room. She's okay physically, Liv. Just a little beat up, with a wrenched knee that might require a medical eye. I've got an ice compress on it." Olivia swept through into the living room. She stalled at the sight of her daughter on the sofa. "Tori?" she said, as if suddenly unsure. "Mom!" Tears sprang into Olivia's eyes. She hurried over to her child, and Tori flung her arms around her mother. Olivia hugged her tightly back. Neither spoke. They just held each other. Ash felt himself choke up. He'd bet his bottom dollar that this was the first time Olivia had heard Tori call her Mom. He made a sign at Ricky, indicating for him to follow so that Tori and her mom could have a moment. Ricky hesitated, glanced at Tori, then Olivia, and got up and followed Ash through to a bedroom door. Ash opened the door. "This is yours for now. There's a bathroom through that other door there. Soap, shampoo, everything you need is in there." Ricky stared at the big king bed, the fluffy duvet, the television on the wall. He glanced up at Ash with disbelief in his eyes. Something fisted in Ash's chest. He looked like a child. He was a child, thought Ash. A child only a few days into his teens, one who needed a father. A kid as old as he had been when he knew he would marry Rebecca North. This thought put Ash squarely into the mind of a 12 or 13-year-old, because he could suddenly, so very clearly, remember being there himself. "I'll find you some PJs," Ash said gently. "Go take a nice warm bath or shower. You'll feel better. And you can sleep in. We're going to keep you out of school for a few days. I'll put the PJs on the bed for you." Ricky broke eye contact. He looked down at his feet. "Thanks, Ash," he said, very quietly. "You can thank your grandfather." He nodded and entered the room. Ricky Simon was crying, and he did not want Ash to see. When Ash re-entered the living room, Olivia had Tori all bundled up and ready to go. She led her limping daughter into the mudroom. While Tori put on her boots, Olivia took Ash aside. Quietly, she said, "What do you think this was? An accident?" "No," he said. "Not from their description of events, and from what I saw. Keep her close. Keep an eye on her. Keep her out of school for a while, okay? Until we know more for sure." "You think this is because she could have witnessed something in connection with the Noah fire?" "Yeah, they witnessed someone at Noah's place. I'll let her give you the details. It doesn't look good." "You going to the police?" He hesitated. "I'm going to try and call Becca again. She was talking about bringing in an outside RCMP team because of the small-town interconnectedness and potential conflicts of interest." "You mean Buck has a conflict of interest?" He gave a shrug. "Who knows? Either way, he'd have to hand a homicide over to a major incident team anyway. So maybe just lay low on talking to the local cops, if possible. Until Bex gets a team in. We can let them handle it. All I'm going to do with Ricky in the morning is report a hit and run. There is a chance it could be unrelated to Noah. But he doubted it. The kids gave a description of the truck. She frowned. Look, if it was connected, it's unlikely whoever went after the kids tonight will do it again in full view, Liv. Especially if we do report it. They've lost their window of anonymity. Now that we know they're out there, I figure they're more likely to lay low, or go on the run. They'll be worried the kids have already talked now anyway. There's more than one? I saw at least two. She cursed softly, then gave a wry smile. At least she'll be home laid up with that knee a while, so I can keep an eye on her. I suppose it's a blessing in a way. She paused. You'll let me know what happens? I'll keep you and Cole in the loop, I promise. What about Ricky? I'm keeping him here in my home, with me at all times. She placed her hand on his arm. Thank you, Ash, for being a good neighbor, a friend. He smiled and saw them out. He stood at the door and watched them go, their brake lights flaring briefly at the end of his driveway. And as he faced out into the frigid cold of the night with the warmth of his home at his back, Ash felt worth. He felt protective and paternal instincts awakening in him. But with those feelings also came the deeper, more complex pangs of regret, and the stirrings of dark memory. He shut and locked the door and tried once more to call Rebecca. No answer. He went to the window and looked out into the dark, turning his phone over and over in his hand. He dialed again. This time, he left a message. Becca, there have been some developments. I need to speak to you. It's urgent. He wavered. There's also something I've been needing to tell you. He cleared his throat. Call me. If I don't hear from you, I'll be at the hotel first thing in the morning. Chapter 36. Caribou Country, Wednesday, January 16th. It was 7:35 a.m. when Ash brought Ricky into the dining area of the Moose and Horn. Only a few patrons huddled in the booths over breakfast, mostly construction types en route to jobs and getting an early start. The gas fire was flickering, and the place smelled of good coffee and bacon. One server was on duty, a woman Ash didn't know. Solly was behind the bar checking stocks. She looked up as Ash and Ricky entered. Hey guys, what's up? In for breakfast before school today? Ricky's hanging with me for the day, Ash said. Can you keep an eye on him for me, Sol? I need to go up and talk to Rebecca. She frowned. Everything okay? All good. I just need to make sure he stays put. You got a menu for us? She smiled, but it didn't quite meet her eyes. She could read Ash's mood and was naturally curious. She reached over the counter for a menu and handed it to Ash. Ash showed Ricky a booth in front of frosted window panes. It was visible from all angles of the room and easy for Solly to see. Sit here, Ash said, placing the menu on the table. Order whatever you like. Serious? He said, opening the menu. Anything? Ash met his gaze. Ricky's features were oddly earnest, and although it shouldn't, it shocked him a little that this was a big deal for Ricky Simon, being able to order whatever he liked off a full breakfast menu. Ash smiled. Yeah, kid, but make sure you get some protein. Ricky grinned. Ash returned to the bar and asked Solly for 2 coffees to go. While she fixed them, he tried once more to call Rebecca on his cell. Still no reply. Anxiety edged into him as he killed the call. She had to have received his voicemail by now, surely. Here you go. Solly handed him the coffees. Do you know which room Rebecca is in? He asked casually as he accepted the coffees. She eyed him and angled her head. He grinned and held up the 2 cups. I'd like to surprise her with room service. Solly gave him Becca's room number. Balancing one coffee cup atop the other in his left hand, Ash knocked on the door with his right. Silence. He banged again. "Room service," he called. The door opened a crack. Becca peeped out. She was wrapped in a hotel robe, her hair mussed. She looked unnaturally pale, and she'd clearly been fast asleep. Warmth, desire, surged unbidden into Ash's chest at the sight of her vulnerable and unguarded like this, but her face changed as she registered him. She glanced at the coffees, pushing a fall of hair back off her face, but said nothing. Something was wrong. Anxiety braided deeper into Ash's chest. He was already on edge, given what he'd come to confess to her. Now he felt he was treading on eggshells. He considered backing away. Almost. But he also had to update her about Ricky and Tori's narrow escape last night. "Can I come in?" "Ash, It's urgent. Did you get my message?" "Look." He pushed past her, entered the room, but he stopped dead at the sight of the papers plastering the wall. She'd taped together sheets of white paper on the wall space above the desk. On the sheets were lists of names and questions scrawled in black and red and green ink, and lines joining them. He stared, coffees in hand. She shut the door quietly behind him and went to pull the bed linen straight. At the top of the board were Noah's, Whitney's, and Trevor's names, under the title, Victims. But all Ash could seem to focus on was his own name, and what Becca had scrawled under it. Father of Whitney's baby? "You know." His voice came out in a hoarse whisper. Silence. He turned. She stood there, white as a ghost, and so beautiful to him. And yes, she knew. It was written all over her face in the raw way she looked at him, and Ash's heart crumbled into a million little pieces. Chapter 37. "How?" Ash asked. "How did you find out?" She pulled her robe more tightly across her body and folded her arms over her chest. "Thora. She worked as a nurse at the Clinton Health Care Center when Whitney went in for an ultrasound." Blood drained from his head. "And Thora told Noah? That's what triggered him with all this?" He waved a coffee cup at her crime chart. "It came up between them. Add to that the fact you were seen taking Whitney and her suitcase to the bus stop, and then fighting with Trevor. It apparently renewed my father's interest in a mystery he'd been unable to solve." Her eyes were inscrutable, her mouth flat. He set the coffees down and lowered himself slowly to the edge of the bed, his legs suddenly refusing to support him. "Why, Ash?" she said. "Why hide it? Why not tell me?" "What do you think? As far as I knew, Whitney and Trevor got into that van and left. Why on earth would I have chosen to bring this up after they'd gone? She was going to have an abortion in California. She asked me for money so she could make it happen. I gave her everything I had. I had nothing left, Becca, apart from maybe one last chance with you. Then Marcy Fossum screwed that up." "You screwed it up. You were meeting with Whitney after you told me it was over." "Because she told me she was carrying my child. I had to see her. I didn't know what to do about it. I even offered to do the right thing and marry her." Becca turned her back sharply and stared out the window. He dragged his hand down over his mouth, blood booming in his ears, skin hot. "She said yes at first," he said quietly. "And I thought that was it. My life was over. But then she suddenly changed her mind and said she wanted to get rid of it, and she needed money in order to do it. So I had to meet with her a few more times to arrange things." Becca kept her back to him. Ash inhaled deeply. This was it. The end game. He and Rebecca were finally hashing this through, and she'd be out of his life forever. "It was a mistake, Becca," he said softly. I've been paying for it for years." She turned slowly. Her features were strained, and deep shadows underscored her eyes. "And in December 20 years ago, when my father started looking for Whitney at the request of her mom, you didn't tell him then." The fact Whitney was pregnant did not change the fact she left town of her own accord with Trevor. It didn't make any difference whether she showed up stateside, or in Mexico, or Nicaragua, or God knows where. She regarded him steadily. "You could have told me sooner than now, Ash. You could have told me after my father died, after he'd been raising questions, after the possibility of homicide was raised." "I was going to. I called you last night, damn it. I needed to talk to you about this now. I knew I had to." Becca swallowed. "You said you gave her money?" "Everything I had. Every penny I had worked for and saved from the time I was 12. My whole college fund. My parents were certainly never going to fund an education. My dad didn't believe I needed one when I had the ranch waiting for me, dead against it. Why do you think I never did go to school in the end? Why do you think I never followed through on that agricultural management degree I always told you I wanted? I wanted out of this town, too. I wanted to expand my horizons and build opportunities for us, Becca. I had dreams, big, beautiful dreams. And then I made one terrible mistake on one terrible night, and my whole life blew up in my face." He swallowed. "And in your face. And I am so sorry." Emotion, raw, twisted her features. Her eyes glistened. Are you certain it was yours?" She said it was. Trevor had been away for the prior months. I believed her. "You believed Whitney, who probably at one point or another screwed half the boys in her grade?" "That's harsh, Becca, and you know it. She was a mess, and we were both scared. Neither of us wanted this. I was 17. She was still only 16, just turning 17. My father would have... I didn't know what to do." He scrubbed his hands over his face, sat in silence for several beats. A horn sounded outside. He looked up. "I didn't want her. That life. I wanted you. I wanted to die, Bex, when you left." Coolly, Becca said, "She could have gotten an abortion here." "Not here. She would have had to go to the lower mainland. It wasn't so simple back then, and she wanted to go to L.A. anyway, but she needed money to get there. Trevor had returned, and now, in retrospect, given that Trevor was waiting to meet her at the bus stop, it was maybe his idea to get rid of the Ash problem and take my money to boot. Believe me, the irony is not lost on me, and I'm sure he got off on it, me funding his new life in L.A. "That's why you fought?" "That's why we fought. I wanted to kill him." Her eyes narrowed. "Not kill him. "But you were mad enough. You could have killed him." He stared. "It doesn't look good, Ash, whatever light you hold it under. You wanted Whitney gone, and you wanted to kill Trevor." She paused. "How much money did you give her?" "Almost 11 grand. That's all I had." She nodded, and he could see her brain working, and it worried him. He had a sense she knew more than she was letting on. "It might not look good, Becca, but I'm being straight with you. I was angry, yeah, filled with rage, an urge to kill them both honestly. I hit Trevor twice, I think, before I came to my senses. Then I left, and that's the truth of it. And however bad it looks, they got into that van and left town of their own accord, and I tried to bury my shit and move on." She weighed him in silence for several long, ominous beats, then seated herself slowly on a chair facing him. "Ash," she said quietly, leaning forward and clasping her hands. "I've got to ask you again, because it was the key question my father had for me. How did you hurt your face and your hands?" He swore softly. "Like I told you many times over. I was wrecked by what had just happened with Whitney and Trevor. I rode a horse too recently broken and in the wrong frame of mind. The animal wanted nothing to do with what it sensed in me, and I paid for it. End of story. He looked away, then swung sharply back. You know what cuts me? And I don't expect sympathy. Part of me always wondered, what if? What if she kept my baby? She made some stupid-ass comment at the bus stop that morning, and I thought it was just to wound me, and it did. Because I never stopped wondering. What if I do have a child out there, somewhere in the world? A daughter, a son, who doesn't know who his or her real father is, who'd be of college age by now, a whole life lived and lost to us both. And when your father started looking again, I almost wanted him to find her, so I could learn the truth for certain. Ash, I don't think you have a child out there somewhere. He stilled at the tone in her voice. His gaze locked on hers. Tension rose in the room. I don't think Whitney and Trevor ever left town. I think they're still here. Chapter 38. What do you mean, they never left town? Ash stared at Becca. Whitney and Trevor never got into that white van with Oregon plates. The witness who came forward in December lied, Becca said. I don't understand. She assessed him, her eyes cool. She was searching his face for a tell, some sign he'd known this already. His skin was hot. She reached for a hair tie next to the bed and pulled back her dark hair, as if needing to tighten her face. The front she was showing him. She hooked her hair through the tie to form a tight bun, and said, My father looked up the witness as part of reopening his investigation. He found her living in Cache Creek. The woman used to be a drug addict and apparently had a come-to-Jesus event in her life. She'd cleaned up and was on a mission to tell the truth. So when my father asked about Whitney and Trevor and the van, she confessed she'd lied to him all those years ago. Someone had coerced her into doing it, allegedly in exchange for either drugs or money to buy drugs. Who coerced her? Why? That's the big question. It seems she didn't tell my dad over the phone. He drove out to meet her the morning of the day he died. Becca watched him. Again, he got a sense she was waiting for him to slip, to reveal that he'd had prior knowledge of this. But when my father got to Cache Creek, he learned she'd been killed in a car accident the night before, skidded on black ice and went over an embankment. That's what I've been told. I intend to follow it up and confirm the details today. What's the name of this witness? Una Ferris. The cops said it was an accident? She held his gaze. I plan to look into that also. Ash felt lightheaded. All this time he'd been 100% convinced Whitney and Trevor had left town. And now, this blew apart everything he'd thought was true. Everything he'd built his life on over the past 20 years. Becca picked up one of the coffees he'd brought and went to the window. She sipped while she looked out into the bleak morning, her back to him. He took in the shape of her shoulders, her waist, the line of her neck. His heart squeezed. He loved her. She was acting bold, but he could see she was hurting. On so many levels. She was as fucked up about all of this as he was. If they never left town, she said quietly, still with her back to him, it means their remains could be out there somewhere. They could have been right here, all this time. A pause. Them, and the remains of a fetus. Ash felt sick. Maybe Trevor did something to her, he said. Maybe he hurt Whitney, took my money. Because she'd been unfaithful and was carrying your child? Becca faced him. And then what? He went dark, changed his name, is living in hiding somewhere? I thought about that. But Trevor is not around now to have staged my dad's suicide. Ash heard a vacuum cleaner start up down the hall. He scrubbed his hands harder over the stubble on his face. I can't believe it. That they're still here, he said. Can't or won't. They had to have left, Becca, and maybe changed their names, anything, but not this. She took another sip of the coffee, steam rising about the cup. Yeah, she said quietly. Anything but this would be more convenient. Better that than to think of your progeny rotting away in the ground somewhere close to home. Anger surged and hit like white-hot fire. He held her glare, his heart thumping. He could hear the vacuum cleaner of the housekeeper coming closer outside the door. Claustrophobia began to choke his throat. A thread of panic raced through his chest along with a need to escape, before he spoke harsh words to Becca that he could never take back. Then he thought of Ricky waiting downstairs. His vow. He thought of Running Wind, sitting calmly beside him atop that mesa, with the wind in his dark hair and his nose like a regal bird's beak as he whittled his birch stick. And it calmed him. The damage was done. It had been done the night he'd swallowed too much beer and fallen for a stupid fumble in the hay at the carnival because the woman he really loved had refused to sleep with him, and it had threatened his tremulous sense of masculinity for reasons he was not ready to admit even to himself. And now, the collateral damage from that hot, awful night was still spiraling outward, all these years later. He couldn't go back and undo that moment, much as he would if he could, and he had to forgive Becca her sharp tongue, because looking at those comments she'd scrawled on the chart on the wall, he'd think he looked guilty as sin, too. He could only go forward, sort this out for Noah, get him justice, for Becca, as best he could, for Ricky, and Tori, and Cole, and Olivia, so that the kids would stay safe. He blew out a lungful of air. I don't know how to explain what this latest news does to me now. To learn that my baby could have been... His voice cracked. He looked away, swallowed, tried again. But he couldn't voice it. All I know, Becca, the one true thing, the one constant, solid thing in my life. He held her eyes, those honey-colored eyes he'd seen in the kitchen that day when Mrs. North was baking bread. Has been my love for you. Always. She tensed. Ash, please, please don't. I must. What else can I say? I'm stripped bare here. What you see is this. He opened his hands. I couldn't even make my marriage with Shauna work because there was always this specter, this unresolved past. You, this sense of something that was not allowed to come to its natural conclusion. I can't do this, Ash. Not now, not ever. I'm not asking you to. That's it. I've said it. I love you. And my guilt over Whitney is now tenfold, because I'm sure whatever I did led to the murder of your father, a man I cared deeply for. And now, possibly, it's also led to the death of this witness. She stilled at his tone. Why are you so sure it was murder? Because someone was inside your father's cabin at the time of the gunshot, he said. A man who fled on a snowmobile. Ricky saw him, just his suit and his helmet, and the machine. The kids finally spoke after someone tried to kill them both last night. What? I tried to call you several times. A truck ran Ricky's snowmobile off the road and down a steep bank last night, just like your witness went over a steep bank. Same M.O. The kids are lucky they were cast free of the wreck before it went down, and that I arrived when I did. If the fall didn't kill them, they'd have frozen to death before help came their way on that remote section. Becca slowly reseated herself. She stared at him in silence, blood draining from her complexion. This is why you tried to call? This is why. Are they injured? Bruised, shaken, okay. But it rattled them into telling what happened at the shed. He told Becca what had transpired when he arrived on scene. He relayed Tori's description of the truck and the decal of the wolf on the side, and what the kids claimed Ricky had witnessed from the shed window. Her eyes narrowed when he mentioned the wolf decal. "You reported the hit and run?" she said. "Not yet. Ricky is downstairs with Sully. I thought he should come with me to tell Buck." Chapter 39. Rebecca's blood raced. She finally had witnesses. A description of a suspect who'd fled her dad's cabin in a snowmobile, and if the kid's accident was linked, she also had a description of a truck, plus an indication there had been more than one person involved. But she still couldn't shake her suspicion Ash was holding something back. "How did you come to be there just after the kids went over the bank?" she asked, probing. "I went to look for Ricky after I dropped you off. You were right. I did recognize the knife you found in the shed. Ricky's grandfather, Running Wind Simon, gave it to Ricky before he died." "Fuck, Ash!" She set her coffee down abruptly, her emotions churning like a bloody roller coaster in her chest. "Why the hell didn't you tell me? What is going on with you?" "Because I had to speak to Ricky first. Look, Becca, it was going to come out that Ricky was there, either from Tori or me. But I needed to hear Ricky's story first, because the kid needs help. If he'd been reported straight to Buck for theft and connection with possible arson, he'd have been pulled out of his restorative justice program and gone into the system. I knew he hadn't killed your father." "Oh, did you now?" "For heaven's sake. He didn't stick a Mossberg in your father's mouth and stage a suicide. He was stealing booze, and—" She opened her mouth to speak. He raised his hand. "No. Hear me out. Before Running Wind passed, I made him a vow that I would watch over Ricky and get him through this rough patch of his early teens. He lives in a tough environment, and he's not a bad person. Just done some stuff that's going to label him for life if he's not pulled out now. And come hell or high water, I intend to honor that vow. All I wanted was to speak to him, understand, and help him show the best way to come forward. Think about it. You, Buck, RCMP, you want to keep your jobs. You follow the rules, the law by the letter. Not a hell of a lot of room for all the gray areas in between. I didn't want to put you into a position where you knew about Ricky and then I maybe had to ask you to pretend you didn't." She stared at him. This man, this confounding man, this person her whole life seemed wrapped around, who was moody at times, and passionate, and not at all straightforward, and she had no idea whether she could trust him when he kept things from her like this. But the emotion in his voice, the fierce light in his eyes, the way he was trying to father some punk-ass kid because of a promise to the kid's grandfather, it piqued her curiosity. It clutched her heart. "Why such passion, Ash? For this vow, for this kid? Why did Running Wind ask you?" A look passed through his face that chilled her, but it was so quickly gone she wondered if she'd even glimpsed it. "He helped me once, when I was 11. "How?" Ash gave a slight shrug, broke his gaze, and appeared to study the makeshift whiteboard on her wall. When he spoke again, he seemed distant. "I ran away from home once. Running Wind found me in the woods and, like some damn wizard, he led me home with his words. Became a sort of mentor ever since. Taught me bushcraft. It's why I'm good at what I do now. Tracking. Predator hunting." "You never told me." "It was guy stuff." She studied his profile, saw the lines of sadness and tension around his mouth. "Does this have any bearing at all on the Whitney thing?" she said. "None." He hesitated, breathed in deep, then faced her. "You want to come with us to report the hit and run to Buck?" She bit her lip. He was changing the subject. It was guy stuff. She let it go and considered his question. Reporting the hit and run, just the accident, could play into her hands. How Buck handled it could tell her a lot. If there was any connection between Buck and the crimes, this could tip his hand. "Okay," she said quietly. We report it. But I want to keep what Tori and Ricky saw on my father's property apart from this. We keep that for an outside investigative team. They'll want to hear it straight from the kids. And you personally need to step back from this now, Ash. Way, way back. If we're looking at homicides here, you have to understand that it doesn't look good for you. You're up to your neck in this. From Whitney and Trevor, to my dad, to potentially the Cache Creek witness. Detectives will look at you first, and they'll go at you hard. And God, I hope you're not hiding anything else because... Emotion washed hot and sharp into her chest, catching her off guard. She turned away from him and tried to breathe, to compose herself. He got up and came behind her, touched her shoulder. She tensed. Don't, she whispered. Please, just don't. He removed his hand. She cleared her throat. Statistically, when a female disappears under suspicious circumstances like Whitney did, it's the boyfriend, the husband, the lover who did it. And that's going to be their first angle in. She turned to face him. It's going to be rough, Ash. Yeah. And we're over, you and me. You do know that. We were over a long, long time ago. His eyes darkened and glittered, and the expression on his face made her heart hurt. He said nothing. Until a team gets in, you look after Ricky. Cole and Olivia can watch over Tori, and you and I will cut ties and not communicate. I'll take Ricky to report the hit and run to Buck. I want to watch Buck's reaction, see how he handles this. Ricky won't go. Not unless I go with. Ash, I'm sorry, Bex. That's where I draw my line. I promised I'd have his back, be there for him. He's scared of Buck, of police. This is a big deal to get him this far. Besides, I was at the scene. I also need to report what I saw and did. She studied him. Get dressed, he said coolly. We'll be waiting for you downstairs in the Moose and Horn. We all go together. He hesitated, cast a quick glance at the board where his name was circled in red, and left. The door shut with a cold click behind him. Chapter 40. Rebecca entered the Moose and Horn and saw Ash sitting in a window booth next to a wiry kid with walnut-colored skin, high cheekbones, and smooth blue-black hair. The kid wore a black hoodie with a white skull design. Sally stood in her apron chatting to them. The kid stilled and stared at Rebecca as she approached. She could read apprehension in his eyes. Hey, guys, she said with a smile. It did not come without effort, but she wanted to put Ricky Simon at ease. She was going to need his full cooperation. In front of Ricky was a plate of half-finished flapjacks with a piece of sausage and some bacon, all smothered in syrup. A bottle of maple syrup stood next to the plate. Morning, Becca, Sally said, appraising her. Can I get you something? Ash here has ordered the full Clinton Ranchers special. She realized she was famished. I'll have the same. Thanks, Sol. And a large coffee. Sure thing. Sally went off, and Rebecca slid into the booth opposite Ash and Ricky. Through the frosted window the wind blew skiffs of snow through the morning traffic, if one could call it that, moving through the main street. Rebecca took her notebook, pen, and colored Sharpies out of her bag as Ash said to Ricky, This is Sergeant Becca North, Noah's daughter. Ricky glanced up from her bag, offered another smile. Hey, Ricky. Ash told me you and Tori can help us with some information. He studied her with the wariness of a small, wild animal. His body was tight, as if primed to bolt at a nanosecond's notice. She opened her notebook. I'm going to help you through this, okay? This is not about getting you into trouble. If you can tell me everything you know, it will help me keep you out of any trouble. Do you understand this? Ricky's gaze ticked to Ash. His big, dark eyes seemed to say, Is she for real? Can I believe her? Ash nodded. Rebecca was struck by the quiet bond between Ash and this kid. For a sharp moment, she saw Ash in the context of a father figure. Ash, who'd lost a baby, and who'd been eaten by a lack of closure around that for the past 2 decades. She stilled and sighed and regarded him for a moment, her paradigm shifting yet again. He might be implicated up to the neck in whatever crimes had been committed around Whitney Gagnon, but he hadn't been trying to kill Ricky Simon and Tori last night. No way. He'd been trying to save Ricky, and was still trying to save him right now. Warmth, compassion crushed through her chest. She cleared her throat, clicked the back of her pen, glanced around the establishment. The seats of the booths all had high backs, and no patrons were seated on either side of theirs. Noisy chatter down at the far end of the restaurant would prevent their conversation from being overheard. It was private enough. "Ricky," she said quietly, "can you walk me through, step by step, what happened the night my father's cabin burned down?" He fidgeted with a knife and nodded. "Start at the beginning, when you decided to go to my dad's place." Another nervous glance at Ash. Tori and I, wanted to go get some of the old man Noah's moonshine from his shed. I knew his habits, how he fetched wood in the evening and then didn't come out again. So we were waiting up on the ridge for him to do that." A pause as he watched Rebecca writing this down in her notebook. "Go on," she said neutrally, but her pulse raced. Ricky proceeded to recount the series of events and what he and Tori had seen. "You sure it was a shotgun?" "Yeah, it sounded like a shotgun." She noted this in her book. "And you're sure the snowmobile had a 4-stroke engine?" "Hell yeah, I can tell the difference. It was a nice new engine from the sounds of things. Deep pitch, good silencer." "Have you ever seen that helmet or snowmobile before?" He shook his head. Sally arrived with the food and they fell silent. Sally eyed them, sensing something. "Everything okay?" "All good," said Ash with a false smile. "Holler if you need anything." Sally glanced at Becca's book and markers on the table, but said nothing and left. Rebecca reached for her coffee, took a sip. Ash started eating his breakfast, but she wanted to get this down while the kid was talking. "Why didn't you go for help, Ricky?" "I was too scared. Your dad, was dead already. I had no doubt. And I'd been busted before. I didn't. She nodded. "It's okay. I understand. Ash explained your situation to me." His shoulders sagged in relief. Tears pooled in his eyes. He swiped them away fast, embarrassed. Rebecca got the sense Ricky Simon never cried, at least not in front of people. This was hard on him. "You're doing great, Ricky," she said. "Thank you." He swallowed and rubbed an invisible spot on the table. She placed some blank sheets of paper and colored markers in front of him. "Pretend the red Sharpie is an orange one," she said. "Can you draw the helmet design and snowmobile foil design?" He worried his lip with his teeth, then picked up the black marker. Rebecca and Ash ate while watching Ricky make swift movements with the markers across the paper. She exchanged a glance with Ash. The kid was good. Damn good. Talented, in fact. He pushed his finished work toward her. A tarantula-like spider with fangs and a web covered the orange helmet. The design matched the hood of the sled he'd drawn. "This is good, Ricky. Very good. Do you draw a lot?" He shook his head. "You should." He looked shy for a moment. "Patty's the one who likes to draw," he said very quietly. "I think my dad was good at it. He used to draw comic stories for me, when I was little, before he went away." Ash pushed his empty plate aside and reached for his mug. "The machine you think might have followed you last night Did it look like this one, perhaps? He nodded at the drawing. Can't say. I just saw glimpses of the headlights through the trees. Rebecca inserted Ricky's rendition of the helmet and sled into her notebook and shut the cover. She put the book and pens in her bag. What happens now? Ricky asked. I'm going to be contacting homicide investigators in the lower mainland, she said. The RCMP has a special unit that handles murder investigations in other jurisdictions. They'll probably open a case file, start an investigation, maybe send someone out here to start with, followed by a team, depending on how this plays out. She held his eyes. You can't speak about this to anyone, okay? He nodded. You and Tori are going to need to cooperate with the investigators fully. When they question you, they'll advise that you have a parent or guardian present. Your mother... I want Ash. She glanced at Ash. We could probably arrange that, she said. And it would be a good idea for both you and Ash to speak with a lawyer also. And remember, the fact you were in the shed is not something that is going to get you into trouble. Not in this case. The fact that you were in there is going to help. It will help solve my father's murder. And that's what it was going to become now. An official homicide investigation. She'd make the call as soon as she'd verified the Una Ferris Cache Creek witness story, which she planned to attack right after they filed a hit-and-run report with Buck. Now, we're all going over to the RCMP station to file that report, she said. Ricky tensed. It'll be fine, Ricky. Just the facts of the accident. Because at this point, there is no proof that the accident was linked to the cabin fire or shooting. Chapter 41. Rebecca observed Buck closely, watching for any tick, any clue he'd already known of the incident. But the cop remained guarded, sitting behind his metal desk and taking notes as he listened to what Ricky and Ash had to say. When they'd finished, he closed his notebook and said, Thanks for coming in. I'll look into it. Probably some guys driving under the influence and didn't want to stick around when they saw someone coming. Still a crime, Ash said. Hit and run, drunk driving. Yeah, like I said, I'll look into it. He checked his watch and came to his feet. Impaired guys in a big truck with a bull bar like that? Probably thought they'd hit a deer out there along that quiet stretch. Not many drivers along there at this time of year, especially at that hour. Exactly, said Rebecca, also coming to her feet. Ash and Ricky followed suit, metal chair legs scraping on the flooring. Buck looked at Ash. What were all you guys doing out there at that hour anyway? And what's that question got to do with a hit and run? Ash said darkly, tension rising between the two. Ricky backed toward the door. It's an approach to my land, Ash added. Unused land. Buck went to his office door, opened it for them to leave. I'll let you know if I find anything. Ash and Ricky made their way through the station to the front exit, but Rebecca held back. What do you drive when you're not in an RCMP vehicle, Buck? His gaze flared hotly to hers. She could feel the energy pulsing off him. He was riled. There was no love lost between Bucky Johnstone and Ash Haugen. Given what Ash had told her about Buck's sexual fixation on Whitney and his having watched Whitney and Ash fornicating in the barn, it was understandable. Buck knew that Ash knew he was watching and jerking off. They were locked together in the dark memory of that night and bound together by an unspoken pact to keep the silence. Oh, the mutual secrets we keep for personal benefit, she thought, looking up into Corporal Buck Johnstone's clear blue-green eyes. I drive a Ford F-350 pickup, he replied. Like half the guys in town. Other half drive GMCs or Dodges or Silverados. Yours black? His eyes narrowed. What are you insinuating, Becca? Was it parked in the lot outside, next to my dad's Silverado, When I first came to see you and pick up my dad's vehicle?" Silence. Outside his window, the red and white maple leaf flag snapped clean and bright against the brittle blue sky, just like it had when her father held this office. "That's the public safety lot out there," Buck said as he followed Rebecca's gaze out the window. "It's used by the municipality's public works personnel and by firefighters. And yeah, I used my Ford to come to work that day." The image of the truck parked next to her father's Silverado rose in her mind. Shiny new black Ford F-350 with big-ass wheel simulators, a fancy chrome grille, bull bars, and other bling, including a decal on the back window that depicted a snarling wolf. She thought of Ash's description of the wolf decal Tori had seen on the truck that ran her and Ricky off the road. "The wolf sticker on the back window of your truck. What does it denote?" she said. His eyes flickered and his jaw firmed. "A hunting club. The Wolf Pack." "Based where?" His eyes narrowed further. "Nowhere. We just meet to hunt, have online groups and an email loop. What is this about?" "Who all is in the club?" His gaze locked with hers. "Some of the guys like their privacy. It's not for me to say." "Who's the main contact?" "Look it up. If you'll excuse me," he checked his watch again. "I have a presentation to prep for council." "Your truck isn't parked out there this morning," she said as she exited his office. "Because I came to work in the cruiser. Becca." She stilled, turned. "Remember something. Ricky Simon is full of shit. A compulsive liar. There's more to this, and I can smell it. There's something he's still not telling me or telling us. Or you are not being totally straight with me." His eyes held hers. "Be careful." "Of who?" He said nothing. He closed the door in her face. Ash and Ricky were waiting in Ash's truck, a big, dark gray, almost black GMC with hunting spotlights across the top. It was true, Rebecca thought. Half the people in town did drive big, dark trucks, as Buck had said. But there was no wolf sticker on Ash's truck. She climbed into the passenger seat. Ricky was in back. The engine was running and the cab interior warm. "What was that about?" Ash said as he put his GMC in gear. "I asked Buck about his truck. I think it has the same decal Tori saw, and it's black, with hunting spots." Her cell rang as she spoke. "Bert Spiker," she said as she checked the caller ID. "I asked him to have some toxicology tests expedited." She connected the call and put the phone to her ear as Ash pulled out of the public safety parking lot. "Bert, you got something already?" "I managed to put a rush on the tests, like you asked, given your concerns over a homicide." He paused. "You were right." Her pulse quickened as she listened to Bert explain the results. Ash shot her an inquiring look as he drove. She killed the call and sat for a moment, her heart racing. "What'd he say?" Ash asked, turning onto the main road. "Ketamine," she said quietly, her brain scrambling and rearranging pieces like a Rubik's Cube. "The lab found high levels of ketamine in both my father's femoral and heart blood samples. The concentration in the heart blood was higher. He said the difference in the concentrations observed was consistent with incomplete distribution through my father's body, which is what would happen if the drug was administered either intravenously or via intramuscular injection." She turned in her seat to face Ash. "He said injected ketamine, as opposed to orally administered ketamine, takes effect within mere seconds to a minute." Rebecca looked at him. "The gunshot wound killed my dad very soon after the injection, hence the uneven distribution in blood. The drug has a quick half-life, which means it usually works pretty fast through a living body and wears off, which would leave little to no tox trace. But in this case, the drug was still in his blood because his heart ceased beating, and the samples were extracted within a narrow enough time frame and properly preserved. "That fits with Ricky's account of the timing," Ash said as he stopped at a traffic light. "Whoever went into Noah's cabin acted fast. The killer came prepared." Perhaps my father knew the person and didn't see the injection coming. On top of the alcohol, the drug would have seriously incapacitated him. Whoever injected him could have then easily staged him in a suicide position and pulled the trigger. "Not Thora?" he asked quietly. She leaned back in her seat. As a nurse, Thora could have access to something like ketamine. I don't know that she'd have arrived on a snowmobile, though. She didn't strike me as someone athletic or agile, or who moved fast enough to match Ricky's description. Rebecca mulled over the possibilities. Whoever killed him had to have known about the gun in his safe, and given my dad's history, they knew everyone would easily buy into the idea of suicide. Ash drew up outside the Caribou Lodge motel. "And now?" he asked. "Now you stay the hell away from all this while I visit Una Ferris's aunt in Cache Creek and check with the police there for more details on her accident. And then I call a detective with the district homicide unit. What's the verdict with my dad's Silverado?" "Wes says you need a new truck. He reckons patching that rusted old beater-up is not a safe option. Becca, if you're thinking of driving out to Cache Creek in the Prius rental, let me drive you, rather. Roads are still icy." "No, you need to back off, Ash. I don't want you part of this now." "The tires on those rentals are not—" "They're all season. The road is well salted. I'm not heading into unpaved areas, don't worry." And it hung. Ash worried for her. Their gazes locked. She recalled his hand on her shoulder this morning. His words. "All I know, Becca, the one true thing, the one constant, solid thing in my life, has been my love for you." Somewhere, somehow, they'd slipped over a line. She moistened her lips, anxiety of a different kind twisting through her. As much as she was trying to push him away, his words, his touch, had cracked a carapace around her. Emotions, feelings were seeping out. Unarticulated possibilities were surfacing. She couldn't allow that, but she was also unable to stuff it all back into those cracks. And she was afraid that Ash just might have done something terrible, because she still sensed he was hiding something very dark and fundamental from her. She swallowed. "Thanks," she said simply, and got out of the truck. Chapter 42. Ricky sat in the back seat and watched Sergeant Rebecca North go up the stairs to the Caribou Lodge entrance. He liked her, even though she was a cop. He'd never met law enforcement like her. He'd figured they were all more or less like Buck, and were therefore the enemy. She was pretty and tough, and sort of untouchable. Not like some of the women he'd been raised around, females who acted like they wanted to be 20, when in truth they were old mothers who did drugs and drank and swore, and passed out while their kids were playing with wires behind television sets. Like that time Patty almost got electrocuted when she was 2. Rebecca spoke nicely, and had kind gold eyes, and thick hair the color of dark chocolate. And she made Ricky feel important, as though he had worth, as if she maybe even respected him, which was kind of unreal. No one treated Ricky with respect. "Want to sit up front, bud?" Ash said. He climbed over into the front passenger seat next to Ash and buckled up. They both sat a while in the truck and watched her go inside. The lodge doors swung shut behind her. "She's nice," he said to Ash. "She is nice," Ash said. "Is she your girlfriend?" "Was, a long time ago." "And not now?" "Not a chance, bud." He put the truck in gear. "What happened?" He glanced at Ricky. Ash Haugen's eyes sometimes looked like glacier ice, The sort you see when you look through a hole in the snow into a crevasse. And they were intimidating sometimes. They cut right into you like they had a superpower. "I fucked up," he said. Ricky held the man's gaze, wondering whether he should ask how, then decided he'd better not. Ash pulled into the road and did a U-turn across the main street so they could head back north to Haugen Ranch. "What was that stuff about Special K and Noah North?" Ricky asked. "Special K?" "Ketamine." Ash cast him a glance. Ricky could see he was figuring what to share with him, if anything. Resistance rose in him, because he knew he was going to be treated like a shit little kid again who couldn't be trusted. "You know ketamine?" "Shit, yeah, man. I know Special K. It's used by vets and doctors, and they sell it on the res sometimes as a party drug." "Who sells it?" He felt himself tighten up. Those res dealer guys scared him. If he spoke about them, he was toast. They'd beaten him up twice before when he wouldn't give them some of the moonshine he'd nicked. One had threatened to come after Patty once. They'd probably even kill him. "Just a bunch of guys who deal with those biker sled necks up in Devil's Butte." Ash came to a stop at a red light. "What biker sled necks?" "I don't know, man. They just sell drugs. I'm not sure who they are." His heart was beating fast. He didn't want to lie to Ash, but he really didn't want to talk about those guys either. To his relief, Ash didn't push it. The light turned green, and they drove a while in silence, the radio playing softly. It was a nice interior, he thought. He'd like to own wheels like this someday. Heated leather seats and everything. He fiddled with the controls, making his seat tilt backward, then forward. "Is Sergeant North going to stay in town after this?" He moved his seat up, then down. A beat of silence. He looked at Ash's profile. A little muscle at Ash's jaw pulsed, and it struck Ricky that Ash Haugen was really hung up on Sergeant North. Like, seriously. "Nah," Ash said finally. "She's got a life elsewhere." "Back east?" "Yeah." "She's a detective there?" Ash nodded. And as they drove, Ricky wished he could find a way to make Sergeant North stay. For Ash. He had an urge to help make Ash feel better. To fix things. A lot of things. He sat back for the remainder of the return trip to Haugen Ranch, mulling over this. But when Ash took the turn-off that led to Broken Bar Ranch instead of taking the fork to Haugen Ranch, Ricky sat up sharply. "Where are we going?" "Tori's place. You can hang out there a while, see how she's doing." Tension whipped through him. "But—" "Olivia called earlier to invite you." "She called?" "Yeah. She and Cole figured you might want to stay and have dinner with them. I can pick you up after. It'll give me a chance to catch up on some ranch work." Ricky's pulse worked in double time. "Olivia wants me there?" he said again. Ash ticked a glance his way. "Yeah, bud. She figures since you and Tori are so close, it's time to get to know you better." "Shit," he whispered as he sat back in his seat. Part of him was scared. Part of him wanted to cry. No one invited Ricky Simon anywhere, let alone to a fancy-ass ranch. Chapter 43. "Noah often came in here over the years looking for one thing or another," Rennie Price said as he watched Rebecca paging through a bound volume of weekly newspapers from the end of 1998 through early 1999. The Clinton Sentinel publisher had brought the archived volume out from his morgue to a table in a small, windowless conference room. He watched Rebecca from the doorway, overtly curious. After visiting the police station with Ash and Ricky, Rebecca had returned to the lodge, picked up the Prius, and driven to the old newspaper offices. She'd found Rennie hunched over his desk and jabbing away at his keyboard, hunt and peck style. "So this is the volume he was interested in the last time he was here?" she asked. Rennie nodded.
Yeah, Noah was searching for the name of that witness from 20 years ago, in connection with that Whitney Gagnon and Trevor Beauchamp missing persons mystery.
Rebecca glanced up. My dad told you that? He nodded. What else did he say? Rennie scratched his big beard and frowned. He was in his early 60s, sported a thatch of thick white hair, and had an open and friendly face, with laugh lines around blue eyes. He clearly loved his job running a community newspaper, even though it was a dying, or dead, enterprise. He'd been editor, then publisher, of the Clinton Sentinel as long as Rebecca had been aware there even was a town newspaper.
Well, Noah explained he was looking into that old mystery again. He often did that with one cold case or another.
He smiled sadly.
It kept him busy, I think. I'm gonna miss him coming in. We'd usually have a coffee and chat while I photocopied whatever articles he was interested in at the time.
Do you perhaps recall which articles he asked to have photocopied when he was in here last?
Oh, yeah, sure. He asked for a copy of the front page article we ran on the 2 teens in the Christmas week issue, the one where we covered the Santa parade.
Rebecca hurriedly flipped back through the pages until she found the Christmas issue Rennie was referring to. The headline was printed below the fold, under a color photograph of Santa on a float. Clinton mother searches for daughter missing since fall. Embedded in the text was a high school photograph of Whitney Gagnon, long, golden blonde hair and a sweet smile that belied the complexities of her life. She wore a snug white t-shirt and long silver earrings in the shape of narrow leaves. Rebecca scanned the article. Witness Una Ferris, 18, of Devil's Butte, upon hearing that Janet Gagnon was worried about her daughter's whereabouts, reported that she was driving by the Renegade bus lines early on the morning of September 27th, when she saw Whitney Gagnon and Trevor Beauchamp hitching a ride. As she passed by them, a white van with Oregon plates pulled off the road and stopped for them. Ferris said the teens ran up to the vehicle with their bags and climbed in. Rennie tilted his bearded chin toward the page and said, Your dad asked for copies of that article. Plus, he was interested in another one from September of that year. Do you know which one?
Yeah, matter of fact, I do. Although I'm not sure what it was that interested him specifically about that one.
He reached across Rebecca and paged back through the copies to find a small story buried on page 7 alongside the weekly Clinton police report.
That one.
He tapped the piece with his index finger. She leaned forward and read the article closely. It was a conservation office report about shots fired in an area that had been closed to hunting for the season. According to the article, Clinton resident Barnaby Barnes, Hatfield, was driving his truck along the main line logging road when a bullet came through the passenger side window and lodged in the seat's headrest. His son, Frank Hatfield, was in the passenger seat at the time and miraculously escaped the close call unhurt. Rebecca read further. Hatfield said he slammed on the brakes. Both he and his son glimpsed something running in the woods. They thought it was a deer, but the bush was dense, so they couldn't be sure. We were both shaken up, said Hatfield Sr. We got out of the truck and saw quite a bit of blood by the side of the road. Something had been injured pretty good, but we stayed out of the bush for fear of another stray bullet coming our way. Friggin' dangerous, hunting out of season like that. Rebecca checked the date of the incident. Sunday, September 27th. Same day the teens disappeared. She frowned. The article continued to say that a conservation officer had investigated the following day, but a heavy storm had blown in right after the incident, and any blood trace that had been seen by the Hatfields had been washed away. The bullet that had lodged in the headrest was a .30-30 caliber, typical ammunition used to hunt game, like deer. Could I get photocopies of these as well? Rebecca asked.
Sure thing.
Rennie reached over and hefted the bound volume up into his arms with a grunt.
He carted it over to his photocopy machine. Rebecca followed and watched as he made duplicates. "Do you know Barnaby Hatfield?" she asked. "I did. He died 2 years back. He was 80 when he passed. Fine hunter he was, right to the end." "Thanks," Rebecca said as Rennie handed her the copies. "His son Frank is still around, though," said Rennie. "Frank's in his late 50s now. He and his wife run Hatfield's Hardware up in Devil's Butte. Took it over from his old man some years back." Using speakerphone, Rebecca called the RCMP detachment in Ashcroft as she drove her Prius rental to Cache Creek, a small town about 30 minutes south of Clinton. Cache Creek fell under Ashcroft police jurisdiction, hence her call to that station. Undulating white fields of snow-covered scrub rolled by on either side of her vehicle as she waited to be put through to the officer handing the Una Ferris file. Before leaving Clinton, Rebecca had looked up and made contact with Chloe Kennedy, the aunt of Una Ferris. She had arranged to meet with Chloe and was headed there now. Rebecca had also placed a call to the Southeast District Major Crimes Unit based out of Kelowna and explained her situation. She was told that Sergeant Grace Parker, a homicide detective, would call back later. "Hello, Corporal J. Muhammad, here," came a voice as her call was connected. Rebecca explained who she was and asked about the accident involving Una the previous Monday night. Muhammad consulted his files and said, "Single-vehicle accident involving a white 2016 Subaru Outback. Evidence on scene was consistent with the vehicle having hit black ice. It lost control, spun, and left the paved road, going onto the gravel shoulder, where it went through the barrier and down into the river. Accident appears to have happened around 6:15 p.m. That's when the decedent's watch stopped. The timing is consistent with the pathologist's estimated time of death. The decedent was the sole occupant of the vehicle." "So there's no sign that another vehicle might have been involved?" Rebecca said. "No indication she might have been hit and forced off the road?" "Looks like an unfortunate accident. It's a notorious stretch. The Subaru took a beating on the way down that cliff," Muhammad said. "But our investigators found no evidence of another vehicle's involvement. No paint marks, no other tire marks." Rebecca considered this. Perhaps it really was just an unfortunate coincidence. But her gut was screaming otherwise. Maybe Una Ferris wasn't hit by another vehicle, but she could have been terrorized into driving beyond her safety level on a notoriously icy and twisty stretch of highway. It might not be something that could be proved. "So, no witnesses?" "Negative. A couple called the accident in around 2 a.m. Tuesday morning." Mere hours before her dad was due to meet with Una Ferris. The couple had stopped at a viewpoint along that stretch of highway to photograph a display or aurora. They saw something glistening in the river ice below, and then they saw the damage to the barrier. They made a 911 call. Una Ferris was pronounced dead on scene. Her vehicle was pulled up later that morning." Rebecca thanked Muhammad and killed the call as she pulled into the historic town of Cache Creek. Chapter 44. The woman who opened the door was bent forward at a 60-degree angle and leaned heavily on a walker. Her steel-gray hair was scraped back into a severe bun, and her features were drawn. Rebecca judged Chloe Kennedy to be in her early 70s, and in pain. "I'm Sergeant Rebecca North," she explained. "Thank you for agreeing to see me." "Come on in," Chloe said, shuffling backward to make room for Rebecca to enter the tiny home. She winced as she moved. "Damn arthritis," she said. "I'm so sorry for your loss," Rebecca said, as she removed her coat and boots, and the words felt trite. It was the same refrain she'd been hearing herself in Clinton since she'd arrived home. "And for yours." Rebecca nodded and thanked Chloe. She'd already explained in her phone call about her father's death and why she wanted to meet in his absence. I still can't quite believe it, Chloe said, leading the way into a tiny, dim living room with outdated furniture. From all appearances, money was tight for Chloe Kennedy. Chloe eased herself down into a brown chair and motioned for Rebecca to take a seat on the matching sofa opposite. Lace shears draped over a window with a view into the service entrance of a Dairy Queen restaurant. I suspect I will process it all in due time, but it was so sudden. You mentioned you had some questions? Rebecca took a seat. As I explained on the phone, my father was due to meet with Una in person last Tuesday morning. I'm not sure how much your niece told you about what he wanted to speak to her about, Rebecca said. Una said Corporal North had called and asked about that old missing persons case. Una told me she'd lied to him 20 years ago about seeing that young woman and her boyfriend getting into a white van, and that she'd confessed this to Corporal North over the phone. She wanted to cooperate fully with him, and was actually really pleased to be meeting with him and getting this off her chest. She said she'd forgotten all about it until his call. Una was in a real bad way back then, on drugs and all. Chloe fell silent and stared absently at the shears hanging across the window. Rebecca felt a swell of emotion. She identified with Chloe, with the way grief waxed and waned and sideswiped and numbed. Chloe reached for a tissue from the box on the table beside her and blew her nose. I'm sorry. Don't be, Rebecca said. Clearing her throat, Chloe said, Una cleaned up about 7 years ago after a bad health scare. She went through rehab and committed her life to religion and to atoning for all the wrongs she felt she'd done through her addicted years. And she moved in with me. The woman faltered. She blew her nose again, wiped tears from her eyes. When she spoke again, her voice was husky and thick. Una dedicated herself to caring for me as my own health deteriorated. She made me her mission. She's all I have. Had. I don't know what I will do without her. Rebecca's heart hurt for the crippled senior. She discreetly checked her watch, giving Chloe time to compose herself. But urgency nipped at her for answers, and she wondered when the homicide detective would call back. Did Una tell you why she lied? Rebecca asked gently. Drugs. Someone knew her weakness and used it. They asked her to say she saw those teens getting into that van with U.S. plates. Who asked her? I don't know. I got the sense it was a guy, though. Someone who moved in her circles back then. Una was going to tell Corporal North everything when she saw him. Did she say this person specifically asked her to report U.S. plates? Oregon, yes. Did Una inform anyone else, apart from you, about the planned meeting with my father? About the fact she was going to officially recant her statement? I don't know. I don't imagine so. Who were Una's friends back then, do you know? She was estranged from us, her family, during that period. So no, I don't know. She was acquainted with Whitney Gagnon and Trevor Beauchamp, though. That much I am aware of. She didn't attend school in Clinton, did she? Rebecca couldn't recall anyone named Una Ferris at school. She went to high school up in Devil's Butte, but dropped out early. The newspaper article in the Clinton Sentinel from the time said Una was 18 when she claimed to have witnessed the van. Yes, she'd just turned 18, which is how come she could start working in bars. Do you have any idea which bars? Where she was staying? Odd waitressing jobs at several establishments, I believe. One name that did come up in passing was the Devil's Butt. Rebecca glanced up sharply from her note-taking. That was the same bar in which Ash had been meeting Whitney after he'd claimed it was over with her. The bar where Marcy Fossum had also worked. It had changed names since, but she didn't know what it was called now, or if it was even still there. It stuck in my mind because it felt ironic with how she'd turned to God and the church once she got clean, Chloe said. At the time, she was living in Devil's Butte with some guy, but I don't know who. She blew her nose again. I'm sorry, I'm not much help. What do you think really happened to those missing teens? It's a mystery, said Rebecca. One my father was trying to solve. But why would someone want Una to say they got into a U.S. van? To misdirect, I imagine. To make us think they did leave town for California. Which was why Becca had a strong feeling the opposite was true. They were still here. She believed her father had also come to this conclusion, and someone had found out about it, and killed him before he could prove it. You think something awful happened to them? And that this man who coerced Una into lying was responsible? I don't know. But I'd be interested to know who Una was living with at the time. Rebecca's phone buzzed in her pocket. She discreetly checked the incoming caller ID, Detective Grace Parker from Major Crimes. I really must take this, she said, coming to her feet. It's a homicide investigator from Kelowna who's going to help out with this. Go ahead. She waved a veined hand at Rebecca. And please let yourself out, if that's okay. I just don't have the strength right now. Rebecca thanked the woman, and she connected the call as she made her way to Chloe's mudroom. Rebecca North, she said into the phone, reaching for her parka and boots. Rebecca sat in the Prius rental, heaters blasting, while she listened to Detective Grace Parker, who said her unit had been given the okay to take the case, and she was opening an investigation. She'd managed to have Rebecca seconded to the team, basically assigned to the case, primarily in an advisory and liaison capacity. I've had it cleared with your superiors, Grace said. And I've informed Corporal Buck Johnstone we've taken the lead on the Corporal Noah North death investigation, and that we've advised the coroner's office we're now the lead agency on this case. I've also asked to be copied on all their files to date. I've got ident guys heading out there now to re-secure the fire scene. ETA sometime tomorrow morning. I don't know how much they can do until the freeze lets up, but I don't want anyone compromising what has not already been compromised. I've also advised that Corporal North's body be held pending further instruction. The Ashcroft detachment will be forwarding us their files on the Una Ferris vehicle fatality and holding the Subaru wreck pending possible further forensic investigation on our part. Sergeant Grace Parker's delivery was clipped in the manner of an efficient cop focused on the job without emotion. Rebecca knew officers like her well. They weren't out to make friends, but to solve cases, and to put another notch in their clearance rate belts. I'll be familiarizing myself with the files as they come in, Grace said. I'll be up there myself either tomorrow or the following day. I can pull in more members as needed. I'll personally be working out of the Clinton detachment, and yes, I'm aware of your concern that Corporal Johnstone might have a conflict of interest in this case, but he will not be involved in the investigation. So far, we have no evidence that Corporal Johnstone has not done due diligence to the best of his ability up until this point. I understand. I look forward to meeting you, Rebecca said as she put the Prius in gear. The windows had defrosted enough for her to drive. As she pulled out of the parking space in front of Chloe's home, she briefed Grace on her meeting with Una Ferris's aunt. I'm heading back to Clinton now to interview Whitney Gagnon's mother, Janet Gagnon, to see if she can provide any leads as to who Una Ferris lived with. Apparently, Ferris was acquainted with Gagnon. I will also check out the bar where Una Ferris used to work, if it's still there. It was called the Devil's Butt. However, that establishment changed its name some years back. She turned onto the highway. While in Devil's Butte, I'd also like to interview Frank Hatfield of Hatfield's Hardware. According to a newspaper article my father photocopied from the Clinton Sentinel, on the same day that Gagnon and Beauchamp disappeared, Hatfield and his father came across shooting in the woods during a period when hunting season was closed for that area. They narrowly missed being hit by a stray .30 caliber bullet, and they reported seeing a lot of blood along the side of the main line logging road. I want to know if my father had already spoken with Hatfield. I'd also like to know where along the logging road this incident happened, and why my father might have been so interested in it. Hatfield might be able to tell me. Parker instructed Rebecca to run with what she had going so far, and to brief her when she arrived in Clinton. Chapter 45. Rebecca watched Janet Gagnon pour coffee into 2 mugs in her tiny kitchen in the trailer park home where Whitney had grown up. From the rear, Whitney's mother looked frail. Her hair had thinned and was shot through with gray she hadn't cared to color. She set the mugs on a table, one in front of Rebecca, and drew up a chair for herself. I guess I never moved because I felt like I'd be abandoning Whitney in case she wanted to come home. It's silly, I know. Cream? She held up a small carton. No, thanks. Rebecca nodded to the window and the house across the street. Was that Thora and Jake Battersby's place? Yeah. Janet picked up her mug and cradled it in her hands. From the front, she looked even more haggard. Dark rings scooped hollows under her eyes, and her skin was lined and papery. She looked like a woman who'd suffered too long and who lived on too little sleep. Even her voice had grown thin. Nothing robust at all about Janet Gagnon. The Battersbys were good neighbors. I could always count on Jake to help when things like the dishwasher or washing machine broke, or if I had plumbing issues. That kind of thing. A real old-school handyman type. Always had a smile, too. He was around here often, then? She offered a wan smile of her own. When things broke. But I guess my old crap tended to go on the blink more often than not. She cleared her throat, took a sip of coffee. So, you've officially opened my Whitney's case? After all these years? That's what you came to tell me? Rebecca nodded. A major crimes team out of the Lower Mainland is taking the lead. They'll be sending officers up. But why? Why now? Rebecca considered how best to frame the narrative and decided Janet deserved straight-up transparency. My father's death might not have been suicide. Janet's eyes widened. As in, murder? The evidence has raised some questions. At the time of his death, he was looking into Whitney's case again because he'd happened across some new information. There's a chance his death is related to what he learned about Whitney and Trevor through his investigation. She set her mug down abruptly. What new information? The witness who saw Whitney and Trevor getting into a white van lied. What? No one saw them leaving town. She stared, processing. You mean Una Ferris? She didn't see them? No. Why did she lie? That's part of the investigation. I understand Whitney knew Una. Did she know her well? I don't know. She originally met Una at a bar in Devil's Butte. The Devil's Butt? Yeah, it riffed off the town name. Una worked there. Her boyfriend was a manager there at the time Whit went missing, Janet said. Rebecca's pulse quickened. Do you recall his name? She shook her head. I'm sorry. She lifted her mug, hesitated. Why don't you ask Una? Una was killed in a vehicle accident the evening before my father died. Janet stared. Slowly, she lowered her mug. Is it connected? It's part of the investigation. She fell silent. Emotion pooled in her eyes. Something terrible happened to Whitney, didn't it? I know it did. We don't know yet, Janet, Rebecca said gently. And it would help if you didn't talk to anyone about this. I know it'll be tough, but it's a very small town. Everyone is connected, and it could hinder the investigation at this point to have too much information floating around out there. I understand. Is Ariel McAdam still in town? Rebecca asked of Whitney's best friend. She left some years ago, moved to Kamloops. A sadness fell over her features. If it wasn't for Ariel, I might not have gone to your father that December to ask for his help. I was so worried when I had heard nothing, especially approaching Christmas. But I thought maybe my own daughter just hated me. I'd let my baby down, and I knew it. As a single mom, working 2 jobs with no support from her deadbeat dad, I struggled to get through a day, let alone deal with someone like Whit. She wiped away a tear. She was a challenging child. In retrospect, her acting out, her sleeping around, it was a cry for my attention, and I heard it too late. And then she was gone. I tried, Rebecca. I did my best at the time. The best I could. I know. Rebecca covered Janet's veined hand with her own. If there is something to find, I will do my best to find it. I promise. She paused. Is Whitney's father still around? She shook her head. Lung cancer. He was a heavy smoker and drinker. He died just over 10 years ago. She got up and fetched a small wooden box off a shelf in the adjacent living room. She set it on the table, reseated herself, opened the lid, and took out a photo of a baby on a young woman's lap. That's me and Whit. She wiped her nose and smiled sadly. Rebecca studied the photo. Janet looked beautiful, young, with the promise of a future in her eyes, and in the child she held so lovingly. The baby was laughing and reaching for whoever shot the image. Who took it? Her father, before things started to go wrong. And I still have this. She opened a tiny silver box and unwrapped the cotton wool inside. One of her baby teeth. Janet's chin wobbled, and she pressed her lips together. So small. She held it out for Rebecca to see. DNA, thought Rebecca, as she examined the tiny tooth. They might be able to extract some for a comparison if human remains were ever found. And this. Janet opened a folded piece of tissue paper and revealed a lock of gold blonde hair tied with a tiny piece of red thread. From her first proper haircut, in a salon. Rebecca nodded, uncomfortable at the rawness of Janet's emotions, and with this little shrine in a box, the way it was all shaping Whitney into a real human being in her mind. As a teen, Rebecca had detested Whitney Gagnon, the promiscuous classmate who'd fucked her boyfriend in the barn. But this mother held memories of a beautiful baby girl, a first lost tooth, a first haircut, of struggling to work 2 jobs in order to support a daughter left lonely and neglected at home. She thought of what Ash had said, that Whitney was not a bad kid, and it struck Rebecca that Ash was a way better person than she was, even for all his secrets. His mistake with Whitney had ruined his life and her own, yet he still found room for empathy for the young woman. Guilt fired Rebecca's resolve. She would do right by this mother. She would find her daughter. She'd do it for her dad. Gently, Rebecca said, "What was your perception of Trevor, Janet? Did he love Whitney? Was he good to her? Janet carefully wrapped up the tooth and replaced it and the lock of hair in their respective containers. It was more a codependent kind of relationship, I think, she said, as she closed the lid on the box shrine. They had a need for each other, but weren't always kind to each other. I suppose in their maladjusted ways they maybe really did care for one another. Trevor had his issues. He basically had absent parents, got into some trouble with the cops from time to time at an early age, and he ended up living up to his own reputation. Rebecca thought of Ricky, and how Ash had stepped up and was trying to stop exactly that from happening with Running Wind's grandson. A wave of unbidden affection for Ash surged through her, a sense of kinship, old feelings she really didn't want to feel again. Trevor probably thought he could kick his rep, start afresh in L.A. like Whit wanted to, Janet said. Could Trevor have hurt Whitney? I mean, if he felt she'd betrayed or wronged him? Trev, I don't think so. A pause. But then one never knows, does one, what monsters might lurk in a man? She studied the box abstractedly. I thought Whitney's father would never raise a hand to me. And he did? She nodded. It's why you left him? She nodded again, biting her lip, and Rebecca's heart ached for this mother, for all her dreams that had died. Who were Trevor's friends, do you know? Mostly transient sorts. He worked on the oil sands and other contracts up north. Sometimes his contract connections came through town and would hang with him and Whit, but no one special that I can recall. Before Whitney left that goodbye note, did she give you any idea she might have come into some money? Janet glanced up sharply. It's funny you say that. Ariel, her friend, mentioned this to me much later, well after your father had sort of given up on locating Trev and Whit. It made me wonder. Ariel said she'd gotten the sense it was a substantial amount. She just figured it was Trevor's money. Everything I had. Every penny I had worked for and saved from the time I was 12. My whole college fund. When you say substantial, like how much? Like 50 grand, maybe more. Surprise rippled through Rebecca. You can make some really serious money on the oil sands, Janet offered. The trick is to hold on to it. Most of those guys blow through it as fast as they earn it. One trip into the city and it's gone. Huge, crazy spenders. Then again, maybe it wasn't saved contract money. Trevor did run with some dark sorts. I had a sense he dealt in minor drugs from time to time. Maybe he ran some drug trade or something up in the oil sands. Most of those guys were into cocaine at the time. Rebecca filed this away, and now she faced the question she'd been dreading. Janet, she cleared her throat. Did you know that your daughter was pregnant? Janet's hands fell flat to the table. They lay there as if the nerves controlling them had been severed. Her jaw slackened and her mouth opened. When she spoke, it was barely a whisper. Was she? It appears so. Silence. A clock ticked. Wind rustled outside the windows. A grandchild. I could have had a grandbaby? Rebecca gave her a moment to process. Whose baby? She asked. Whitney told Ash Haugen it was his. Janet closed her eyes, swallowed, inhaled. Ash, he's a good sort. Is he? She opened her eyes and met Rebecca's gaze. Isn't he? I don't know, she said quietly. You don't think Ash could have hurt Whitney? No, I don't think so. But he was hiding something, and Rebecca knew firsthand from her years as a cop that sometimes those closest to us could be the worst monsters of all. Statistics proved it, too. After taking her leave, while warming up her car again, Rebecca phoned Ash. When he answered, she said simply, "How much money did you say you gave Whitney?" A hesitation. "I told you, about $11,000. It was all I had. I was paid very little as a kid back in the day." "My whole college fund." Rebecca killed the call and sat while 2 holes formed in the fog on her windshield above the blasting heater vents. It might have been everything Ash had to put toward his college education, but it was a far cry from 50 grand or more. Was this about money? A drug deal gone wrong? Some sort of revenge? Could this be more about Trevor than Whitney, and have nothing to do with Ash? Could the young couple have scored the cash illegally and escaped town and gone into hiding somewhere in the world? But then why would Una Ferris have been coerced into leading law enforcement to believe they'd left town in a van from Oregon? And who might have coerced her? It had to be someone who was still in town, especially if Rebecca's father's death was tied to this. What am I missing? And if Whitney and Trevor had actually been in possession of more than 50 grand, possibly in cash, as Solly had intimated, and if something bad had happened to the kids, where had the money gone? Who might suddenly have come into a lump of cash in late 1998? Who out there still had a secret worth killing for? Chapter 46.
"No, I had not met with your father yet,"
Frank Hatfield said as he led Rebecca into the back room of Hatfield's Hardware in Devil's Butte. Hatfield, in his late 50s, was a gaunt and pale beanstalk of a man who stood around 6'4" with a fringe of brown hair that ran in a trimmed half-moon shape around the back of his shiny pate. He offered Rebecca a plastic chair, which she took, and he perched himself on the edge of a metal desk piled high with a mess of papers. A coffee machine, fridge, and microwave took up space along one wall. On another hung various hardware gadgets and keys to be cut.
"Noah called to say he wanted to speak with me about that shooting incident 20 years back, but he didn't say why."
He fiddled with a stapler from his desk as he spoke. His eyes were such a dark brown that they were almost black. They reminded Rebecca of a beetle. "Do you recall the incident well?" she asked.
"Heavens, who doesn't remember a 30-30 coming through your window and smashing into the headrest behind your head? It's imprinted on my brain for all time. I figured God was looking out for me that day. Had the bullet gone a few inches this way or that, or had my dad been driving just a fraction faster or slower, I'd be stone-cold dead and 6 feet under."
"What happened after you realized you'd near missed the stray bullet?"
"My dad stopped the truck. We stared at each other, then we both looked into the woods. We saw something. Running. Moving fast. Thought it was probably a white-tailed deer fleeing some hunters, even though hunting was closed in that area."
"Could it have been something other than a deer?" His heavy brows knitted together in a sharp V above his nose.
"You mean like some other game?"
Rebecca leaned forward, holding his piercing beetle gaze. "Or maybe it was one of the hunters running?" she suggested, to open his mind to the possibility that it might not have been an animal at all.
"A person?"
He fell silent, his brain computing where she was going.
"Jesus, you mean, like, could it have been someone running away from the shooters?"
"I think maybe that's what my father wanted to ask you, if it was possible."
"Why? I mean, why would he even think that?"
"I'm not sure at this point." Rebecca offered him a smile along with her lie. "I'm just trying to piece together what my dad was up to in the days that led to his death." He smoothed a pale, long-fingered hand over his pate.
"Wow, I mean, now that you mention it, I suppose it could have been a person.
So you're not 100% certain it was a deer? He rubbed his mouth.
I guess the color was a bit off for the deer in this area.
How so?
More pale, I guess. More gold than gray-brown.
Rebecca felt energy thump into her veins. She thought of Whitney's photograph, the long gold-blonde hair. What happened next?
We got out of the truck, went to the edge of the forest to see.
Why did you do that if there'd just been a stray bullet flying? You weren't concerned about another?
I'm not sure. All I can think is that something was off. We got out because something wasn't right. Felt wrong.
How so? He shook his head.
I don't know. I can't recall exactly.
And then?
Then we saw the blood on the side of the road, in the ditch, on the grass and stones. A lot of it. We went a little deeper into the forest, and then the thunder started crashing and rain started, lots of wind, lightning. We hurried back to the safety of the truck for fear of a lightning strike. My grandfather was killed by lightning on his ranch back in the day. We drove off and called the incident into the conservation office when we got home.
Frank, can you close your eyes, relax, try to go back in your mind, and picture it as it happened, blow by blow, and describe to me what you're seeing, feeling, smelling as you and your father stop, get out of the car, look into the shadows between the trees, that sort of thing?
I can try.
He closed his eyes and breathed in deep, exhaled and breathed in again.
I was shaken, he said, in shock, still sort of trying to assimilate what had just happened, what had hit the headrest.
He paused. Rebecca could see his eyeballs moving back and forth between his thin, blue-veined lids.
We peered into the shadows. It was dark between the trees. It's a dense, old-growth part of the forest in that spot. Branches were moving wildly because the storm wind was just hitting. Very heavy wind, hot. There was a sense of electrical pressure. We saw movement.
What color? His eyes opened.
Definitely pale. More golden-colored than a deer. I always thought it had to have been a deer.
Sometimes the brain works that way. We see what we expect to see. We see the thing that is most logical under the circumstances, Rebecca said, especially when under stress or in shock. He exhaled heavily and looked even more bloodless than before, his eyes seeming to sink deeper into their cavities beneath his brows.
You think it was a person? A woman?
Why did you say woman?
Maybe it was long hair.
He looked ill.
Maybe that's what our brains were saying when we thought deer, but felt something was off.
And the blood?
Something had been injured bad. Dark blood. Arterial, heart kind of blood that makes you think something has been fatally wounded and just on borrowed time until the animal bleeds out.
Rebecca's nerves thrummed, her blood pumped, and her skin tingled. The reaction she got when pieces of a case started slamming together. But she still couldn't see the whole picture. We might need you to come in to make an official statement when some of my colleagues arrive in town, if that's okay, Rebecca said, as she came to her feet and dug a card out of her wallet. She handed it to Frank Hatfield. If you remember anything else, please call me. Any time. He studied the card, looking as though he might throw up. Before I go, Frank, could you show me on a map exactly where this incident occurred?
Yeah, for sure.
He opened a drawer in his metal desk, rummaged around, and took out a waterproof map, the kind used by hunters and other outdoor enthusiasts who were well aware that modern tech could let a person down in the wilderness, and that could mean death. He shoved aside some papers on his desk and laid the map out on the surface. He grabbed a pen. With his long, spider-like finger, he traced the curves of the main line logging road.
We were driving along this road here, and the bullet hit us there."
He marked the spot with an X and tapped it.
"Right there. I know because it's almost on the boundary of the provincial park on the south side, and the Crown land, government land, here on the east, and that line there. That's the property line at the back end of Haugen Ranch."
Rebecca felt as if a small, cold stone had just dropped clean through her gut.
"And over there,"
Hatfield pointed with his long finger,
"that's the abandoned summer camp that Olav Haugen's father used to lease to an outdoor outfit for nature education and stuff for school kids. Olav never renewed the old lease when he took over the ranch, and that part of the Haugen land hasn't been used for decades."
Olav Haugen. Ash's father. Ash's ranch. Shit. Every which way this thing turned, Ash Haugen was still at the center. As Rebecca took her leave, Frank called after her.
"Oh, wait."
She turned.
"I forgot. It's here somewhere."
"What is?"
"Souvenir. I kept it as a souvenir."
He opened and closed several drawers, scrabbling around in each. Finally, he stood up and held something out toward her with a flourish.
"Got it. I knew it was in one of these drawers. Not every day one gets one of these puppies slamming into their headrest."
He was holding a spent .30-30 bullet, the point squashed into a palm tree shape around the nose.
"Dug it out of the headrest,"
he said, a smile cutting across his face and crinkling his eyes. Chapter 47. Rebecca slowed her Prius. It was getting dark now, and the road was icy. She peered through the windshield at the buildings, looking for the old Devil's Butt bar property. This part of town had not changed much in the past 20 years. If anything, it had decayed and gone downhill. Or perhaps it was just the bleak effect of winter, the bare-branched trees like gnarled fingers reaching for the sky, the whiteness of the salted roads with blowing drifts of dried snow, the weathered siding on buildings without the softening effect of flower beds. Or maybe it was just the fact that the new stretch of highway had been built around this section, cutting off traffic and strangling businesses. The Devil's Butt had once been a pull-in for long-haul truckers, logging rig drivers, and summer bikers, as well as other motorists. It had, at various points, offered adult entertainment late at night. There'd been drug busts that Rebecca had heard about in her youth. A regular dive bar, basically. A place where people like Ash and Whitney could meet and sit in a dark back booth, and no one would ask questions. Or talk. Unless it was Marcy Fossum. Now you'd have to pull off the highway and make a specific detour with intent to visit the place, if it was still here. As she drove, she considered Frank Hatfield's words. She'd head out to the shooting location tomorrow, but first she'd need to find a vehicle with proper winter tires, and preferably studded. Circling like prowling wolves around the periphery of her thoughts was the fact that the shooting incident had happened at the back end of Haugen Land. A place, she knew from when she was a teen, where Ash refused to go, even when she'd expressed interest and specifically asked him to take her to see the summer camp ruins. She turned a corner and instantly saw the giant sign above where the old bar used to be. Neon pink letters declared the new venue to be the Sled Necks Bar and Grill, with an E. The neon flickered eerily against the indigo northern sky. Wind whipped down the streets and darted among the squat warehouse-style buildings, casting old newspapers and other garbage adrift. She pulled into the icy parking lot and studied the place for a moment. Several large trucks with sleds on the back were parked outside, as was a motorbike that had navigated the ice. A Harley. It looked like the one she'd seen outside the Petrogas. Uneasiness crawled under her skin. She told herself she had nothing to worry about. She was just going in there to ask about the history of the place, and to see if the new owner or manager could tell her who might have managed the bar back in late 1998, when Una Ferris worked here, or where she might find that information. She locked the Prius and entered the bar. It took a moment for her eyes to adjust to the dimness inside. Nothing fancy about this place. Bare decor, round tables, a long bar counter, and pool tables. The music was rock. 3 men gathered around one of the tables, 2 dressed in black snow gear, 1 in the Devil's Butte redneck uniform of Carhartt jeans and a padded plaid shirt. 2 guys played pool near the back. Surprise spiked through Rebecca when she saw who was working the bar. The statuesque Amazonian Mohawk blonde, the woman whose ass Buck Johnstone had been feeling up at the Moose and Horn. The men at the table turned to look at her. The redneck, she realized, was Gons, the tow truck driver. The second man was the bald biker she'd seen at the gas station. The third she did not recognize. He looked First Nations, glossy, shoulder-length black hair. She nodded to Gons. He did not smile, but he raised his beer as if in a slight toast. Uneasy, self-conscious, aware of where the exits lay, which pocket her cell was in, the fact that she was unarmed, Rebecca made her way to the bar. They all watched. Mohawk placed her hands apart on the counter and leaned forward as she waited for Rebecca to reach her. She wore a black t-shirt that revealed the tats on her arms. Nose and eyebrow piercings winked in the light. 6 feet tall at least, Rebecca figured. Ripped body. Not someone she'd want to tangle with in a dark alley. "Sergeant North," the woman said. Her accent was German. Rebecca feigned a smile and drew up a stool. "You have the advantage," she said as she seated herself atop the stool, waiting for the woman to share her name. "I like it that way." Her words hung. The music segued to something smooth and country. Mohawk grinned sharply. The suddenness of it, the pointed eye teeth, the way it changed her face was a shock to Rebecca. The woman knew it, too. Her smile had been wielded as a fanged weapon, because it faded almost instantly. "So, what can I get for you?" Rebecca asked for whiskey, sensing this would weigh more heavily in her favor than sparkling water or juice. And frankly, she could use a stiff drink about now. Mohawk slapped a thick glass on the bar counter, poured a shot. She set the drink on a coaster and slid it toward Rebecca. "So, what do you really want at the Sledniks?" "You're a friend of Buck Johnstone's?" Rebecca said, taking a sip. "So?" "A name would be nice," Rebecca smiled, as warm as she could fake it, and took another sip. The burn down her gullet was good. "Zin." "Zin who?" A snort. "Zin Gutmann. You going to write that down, detective, as part of your investigation?" Rebecca's gaze locked on the woman's. "And what investigation might that be?" "Into your father's death. Everyone's saying you don't believe he did it." "I don't." Zin regarded Rebecca steadily. Billboard balls clattered as a cue sent them scattering. Rebecca felt a heavy sense that all 3 dudes at the table were watching, carefully, her interaction with the barkeep. The song changed. Someone else entered the bar behind her. Tension whispered. Rebecca forced herself not to turn around to see who had come in. She took another sip and said, "And neither does the Major Crimes Unit out of Kelowna. They're opening an official investigation." While Rebecca had asked Janet Gagnon to keep details of the investigation to herself, this much would be public as soon as Parker's team started arriving tomorrow, and Rebecca wanted to see the reaction of Zin Gutmann, friend of Buck's, to this revelation. The woman's body stiffened, an eyebrow crooked up. Her eyes showed keen interest, then flicked toward the table where the men sat. "On what grounds is it being reopened?" she said in her German accent. "I'm not at liberty to say, but I'd like to speak to the owner of the bar. Is he around?" Another tick of her gaze toward the table. Then she turned her head and yelled, "Wally, there's someone to see you." A door behind the bar swung open. Out stepped a small and wiry man in his mid to late 40s, with a wizened face and close-set eyes. "This woman here, Sergeant Rebecca North, wants a word with you. She's the cop daughter of Noah, you know, the old guy who burned in that fire." Rebecca flinched inwardly, but she kept her features impassive as Wally weighed her in silence for a moment from his office doorway, then came forward. Rebecca explained to Wally she was looking for information on the old Devil's Butt bar. Zinn Gutmann listened closely while wiping down the counter. Rebecca had a sense that whatever she said would be relayed to the guys at the table within minutes of her departure, and perhaps to Buck, too. "Can we talk somewhere private?" she asked. "We can talk right here," Wally said. Her gaze warred with his. She felt a shift in energy from the men at the table. "Fine," she said quietly. "Do you know who the manager was here in late 1998, when the place was called the Devil's Butt? Or who the owner was back then?" "Yeah, owner was Bart Tucker. I was the manager. Why is this of interest?" Energy quickened through her. Go easy, she told herself. She could always return with backup, or Grace Parker could have Wally brought in for official questioning, but this basic information would help her move the investigation forward. "What is your last name?" He ran the tip of his tongue across the inside seam of his lips. The movement reminded Rebecca of a reptile, something with cold blood. "Fowler," he said. "Was there more than one manager?" "Just the one. Just me. And an assistant manager. Bart was here most of the time until he sold the place to me." "So you bought it?" "Yeah, and renamed it." He gave a shrug. "Needed a bit of a change. Most of the guys coming in here are big into hunting and into sledding in the winter, and their bikes in the summer, hence the name, Sled Necks." "So a lot of the patrons are hunters?" A wariness entered his eyes. "Most people who live in Devil's Butte hunt. Why?" She thought of the wolf logo on Buck's truck, and the logo Tori had described as being on the truck that had run her and Ricky off the road. "Is the Sled Necks Bar and Grill perhaps affiliated with any particular hunting club?" He said nothing. His walls were going up. She changed tack. "So you'd have known Una Ferris?" He blinked. "Una? What in the hell has she got to do with anything?" "You dated her?" "Fuck yeah. We lived together a while. She did some of the adult entertainment stuff when we still had it." "So you knew she'd witnessed Trevor Beauchamp and Whitney Gagnon getting into a white van?" "Yeah." His posture was even more guarded now. His eyes, too. "Apparently she was driving by that day," Rebecca prompted. Silence. "Do you know if she was doing the driving herself? What vehicle she was in? Or whether she was with someone else who was driving?" "Jesus, I don't recall. It's 20 fucking years ago." "When did you last see Una?" "Probably 20 fucking years ago." "Do you know where she is now?" "No. What is this?" "What about Marcy Fossum? Did she work here at the same time as Una?" "Marcy? Yeah. Far better employee, too, I'll give her that. She's doing good with Dot's Donuts and Diner now. Really turned herself around. But Una? She went on a one-way downhill. We broke up not long after that time she was a witness." "Why did she suddenly come forward at that time?" "Christ, I don't know. Maybe because Whitney's mother was putting posters up all over the place and that cop, your father, started looking." "Did you know Trevor Beauchamp?" Rebecca asked. "Did he ever frequent this place?" "When he was in town, yeah, he was a regular." "The buzz back in the day was the Devil's Butt was a place you could score." "Score?" "Oh, come, Wally." She offered a false smile. "Drugs. It was common knowledge. There'd been a couple of busts here, bikers arrested, and 1 or 2 truckers."
Whatever happened here among the patrons or outside in the parking lot, it happened outside of my knowledge or control.
Right. So when exactly did you take over this place, Wally? He rubbed his brow.
Probably 2000, or maybe a year or so before. Bart's health wasn't good. He'd been wanting to sell.
Rebecca thought of the more than $50,000 in cash that had allegedly been in Whitney's possession. And an opportunity to secure financing suddenly came your way? She said.
Look, I don't like your tone, and I don't know what any of this has to do with your father's unfortunate death. I'm sorry about that, I am, but I'm done here. I've got a delivery coming in.
He swaggered back into his office and slammed the door behind him. Rebecca stared at the door.
Anything else, hon?
The Mohawk woman said. Rebecca released the pent-up air in her chest and asked quietly, "Who's the bald guy at the table behind me?" Zinn Gutmann glanced over Rebecca's shoulder, hesitated.
Jesse Scott. Why?
He a local?
Yeah.
What does he do?
He drinks beer in my bar, that's what.
She glowered at Rebecca.
Beyond that, ask him yourself.
Rebecca pushed back her stool. She plunked cash on the counter. Thanks. Keep the change. She left the bar, the men watching her brazenly as she pushed through the old saloon doors. Outside, the wind cut with blades of cold. Rebecca's body hummed with adrenaline, and her brain raced as she made her way carefully over the ice toward her Prius. It was completely dark out now, but she saw light coming from beneath a garage door in a warehouse building next to the bar. A sign above the garage door was illuminated. Scott's Motorsports and Repair Shop. Rebecca hesitated. Where had she heard that name before? Then it struck her. The decal on the side of Gonz's tow truck. She thought of the look Gonz had given her inside the Sled Neck's bar, and of the way he'd regarded her father's cabin when he'd arrived to tow the Silverado, and of his nicotine-stained fingers. Gonz, who was sitting with a bald man named Jesse Scott. Ash's words came to mind. A specialty auto shop up in Devil's Butte. Wes's uncle owns the place. Wes works for him part-time, or any time he can. Rebecca studied the sign for a moment, her gut instincts rustling. There was a small entrance door beside the garage bay door. Rebecca went and knocked with her gloved hand on the small side door. Chapter 48. There was no answer at the door of Scott's Motorsports and Repair Shop. Rebecca surveyed the lot behind her. The wind howled. She shivered, tried the door. It opened. "Hello?" Her voice echoed into the interior. She was answered by silence and the rattle of the Arctic wind outside. Tentatively, she stepped inside. "Hello? Anyone here?" Silence. She entered the garage bay area. It was heated, warm. A black pickup truck was up on the hoist, no one around. She walked around the truck, a Ford F-350 with a shiny chrome grille, a bull bar, chrome wheel covers, just like Buck's, and it sported a row of hunting spotlights across the top of the cab, but there was no howling wolf decal on the rear window. Rebecca took note of the plate, Buck's words going through her mind. "I drive a Ford F-350 pickup, like half the guys in town. Other half drive GMCs or Dodges or Silverados." Someone was in the process of applying flame decals along the flanks of the vehicle. Tongues of orange and yellow flame licked along the doors and over the rear wheel hubs. If there had been a sticker on the left hub, as Tori had described, it was gone now. Rebecca walked to the left front of the truck, took off her glove, and ran her palm over the panel, searching for signs that it might have hit Ricky Simon's snowmobile, and wondering if it was possible that this truck had just had some panel beating work done to fix any damage. "Hey!" She jumped, spun,
heart hammering. Wes stood in a doorway that led to an adjacent store, wiping his hands on a rag. He wore orange coveralls. "Becca?" Surprise raced across his face as he registered who she was. His gaze shot to the Ford on the hoist, then back to her. "What are you doing here?" "Passing by. I saw the sign, Scott's Motorsports." She fudged it. "Ash told me you worked here sometimes, for your uncle. He's Jesse Scott, right?" Wes frowned. A leeriness entered his eyes. "Yeah, so?" "I just saw him in the bar next door. I've decided I want to sell my dad's Silverado if it can't be easily patched up. So when I saw the sign, I thought I'd stop by, see if you were here, and whether you were still interested." His frown deepened. "Yeah, I'm still interested." He shot another look at the vehicle up on the hoist. Clearly, something about Rebecca's presence in conjunction with that Ford truck was worrying him. "I can offer a fair price," he said. "Can you give me some time to come up with a number? I'll call you." "He wants me out of here." "Sure." She smiled and jerked her thumb toward the Ford. "Nice decal detail. It's your work?" He nodded. "My part-time passion." "Some panel beating as well, up front here?" She smoothed her hand over the body. He tensed. Silence. She pulled her glove back on, letting the silence drill deeper. "What's this about?" he asked. "Oh, nothing, really. Just that when I came in here, I thought I recognized this vehicle as one I saw in town the other day. Same plate," she lied. "But that one had damage to the left front, and a hunting club sticker above the rear left wheel hub. You know, the one with a wolf logo? Wolf Pack Hunt Club, I think it's called." He swallowed and paled a little. "I wouldn't know what truck you saw." So, not a denial, a misdirect. His demeanor further piqued her interest. "Whose truck is it?" she asked. "Look, I'll call you with an offer for the Silverado, but I got work to finish in back." "Wait," she said, hurriedly digging into her pocket. She took out the folded pages upon which Ricky had drawn the helmet and sled foil design. "Do you recognize this work, but in orange?" He studied it. Something about his body went very still. "Why?" He looked up. "Is this something to do with your investigation?" "I just have some questions. Do you recognize it?" He winced and shook his head. "Hard to say. Maybe. But I can't recall where." "It's very distinctive," she said. "Someone in your field would recall, surely. At least if it was done locally." He shook his head again, not meeting her eyes now. He was lying. She was certain of it. Wes Steele knew the person this design belonged to. "Thanks." She handed him a card. "If you do remember, please call me." As she made to leave, she turned abruptly to face him once more and said, "You didn't say whose truck this is." "Not for me to say." Her gaze locked with his. "Do you perhaps know about the hunting club called the Wolf Pack?" He moistened his lips. "Yeah." She waited. He pocketed her card, then recommenced wiping his hands, concentrating pointedly on the task. "It was something that started way back, apparently. Extreme hunting." "Which is what?" "Remote environments, kept secret and announced at the last moment so guys can't really prepare with prior knowledge of terrain or weather conditions, stuff like that. The guys also kind of put handicaps on each other, draw lots to decide. Like a contest, a game. Hold several hunts a year. Sounds cool to me." He hesitated, met her eyes, frowned, then said, "Why do you ask?" "I'd seen the sticker. Wondered, that's all. Do you know any of the members?" Like Buck, for example, whom Rebecca had seen Wes playing pool with at the Moose and Horn the day she'd interviewed Solly Meacham, along with Jesse Scott and Zinn Gutman. His mouth settled into a tight line.
His eyes darted back and forth between the truck and the door behind him to the adjacent store.
Can't say that I recall who all is a member.
"'Kay, thanks." Rebecca smiled and pocketed Ricky's drawing. Wes watched her gloved hands. "Call me about the Silverado. I need to get a more robust vehicle to navigate these roads."
"Talk to you later," he said.
Rebecca exited the garage. It was even colder out now. A gibbous moon hung in the sky, with a pale halo around it. Fingers of trees formed haunting silhouettes, bobbing in the wind. A tin clattered unseen over ice. As she started toward her Prius, yellow light spilled suddenly from a storefront adjacent to the garage. Rebecca stopped, frowned, then made her way back to the wall of the building. Staying close against the wall, she huddled deeper into her parka against the wind and peered carefully into the window. Around the side of the window display, she could see a corkboard with photos, a brag board, or portfolio of sorts, that showed various vehicles with design work. She caught sight of an image pinned in the top right corner, a photo of the snowmobile design that Ricky had rendered, a giant black spider with fangs and a web against a background of blaze orange. Her pulse quickened. More lights suddenly blazed on inside the store. Rebecca stepped back into shadow. She saw movement inside. Wes. He'd entered and flicked on the lights. He went to the counter and picked up a phone's handset. She watched him dial someone, then talk, gesturing. He hung up abruptly and came toward the board. Rebecca leaned farther back into shadow as she watched Wes unpin the photo of the orange machine with the spider. He moved out of sight. Shivering, Rebecca waited a while longer in shadow. The shop lights went off. She hurried back to her Prius, got into the vehicle, and fired up the engine and heater and fan. She made a note of the Ford F-350 plate number on a piece of paper before she forgot it. When her Prius was defrosted enough to see through melted holes on the windshield, she put her vehicle in gear and reversed out of the lot. Things were connecting. Circles were tightening. Somehow, Scott's Motorsports and a member, or members, of a hunting club were tied to her dad's death. She just wasn't sure how, or why, or what these people had to do with Whitney and Trevor's disappearance. Extreme hunting gone wrong? Chapter 49. Ricky sat with Tori by the fire in the living room of Broken Bar Lodge. She was teaching him how to play chess. Olivia and Cole had gone up to the library, giving them some time alone, which boggled his mind. They'd left Ace downstairs with them, and he snored in front of the fire. This place was huge. His whole house could probably fit into this open-plan living room area, with its log beams and wood paneling and ginormous table for guests and big dinners. They'd shared a meal at that long table. He, Tori, Olivia, and Cole. Cooked by an employee named Roshan. A venison pie with proper pastry, plus dessert and everything. Olivia and Cole had chatted with him about whether he was going to think of getting a new snowmobile, and if he worked summer jobs. They'd asked how many siblings he had, what movies and books he liked, what he thought about the proposed pipeline up north, because some of the members of Ricky's First Nations community were involved in the political protests around that. It kind of shocked him that people cared what he thought about abstract things like that. Like it mattered what his opinion was. Like they were really interested because it helped shape their own decisions. It made him think. Hard. Because he hadn't really considered the pipeline and its ramifications for First Nations communities like his, and what would happen to the forests and rivers and game if there was a spill. It turned his thoughts to Running Wind because his grandfather had felt strongly about all kinds of things like that, and remembering Running Wind made his chest sore. Ash's words curled through Ricky's memory as he moved a pawn. Running Wind entrusted that knife to you as a totem, something to remember him by.
not to go picking locks to steal some poor old man's hooch. He went out there in part for himself and in part for you, Ricky. You and your mom and Patty. Do you think being hooked up to machines was a better way for running wind? Stuck in some sterile hospital for months, costing your family money it doesn't have? Ash's words filled him with guilt, but they'd also started a tiny fire deep down in his belly, a desire to try to live his life in a way his granddad would approve of, like running wind was a compass, and maybe if Ricky steered by that compass, he could have things like this ranch house, delicious food at a big table, people around him who cared what he thought. Maybe if he got a nice house, he could get Patty to come live with him, and she'd be safe from that shit-ass boyfriend of his mother's. Ricky worried about that dude, and he worried about the asshole's little baby getting hurt too. His mind sifted to what Rebecca had said in Ash's truck about ketamine, and his thoughts turned darker. Tori leaned forward suddenly and snatched one of his paws off the board, leaving an avenue for her bishop to his queen. "Hey," she chuckled, and waved the dead pawn at him. "You're doomed, buddy. I got this one." He frowned and studied the board, hunting for a way out. Ace shifted in front of the fire. The wind whistled outside, and Ricky felt, he wanted this warmth, this safety, this comfort in his life. He glanced up at Tori and met her eyes. His heart did a funny squeeze. Maybe one day, just maybe, he could marry a girl like Tori. Chapter 50. Caribou Country, Thursday, January 17th. The bank clerk left Rebecca alone in a small, airless room with her father's safe deposit box. Now that Grace Parker and her team were officially on the case, Rebecca felt she needed to turn some attention to sorting out her father's affairs. Duddy Rawlinson of Rawlinson and Diamond Attorneys had given her the key and a copy of her dad's will. She knew her father had used Duddy as his lawyer in the past, and she had called him early this morning to see if he'd perhaps handled a will for her dad. He had, and it surprised Rebecca a little that her father had been this organized. He'd left everything he owned to her, the raised cabin, the uncultivated acres of land, the broken-down paddocks, the old Silverado, a small amount in savings and stocks and bonds, and a key to this box on the table in front of her. She steadied her mind and opened it. Inside, on the top, was a map showing the property lines of his farm. Now, her farm. It was far bigger than she'd realized, land just lying there. Everything that had been left to crumble upon the death of her mother, as if part of her father had gone with her, and the only energy and drive that remained he'd put toward his job and toward Rebecca. Her chest tightened. Beneath the map were an architect's plans for a cabin renovation that had never happened. Rebecca smiled wryly to herself. No chance of renovating that cabin now. She set the map and unused plans aside. Next in the box was a stack of old photographs. The top one was a faded image of a young, dark-haired woman in a yellow summer dress. She wore a huge smile and a strand of pearls. Surprise washed through Rebecca. She turned over the photo. In neat cursive writing on the back was her mother's maiden name, Paige Richmond, and a date. The photo had been shot 2 years before her mom and dad had married, 3 years before Rebecca had come into their lives. A wave of emotion crashed through her, and tears blurred the image. The thought of this young, beautiful woman with so much of the future glowing in her smile so many years ago. She couldn't even begin to articulate to herself what it meant to see this. Solly was right. Rebecca could see an echo of herself in the features of this young woman, in the way her mother held her head for the camera. Beneath this photograph there were others. Her father as a newly minted rookie in uniform. He looked so proud. Another image showing her dad holding a chubby Rebecca of around 6 months up like an airplane against a blue sky. She touched the image gently.
and she felt a whisper, his memory, shimmering around her like a presence conjured from this box, just as Whitney's mother kept a shrine of keepsakes to conjure her daughter to life in her mind. This box had been her father's shrine to his married life, and he'd left it for Rebecca. Not every memory of their lives had gone up in flames. She removed the photos. At the bottom of the box lay a midnight blue velvet pouch with a drawstring. She untied the string, opened the pouch. Out slid a strand of creamy pearls. Rebecca's heart stalled. Her mother's. The same pearls the young Paige Richmond was wearing in the photo taken 2 summers before she married. Oh, God, I can't handle this right now. Tears sheened down Rebecca's cheeks. She found a tissue in her pocket, blew her nose. Then she picked up the strand of pearls and clasped it around her neck. She slid the pearls under her sweater, cold and foreign against her skin, before they started to warm. She placed her hand flat over them, and somehow, as trite as it might have seemed, she felt as if she'd just been welcomed home. She remembered that warm feeling of her mother's arms around her. She could feel her father spinning her like an airplane up high in the sky. She could hear his voice in her mind, him reading her stories. She could smell bread baking in the kitchen, and she could recall the sensation of her mother's horse under her and the sun upon her back as her mom taught her to ride. She could smell the loamy earth of the old vegetable garden and see the smudge of dirt on her mother's face that had made her laugh. She remembered the feeling of her mother's dog's fur beneath her palm, and how the old dog would lie at her mom's feet while her mom sat at her sewing machine, at that table, now in the moonshine shed. Rebecca had a sudden urge to sand that old table down, oil it up, bring it back to life and put it in a big farm kitchen. The thought shocked her, but it was there, a bright color image. Her gaze fell on the map of the land, and Rebecca knew with sudden and utter conviction she was not going to sell that land. Not now. Not right away. It was still her home. This place, her people, her family, were still here in spirit, and she wasn't going to leave until she'd felt their memories dissipate, the spirits of them leave. A proper goodbye might take some time. It might mean facing painful feelings and working through them, as opposed to running away from something that hurt, as she had as a teen, as she'd always run since. And maybe, she thought as she packed the photos and map and plans back into the safe deposit box, maybe the things she'd been unable to face back when she was 16, 17, 18, was the thing she'd craved the most. This connection, the love, the sense of roots, because she'd become terrified on some subterranean level of being abandoned, betrayed, as her mother had abandoned her in death, as Ash, her rock, had betrayed her in life. So she'd pushed her father away too, when he'd been suffering the loss of his wife and needed his daughter's love. She'd abandoned him in her own attempts to armor herself for survival. She shut the box, thinking life was messy and complex. I miss you, Dad. I'm so very sorry I came back too late. Chapter 51. Rebecca parked her new SUV rental along the edge of the logging road. After visiting the bank, she'd traded the Prius for an upgrade that came with solid winter tires. Engine running, she checked the map that Hatfield had marked against her vehicle's GPS. This was the spot where the .30-30 rifle bullet had come through the Hatfield's truck window. She killed the engine and got out. Cold and the quiet of endless forest descended. Crystals sparkled on trees and on the ground and on the road. She crunched over to the side of the road where Hatfield had described a ditch with blood. A raven cawed. She jerked her head up. A scattering of blackbirds exploded into the pale northern sky. She watched them, her pulse beating a little too fast as the giant flock folded and reformed in patterns across the sky. As she watched, a wan sun peeked over the tips of the trees, spilling pale color over the forest. No warmth. She turned and surveyed the area. The forest was dense here. Old-growth trees encased in frozen snow. Dead snags poked ominously above the canopy. A bird of prey with something wriggling in its beak watched her from one. A chill trickled down her spine when she realized just how close to Haugen Ranch land she stood. Through those trees, she knew, lay a clearing. Then, on the other side of the clearing, the ruins of an abandoned summer camp, an overgrown, densely treed area at the back end of Haugen property that had been neglected and allowed to grow wild. She remembered this area because when she was in 10th grade, she'd asked Ash to show her the camp ruins, but he'd acted so oddly in refusing that it had stuck in her mind. He'd said he never went there. No one did. He'd told her the ruins weren't safe, but she hadn't believed him. The winter chill seemed to sink deeper into her bones, along with unbidden and darker questions that didn't butt up well against logic. Why had Ash avoided this place? Why had he lied? Sometimes we see what we think we should be seeing. Like a cop sees a gun in a hand that holds a cell phone. Like the Hatfields, perhaps, had seen a deer fleeing, and not a young woman with long gold hair, because it created too much dissonance in their brains. Like I, perhaps, refused to see things about Ash? But, Rebecca argued with herself, Ash had avoided this place before Whitney and Trevor had vanished, and before the Hatfields had caught a stray bullet in their headrest and seen that blood and something running through the woods. She crunched over hoarfrost, layering the ditch, and entered the forest. She stood where she believed the Hatfields might have stood on that hot Indian summer day just over 20 years ago, right on the cusp of a tremendous thunderstorm. The same storm in which she'd seen Ash wandering dazed and bloody. She moved a little deeper into the white trees. The tall sentinels surrounded her, stiff, watchful, as if sentient beings. The wind sloughed through their frozen branches, the ice crackling and whispering. They were magnificent old trees. They'd stood here for well over 2 decades and watched whatever had played out beneath their branches. The memory of the event the Hatfields had witnessed was recorded in their fabric. The blood that had spilled had been absorbed by their roots, the nutrients denoted in their rings. A crack split the silence. Rebecca inhaled sharply. She stilled and listened, trying to ascertain where the noise had come from. Ice? Another sharp report cracked through the forest. Gunshot. A bullet slammed into the trunk of a tree near her head. She flung herself down to the frozen snow, her heart jackhammered. She lay listening to the echo dying into the distant hills, trying to figure out which direction the shots had come from. Silence descended. The wind, sharp and sibilant, hushed through the forest. A bird cried. Then she heard it. A crunch of movement on snow. It came from deeper inside the woods. She edged up slightly and scanned the area. She could discern no shape moving between the trunks or in the shadows. Rebecca scuttled in a careful leopard crawl over the ice toward her vehicle. She crawled onto the road and around the far side of her vehicle. She reached up for the driver's door handle. Crack! A bullet pinged off the bumper from the opposite direction. Heart pounding in her throat, she yanked open the door and clambered into the vehicle, staying low below the windshield. She reached for her father's rifle, which she'd put into the back. She loaded it and edged into position. She peeked up through the windshield. A bullet thunked into the side of her SUV. She ducked, started the engine, then opened the driver's side window. Edging up cautiously, she inched the rifle muzzle out the window. She curled her gloved finger around the trigger, waited. Another shot slammed into the side of the SUV. She fired. The sound blasted through the SUV interior, slamming into her eardrums. Her eyes watered. She could hear nothing apart from the boom deafening her ears. She saw a movement among the trees. She opened the driver's side door, using it as cover. She got out, fired again. Over the deafening booming in her ears, she thought she heard an engine start up. Snowmobile. It roared somewhere behind the cover of the trees on the Haugen side and disappeared into the distance. Dizzy from the sound against her eardrums, she got back into the car, reloaded, waited. Silence. The swarm of blackbirds murmured above the forest canopy. The pale lemon of a sun eked higher over the tips of trees. It was all calm again, as if nothing had happened, witnessed only by her and these frozen conifer sentinels. Much the same as it might have seemed for the Hatfields 20 years ago, on the cusp of a storm that had washed everything, including the blood, away. But not the bullet. She now had that bullet, and she now knew that someone did not want her here, in this very spot, because this was where something had gone very wrong that Indian summer so long ago, on that day Whitney and Trevor seemingly vanished from the face of this earth. This was it, ground zero. That blood of the wounded animal could have been the blood of a young woman who was pregnant, and possibly being hunted. She felt ill. Rebecca checked her phone. Her hand was trembling. No cell reception. She got out of the SUV and checked the vehicle for damage. The bullets had slammed into the left rear passenger door. They were lodged somewhere inside. Now she had those bullets, too. Still shaking from the aftershocks of adrenaline, she got back into the driver's seat and engaged her gears. When she finally hit the paved highway at the top of the escarpment and found cell reception, she pulled over and called Detective Grace Parker. She told Parker she wanted a cadaver dog team. She explained why. There's an abandoned summer camp on the back end of Haugen Ranch. We should search that area first. It's private property? It belongs to Ash Haugen. She felt a wave of nausea at the words coming off her tongue, at the ramifications for Ash of what she was setting in motion. She felt she was betraying him, but something was off about the back end of his property. There was still something he was hiding. Regardless, she was doing her duty, and this was her commitment to her father. Grace informed Rebecca she was just pulling into town. She instructed Rebecca to head directly to the Clinton RCMP detachment and meet her there. They were setting up an incident room. I'll put in a call to the Canine Cadaver Crew, Grace said. Meanwhile, I'll get work rolling on a search warrant for Haugen's property. Chapter 52. Rebecca perched on the corner of a metal desk in the small incident room that Sergeant Grace Parker had commandeered in the Clinton RCMP detachment. The major crimes investigator had brought a detective from Kelowna with her. Also in the room with them was Corporal J. Muhammad, the officer from Ashcroft who'd been tasked with the Una Ferris incident. Plus, Grace had brought with her a tech who would handle comms and liaise with the Southeastern District Major Crimes HQ. So, what have we got so far? Grace stood in front of what was now a crime scene board on one wall of the room. She'd stipulated that this room was to be kept locked and was off-limits to anyone not directly involved in the case, unless they had specific authorization from her personally. Which meant Buck was sidelined, and he was seething about it. Grace pointed a slender finger to a photo on the board. She wore a steel gray suit over a polo-neck sweater that fitted her gym-honed body like a glove. Parker stood around 5'4" and was in her mid-50s. She carried an air of experience and unfettered efficiency. Her voice was clear and clipped. Her hair was cut convenience short, and her movements were sharp, like her piercing gray eyes. No wedding band, or any other jewelry for that matter. Her makeup was subtle, but she did wear some. A tiny nod to vanity, Rebecca suspected. She wondered briefly if Grace Parker had always been this way, or if her exterior was a carapace hardened over years of fighting her way through a competitive environment for a coveted top spot in major crimes in what was still, unfortunately, a fairly misogynistic and paramilitary federal and regional law enforcement agency. Rebecca had wanted to be a cop like Sergeant Grace Parker. She was on her way to getting there. But watching Grace now, in this detachment that had been her father's, Rebecca wasn't so sure it was still what she wanted.
Whitney Gagnon and Trevor Beauchamp.
Grace moved her finger over an image of Whitney, then Trevor.
Last seen here.
She tapped a spot on the map mounted to the wall.
The Renegade Lines bus stop, in what was a vacant lot next to Dot's Donuts and Diner. No record of them since that Sunday morning of September 27th, when Ash Haugen dropped Gagnon off and fought with Beauchamp, who allegedly drew a flick knife.
She met the eyes of everyone on her team, one by one.
Corporal Noah North was investigating this case on his own time. His interest seems to have been sparked by Thora Battersby.
Grace ran through everything Rebecca had given her to date, including the details from her visit to the Sled Necks Bar and Grill and Scott's Motorsports last night.
The Ford F-350 that was up on the hoist is registered to Jesse Scott. He's also the owner on record of the auto shop, plus he's a part owner of the Sled Necks Bar in partnership with Wally Fowler. According to records, he acquired the business in November 1998. Jesse Scott is known to police.
Rebecca sat up. This was news to her.
The timing of the business takeover was also interesting.
November 1998 was just more than a month after Whitney and Trevor disappeared, with cash possibly totaling over $50,000. Grace consulted her notes.
Scott has done time for possession of narcotics with intent to distribute, and for assault and battery. He has known connections to bikers and the drug trade in the North.
She looked up.
In order to determine whether his Ford F-50 was involved in the snowmobile accident with Ricky Simon and Tory Burton, we'll need a warrant. We don't have enough evidence to secure one. Yet.
She pointed to another photo on the board.
Una Ferris, deceased in a single motor vehicle incident hours before she was due to tell Noah North who coerced her into lying about seeing Whitney Gagnon and Trevor Beauchamp climbing into a white van with Oregon plates.
She gave a nod toward Corporal J. Muhammad.
Jay's Ashcroft colleagues are reopening the Una Ferris accident investigation with assistance from our Kelowna team. Ferris used to live with and work for Wally Fowler. We'll presume she also knew Jesse Scott. We already know she was acquainted with Whitney Gagnon and presumably also with Trevor Beauchamp, because Fowler claims Beauchamp was a regular in the bar at the time.
Grace strode across the room.
Allegedly, the teens went missing with around $50,000 in cash. Allegedly, Whitney Gagnon was around 12 weeks pregnant with Ash Haugen's child.
She stopped pacing and faced the team.
In full disclosure, she said, Rebecca here is not only Noah North's daughter, but she was in an intimate relationship with Ash Haugen at the time of the teen's disappearance. Rebecca's role from here on out is for background information and to function in an advisory capacity.
She addressed Rebecca specifically.
Thank you for your work to date.
Rebecca swallowed, nodded. She'd come clean with Grace, every last detail. She could no longer protect Ash from whatever secrets he was holding, or lie to herself. She needed the truth. They all did. However it came.
It's a small town, Rebecca offered. You're not going to find anyone not connected to someone. And Ash Haugen and I did break up right after he initiated a relationship with Whitney Gagnon. Haugen remains a key person of interest at this juncture, Grace said. Our working theory is Noah North and Una Ferris were killed because someone involved with the disappearance of Gagnon and Beauchamp was worried about being exposed for what we're going to assume might be the double homicide of Gagnon and Beauchamp. She strode once more across the room in her low heels, turned to face the team, and folded her arms across her chest. This might be about money. Where did the alleged cash go? It might be about passion, revenge for a perceived wrong. Could Ash Haugen or Trevor Beauchamp have hurt Whitney Gagnon? Could she have been pursued by a stalker? A peeping Tom?
Rebecca noted that Grace did not mention Buck specifically. She was respecting his office, for now, but keeping that avenue of investigation open. It might be that the teens were picked up hitching at the bus stop and taken on a sick joy hunt near the back end of Haugen's land. It could be a combination of any of those angles. Whatever it is, someone in this town knows. Someone who was in the area 20 years ago and is still in the area now. Either this suspect has been living here all that time, or has returned. She paused. Or perhaps it's more than one suspect. Whoever it is, they've proved they are prepared to kill not once to keep it quiet, but several times. And might try again. "Have you got an ETA on the canine cadaver unit?" Rebecca asked, checking her watch, feeling tense.
The K-9 team landed by helicopter 20 minutes ago, Grace said. They're already on their way out to the mainline logging road location described by Frank Hatfield. They will be joined there by a civilian SAR team, presently setting up a command post. Before we can go on to Haugen's land, however, we will need a warrant. I'm waiting on that now. As soon as it's cleared, we go in. The bullet from Hatfield's truck has been sent for ballistics analysis, along with the bullets from Rebecca's rental. The ident team has lifted prints from North's moonshine shed and is working on the cabin fire site as we speak, looking specifically at the gun cabinet and North's weapon for additional latents. Autopsy results have gone for secondary analysis, including the tox reports.
Grace's phone buzzed. She checked it and repocketed it.
I've got an officer posted outside the Sled Next Bar and Scott's Motorsports. He will watch for any suspicious activity. We've got officers in Devil's Butte inquiring about the orange snowmobile and helmet. We'll be bringing in Thora Battersby for questioning and Frank Hatfield for an official statement. We'll also bring in Solly Meacham, who spoke in some detail to North on the day he died, and we'll bring in Ash Haugen.
She cleared her throat. Rebecca's mouth felt dry. She shifted her position on the metal desk, uncomfortable, tense. A knock sounded on the door. A young female officer Rebecca had not yet seen entered. She held up papers. "Got the search warrant," she said. Grace addressed the officer from Kelowna. "Get the warrant to Haugen. Stat. Go in at the front entrance of his ranch. Stay in contact. As soon as it's delivered, notify me, and we'll move the crews in on the back end." Rebecca came sharply to her feet. "I'll do it." Grace Parker studied her. The fluorescent lighting from above glanced off the lenses of her small wire-rimmed glasses, rendering her eyes inscrutable. "Why?" Grace asked quietly. "I know him," Rebecca said. "I can read him. I might be able to get something out of his reaction. He might be more cooperative and tell me something he wouldn't tell an unknown officer. I owe it to Ash. I need to do this myself. I need to see his face when he learns a cadaver dog is searching that piece of property he never wanted to visit." Grace weighed her for a moment. "Fine." She nodded to the female officer to hand Rebecca the warrant, and Rebecca got an uneasy sense Grace Parker might be playing her. Watching, waiting, possibly, for Rebecca to slip up. Because if Ash had wanted Whitney Gagnon gone from his life, Rebecca had also wanted her gone. Chapter 53. It was around lunchtime, and the weather was finally showing signs of breaking when Rebecca made her way down to the lake on Ash's ranch. His housekeeper had said she'd find him on the ice with Ricky. Black clouds boiled and muscled together above the distant marble mountains, and a warmer wind twisted conifer branches into a frenzy, cracking ice and dislodging chunks of frozen snow that landed with thuds as temperatures rose. She heard a dog yapping and the sharp clack of hockey sticks and the scrape of blades on ice. She crested a rise and stilled as she saw them below. Man, boy, and dog playing ice hockey on the lake in front of a goal net. For a moment Rebecca stood and watched, besieged by a sense of past and of future, of playful and devastating, a father figure and an accidental son. The warrant in her pocket burned a hole in her chest as her stomach shrank with anxiety. Ash thwacked the puck, sending the black disk skittering over the lake's surface. Ricky chased after it with wild strides. Ash followed, agile but bigger. Kibu slipped and slid, barking after them. Ricky fell and went sliding a distance on his stomach. She heard the boys' laughter. Ash skated up to him and held out a hand, the wind ruffling his dark hair. Ricky's gloved hand clasped Ash's. Even over this distance, Rebecca felt the lock of a bond in that clasp. Her heart went tight. Ricky would have to leave, return to his mother. Grace wanted to separate the young witness from a person of interest who held coercive power over the kid. Part of Rebecca just wanted to walk away, right now, make it all go away. She didn't want to be party to this search, this violation of his private land, and what was to follow for Ash. But one way or another, she and Ash had been locked together in this from that hot July night, 20 years ago, at the annual Clinton Rodeo Fair, as had Bucky Johnstone, jerking off as he watched Ash and Whitney in the barn. Once Ricky had been righted on the ice, Ash slapped him hard on the shoulder. Then he stilled, as if sensing her presence up on the rise. He glanced her way. Time stalled. It was a moment from which there could be no turning back. He waved. She raised her hand, and he started to skate slowly toward the shore. His movements changed, as if he'd read the gravity in her salute. Ricky and Kibu followed behind him. They came off the ice as Rebecca made her way down to the lake edge. They took off their skates on a small bench that had been cleaned of snow and pulled on their boots. She waited a tiny distance away. "Give us a moment," Ash said to Ricky. "Take Kibu up to the house." Ricky eyed Rebecca, then looked deeply at Ash. "Go," he said. Ricky carried his skates over his shoulder and called Kibu. The dog followed him up toward the house. Ricky hesitated, stopped, looked back. Ash nodded as if to say, "Go on, it'll be fine." But Ricky could see it wasn't fine. Ash came up to her, cheeks ruddy from cold and exercise, his ice-blue eyes hauntingly pale, his black hair mussed. "This doesn't look like a social visit," he said quietly. "I'm sorry, Ash." She reached into the breast pocket of her parka, took out the warrant. She handed it to him. He read it, his face, his body, tightening as the wind whipped his hair. His eyes met hers. He said nothing. The unspoken hung between them. "You could have just asked." His voice was low, quiet, dangerous. His eyes crackled with fury. "Sergeant Parker needs it done by the book." "What? You think you're going to find human remains? Whitney? Trevor? Why there? Why on my land? Why that place?" "What is it about that place, Ash?" He turned sharply and strode up toward the house in Ricky's wake. "Ash!" "I'm going out there," he yelled over his shoulder. She hurried after him. "It's not a good idea." He spun. Ice fire burned in his eyes. His jaw jutted out, aggressive, rigid. The shape of his body was fierce. "It's my land, my property. I am entitled to see that they don't overstep the bounds of this fucking warrant." He waved the paper in her face. "Then I'm coming with you." "No, you're not. I'm taking my sled, heading across the land. It's faster." He started back toward his house. She grabbed his arm. "No, Ash, if you want to go out there, you're coming with me. My vehicle." She'd been given use of a police SUV because her rental had gone into evidence. She'd also been issued a service weapon, which was in a holster at her hip. "We go the long way around, by road. I can't have you interfering with a canine search coming in on a sled from the other end." He paused, his back to her, simmering. Clouds churned across the sky, darkening the pale disk of the sun. Wind gusted sharply, and the first few tiny flecks of snow floated into the air. They settled white on his dark hair. She saw the moment in his body when he conceded, a subtle dip of his shoulders, and he recommenced his stride toward the house. She hurried after him, heart racing. "I know him. I can read him." And she didn't like what she'd seen. A glimpse of raw fear beneath rage, the dangerous combination of a predator, cornered.
Chapter 54. The road had been cordoned off. Rebecca showed her badge to the officer parked in his cruiser at the barrier. He offered her a clipboard with a sign-in sheet. As she signed, he told her where she could park. She handed the board back to him, and he waved her through. She drove her black, unmarked Chevy Tahoe to the designated parking area. Ash sat stoic and sullen at her side. He'd spoken no words on the trip over, and the tension in the Chevrolet was heavy. A sense of foreboding simmered between them. Rebecca parked, feeling time overlap. It felt as if everything back then had led to this moment. They exited the vehicle and walked in silence toward the SAR command van and an assortment of police and civilian vehicles with search and rescue designations on their plates. They were all parked close to where Rebecca had been shot at earlier, including the ident van. Police tape cordoned off the area where she'd been fired upon. The tape flapped in the wind. Crime scene techs in white Tyvek suits combed the ground looking for shell casings and other evidence. A demarcated path led in and out of the search area. Rebecca and Ash followed it to the clearing. What would be scrub and fireweed and berry bushes in the summer was covered in snow that was softening as the front moved in. All around them, chunks of snow melted and slid from branches, bombing to the ground. The branches, released from their weight, sprang back and waved in the storm wind. It felt as though the forest around them was alive, agitated. Tiny flecks of snow mocked and danced in the wind, growing fatter and fatter. Rebecca and Ash crossed the clearing along the demarcated path and entered the forest on the opposite end. They were now on the back end of Ash's property. A SAR member in a heavy red jacket with Caribou Search and Rescue emblazoned in white down the arms halted them. "Sorry, you can't go further," she said. "Cadaver team is working the area." She was tall, fit-looking, with a clean face devoid of makeup, and her blonde hair pulled back in an efficient ponytail. Rebecca held out her police ID. "Sergeant Rebecca North," she said, "and this is Ash Haugen, the property owner." The woman eyed Ash, direct, unflinching. "Cat Morgan." She offered a gloved hand. In her other, she held an insulated mug of what smelled like coffee. "Search manager." "Found anything?" Rebecca asked. "Not yet." Cat sipped her coffee as she watched the woods. Rebecca could hear snatches of voices and calls coming through the trees from where she presumed the abandoned summer camp ruins lay. Snow thumped to the ground from higher up in the canopy. Even the smell of the air was different in the warming temperatures, more rounded, softer. "This change in weather is good for the canine's nose," Cat offered, tilting her chin toward the sounds of the search. "Warmer, wetter. Smell carries better." They waited as Cat finished her coffee, and intermittent broadcasts stuttered through the radio in a pouch on her chest. Her radio crackled again. "Unit 1 for Cat. Unit 1 for Cat." She stepped aside to answer a request from the field. Rebecca glanced at Ash. Everything about him looked wrong. Tight, black, dangerous. He refused to meet her eyes. Instead, he stared fixedly into the trees, listening to the calls of the searchers. An ill feeling seeped and settled into the pit of her stomach. "Why did you never want to show me this area of the ranch, Ash?" His mouth tightened. He was too angry to talk to her. Or worse, he was afraid. "What happened here? Something happened here, didn't it? And do you know what it is?" Now he met her gaze. His eyes locked onto hers. Anxiety sank talons into her chest at the look on his features. "Ash," she whispered. "Talk to me, please." "You asking me as a cop or an old friend?" She swallowed, holding his gaze. He turned, but as he did, loud barking came through the trees. It changed quickly to wild yipping. Cat exploded into action and moved fast into the trees. Rebecca took off after her. Ash followed. The yipping grew louder, sharper, increasingly urgent. A voice reached them. Male. "Got something. Got an alert here." Ahead of Rebecca, Cat's radio crackled. They broke through brush and came upon the scene. A slender black Labrador was rearing up and down as it yapped at a massive, toppled, old-growth cedar log that was decaying in a small clearing where the cabin ruins poked out from snow and vegetation. One of the cabins, Rebecca noted, had been sealed off with plywood boards upon which graffiti was scrawled. The place felt eerie, hollowed, watched over by tall trees that seemed to gather arms around the place. "Something inside this log deadfall," called the male dog handler. Cat hurried over to assist a SAR member who was trying to clear old snow and other detritus from the hollow opening of the log. Once they'd cleared a hole, Cat got down on hands and knees and shone a flashlight in. "Can't see anything from this end." "It's way down on this end," the handler called, tapping the log. "Spirit is alerting down here." A police officer came through the trees with a crowbar. Excitement shimmered as a cop and a SAR volunteer worked to crack open the top of the decaying tree trunk. Rebecca and Ash stared in simmering silence as one of the officers used the crowbar to crack open a curved slab of bark, like it was the lid of a chest. Or coffin. Spirit was trained to alert only on cadaver scent. A hush fell over the group. Even Spirit became quiet. A few flakes of snow wafted through the canopy. Everyone moved forward. Cat shone her flashlight into the cavity. "Shit," she whispered. Rebecca moved forward to see. Inside, under the glow of Cat's flashlight, was a whole skeleton curled into a fetal position. The bones were stained dark brown. Bits of decayed fabric clung to the ribs, but the rest of the bones were exposed. It appeared they'd been perfectly preserved in their cedar coffin, no dirt or detritus covering them. Cat moved her light closer. Rebecca leaned in farther, and her heart stopped. Cradled by the pelvic bones was a rounded shape, maybe the size of a tennis ball, and what looked like more tiny bones. She couldn't breathe. No one spoke. The officer clicked on his flashlight and added more illumination. His beam glanced off a piece of oxidized metal near the skull. It was about an inch long, shape of a leaf. An image flooded Rebecca's brain. The school photograph in the Clinton Sentinel article from the last days of 1998, showing a bright and vital young woman with gold hair and the light and smile of the future in her eyes, and leaf-shaped earrings glimmering from her ears. Whitney Gagnon. They'd found her. And her baby. She'd been sleeping here, curled around her fetus and protected by the ancient cedar log for the last 2 decades, right here on Ash's land. "Looks like that could be a bullet." The cop pointed his flashlight at a darkened piece of metal near the skeleton's shoulder. "Everybody back! Move back! Now!" called Grace Parker as she came marching through the trees followed by 2 crime scene techs in white boiler suits, one carrying a camera. "I want this entire area sealed off." She barked at her officer. "Now! Everybody back! And I want a cover brought in, a tent that can cover this whole log. This snow is forecast to turn to rain before dark, and I want lights. Get a portable system and generator brought out here. Stat!"
The canine handler had stepped aside and was playing a reward game of tug with his lab. Rebecca glanced at Ash. He had come up the log and was standing beside her. He was white, absolutely bloodless, staring at the little skull and bones cradled in the skeleton's pelvis. His baby.
"Get him out of here,"
Grace called when she caught sight of him, her face furious. Ash lurched over to the bushes. He bent double, retched twice, and threw up, a hand bracing on the trunk of a tree for support. Grace Parker addressed another RCMP officer.
"You, take Mr. Haugen there down to the Clinton detachment. Give him his rights and hold him for questioning until I get there."
Chapter 55. Caribou Country, Friday, January 18th. Rebecca watched through the two-way mirror as Grace Parker and her homicide colleague from District HQ seated themselves at a table opposite Ash in the interview room. They'd detained him for investigative purposes for almost 24 hours now. Grace and her partner had taken a break and were coming back for another shot at him. Rebecca checked her watch. They needed to release him within the next 30 minutes or charge him. Ash had asked for counsel. His lawyer, who reminded Rebecca uncomfortably of a young version of Lance, sat beside him. Ash had so far been cooperative. He'd voluntarily given a DNA sample and been fingerprinted. He looked aged, tired, beaten, but not bowed. A powerful and caged animal who did not belong in there. Or did he? Conflict, pain, anxiety churned through Rebecca. She wanted answers as badly as any of them, but her gut, every instinct, believed that while he would prove to be innocent, there was still something that did not meet the eye. Ash was withholding something, and Grace sensed it, too. Rebecca's fear was that Ash was so committed to keeping whatever dark secret he held that he could end up by going down for this if he and his lawyer weren't careful.
"He's guilty,"
said an RCMP officer who stood beside Rebecca.
"He's fucking guilty as sin, you can see it."
She looked at him, a hot hatred erupting through her. "What happened to innocent until proven otherwise?" she said.
"What? You don't think he did it?" he snorted. "After everything you heard in that interrogation?"
He held out his hand and began to tick points off on his fingers.
"Haugen admitted he'd fathered that fetus found in that log. He admitted he wanted Whitney Gagnon gone. He took her to the bus. He was angry with Trevor Beauchamp for taking his money and his pregnant girl, and he got into a fight. Witness saw him. Witness saw a knife drawn. And Haugen sure as hell is lying about that scar down his face. Says it was a horse. Funny, how it happened on the very same day? And there's your own testimony that he was wandering down the road in the storm, bloodied and beaten up and dazed. He was also the last person to see Noah North alive. Haugen made a statement that he'd noticed the key in North's gun safe on the wall. He knew there was ammo in there. He could have returned on his snow machine. He has access to veterinary supplies like ketamine on the part of his ranch rented by Douglas Cattle Farms. Their large animal vet keeps supplies there. He admits North spoke to him about the case. North could have told him about the witness in Cache Creek.
"So where's the snowmobile and helmet that Ricky Simon witnessed?" Rebecca countered. "Those weren't found on his property."
"He'd have dumped them when he saw from the tracks that the kids had been in the moonshine shed and maybe seen his helmet and machine. He could have tried to run them off the road."
"His truck doesn't have the sticker Tory Burton described."
"Could have removed it."
"And then he rescued them?"
A shrug. "It's possible. When he saw they were still alive, misdirect the investigation."
He lied. It wasn't a riding accident that gashed open his face. That was the thing that had bugged her father, enough that he'd phoned her and asked her about it. It bugged Rebecca now. Focus. Consider just the facts. Just the facts. A forensic anthropologist had been brought in. The anthropologist and her team were out on site now,
working on documenting the grave and remains in situ. Then they'd be removing the bones and transporting them to a specialized room that had been set up next to the morgue in Devil's Butte. DNA from the female skeleton would be analyzed and compared to DNA that had now been extracted from Whitney's baby tooth, which her mother had surrendered to the team. DNA from the fetal remains would also be sent for analysis and would be compared against Ash's sample for confirmation of a paternal match. These tests would be expedited, Grace had said, given that a killer, or killers, were still presumed to be at large. The team was also awaiting ballistics results from the Hatfield bullet, and from the bullets extracted from Rebecca's rental. Grace was additionally encouraged by the discovery of some yet-to-be-identified partial latents that Tex had managed to lift from her father's gun safe. Inside the interview room, Grace opened her notepad and commenced questioning Ash again. "Where is Trevor Beauchamp's body?" she asked. "I told you. The last I saw of either Whitney or Trevor was at the Renegade Line's bus stop on the Sunday morning, September 27th. You remember the date?" "I remember the date." "Why?" Ash sipped from a plastic cup of water. "Because I would be free to pursue my relationship with Rebecca North." A pause. "It was a big deal for me." Emotion swelled and formed a hard basketball in Rebecca's chest. She felt the cop beside her staring at her. "And your injury was incurred later that same day?" "I told you. Riding accident." "Why refuse to be taken to the ER?" Grace's partner asked. "Can't say. Wasn't thinking clearly." "Did you know Una Ferris?" Grace asked. "I'd been introduced to her at what was the Devil's Butt bar in Devil's Butte, and I saw her there on a few other occasions." "When you met with Whitney there?" "Yes." "Did you coerce Una Ferris into lying about the white van?" "No." "Did you give Whitney cash?" "I told you, yes. Around 11 grand. "Where is that money now?" "I don't know what happened to that money." "Where are the orange snowmobile and spider helmet?" "I have no orange snowmobile or spider helmet." "Did your employee, Wes Steele, design that spider and web foil for you at—" "Look," said Ash's legal counsel as he leaned forward. He overtly checked his watch. "We've covered this ground. My client has answered all these questions more than once. You either need to release him or bring him in front of a magistrate and charge him." Grace checked her own watch. By her expression, Rebecca could see she was frustrated. There'd been a seismic shift in attitude among the investigative team after the human remains and little fetal skeleton had been found. This case was serious, a meaty one. It had all the feels. It was suddenly no longer about an old, drunk, and mentally addled small-town retired cop eating his shotgun. It was about one of their own, who had not given up on a cold case more than 20 years later. And it was about an unborn baby. It was exactly what Rebecca had wanted, for her dad to be taken seriously, to be shown to have gone down while pursuing a case. Her goal had been won. She'd exonerated her father. She'd given him back his pride. But now she had this. Ash being interrogated for her dad's murder and facing possible charges for the double homicide of 2 teens, one of them carrying his baby, and for the possible murder of Una Ferris. She got up, grabbed her coat off the back of a chair, and left the observation room. Rebecca punched her arms into her parka as she marched through the building. She exited into late afternoon darkness hung low with black clouds. She walked bareheaded through softly falling snow, aiming for the place down the street where her father used to go to find warmth and friendship. The Moose and Horn in the old Caribou Lodge Motel. She needed a drink. She needed some familiar faces. She needed friends. Chapter 56. Caribou Country, Friday, January 25th. Rebecca sat at a table in the Moose and Horn with Solly and Dixie and their husbands, Louis Meacham and Dr. Bob McCracken. They were enjoying a new pub menu item of beef and Guinness pot pie. Solly had invited them to be guinea pigs for a meal on the house.
The establishment was filled with music, laughter, voices, the clack of cutlery and crockery, and the sense of good, hearty winter fare. Outside, snow fell softly and consistently, and the temperature hovered just above freezing. She reached for her beer glass and said to Solly, "This place is crazy busy. Is it always like this on a Friday?" Solly grinned.
"Happens when you're the only watering hole in a one-horse town. That plus the dark of midwinter," Lewis added. "Cabin fever. Folks need a place to get out and gather."
Lewis was looking good. In his 40s and fit, with a head of thick brown hair and dancing brown eyes.
"Like the village living room," added Bob, delivering a forkful of steaming, dark Guinness pie to his mouth. The man who had been the village doctor had widened in girth and thinned in hair, but the doc carried his new mantle of mayor with obvious pride and pleasure. Rebecca liked him a lot more now than she had as a kid. She smiled and felt better for it. These people were good company. "You guys have enjoyed it? The hospitality industry?" she asked Solly and Lewis. "We've had a good run since my dad died,"
Lewis said, breaking off a hunk of soda bread and sopping up the rich gravy on his plate.
"God bless his soul, but things sure got a lot nicer after he passed."
"Lewis!" Sally punched his arm.
"It's true," he said around his mouthful,
his dark eyes playful. A scoundrel, Rebecca thought. Lewis was charming, seductive, nice to be around. Sally reached for her glass of stout.
"I guess old man Meacham was a control freak, a micromanager, bitter by nature. Just born that way."
"Ah," said Bob McCracken, "give the man's ghost a break." Dixie placed her small hand over Bob's large one, and as Rebecca observed these two couples, each person so different, yet each complimenting his or her partner, she felt a pang of emptiness. She'd officially broken it off with Lance on Monday. Or rather, Lance had dumped her. He'd informed her over the phone that he'd asked Heather Whitehall, his junior associate, to move in with him. She'd taken a position with another firm to avoid complications. It was serious. He'd been terribly apologetic about delivering this news while she was struggling with the loss of her father, but Rebecca had cut him off and said, "It's fine, Lance. I'm happy for you. Enjoy your relationship." She took a gulp of her cold beer, recalling with a wash of shame the way she'd ugly cried alone in her hotel room after hanging up. She'd sobbed over the loss of something she hadn't really wanted, but maybe thought she had. And now she was adrift, not knowing what she did want. "You doing okay, Bex?" Dixie asked, watching her. Yeah, I'm fine." She took another sip, followed by a forkful of pie. "It's just being sidelined from the investigation," she said around her mouthful, feeling a bit at a loose end. "I know how you feel." She gave a wry smile. "Having my work second-guessed is no fun either." The case would have gone back to the RCMP either way, Dix, once the ketamine and other subsequent evidence showed up. Dixie reached for her glass. "Still," she raised her drink, "here's to answers, and finding who did it." They made a toast, but the mood had shifted.
"How's Buck handling it all?"
Solly asked, forking up the last bit of pie on her plate. "I don't know," Rebecca said. "He wasn't happy to see Grace and her team arrive, that's for sure. But from what I last heard, it seems his work was pretty much by the book. So far. Someone did a good job of faking a suicide, enough to throw off the initial investigation. If it wasn't for my dad's phone call to me, it all might have ended right there." The group fell silent for a moment. The elephant among them was Ash. No one asked about him or mentioned his name, even though Rebecca knew the whole village was abuzz with news of the skeleton in the log discovery and the tiny baby bones. Everyone in town seemed to be waiting, suspended on tenterhooks, for the case to break as Grace Parker's team meticulously worked through its investigation. Ash's property had been searched in more detail for the orange snowmobile and helmet, As far as Rebecca knew, nothing had been found of the sled anywhere. Neither had evidence been found to secure a warrant to search Jesse Scott's business, or his truck, to see whether his vehicle had recently been involved in an accident. A second cadavered dog team had been flown in, and the search area around the abandoned cabins had been expanded in a quest to locate the remains of Trevor Beauchamp. But as far as Rebecca knew, not a sign of Trevor had been found. Grace's team had questioned Wes Steele, but he'd come across as afraid and uncooperative, which had only further piqued Grace's interest. Wallace Fowler and Jesse Scott were not cooperating with police either. Wallace, it turned out, also had a record for possession of narcotics with intent to traffic. He'd served a small amount of time years back for that. Grace had Devil's Butte cops looking into other links: bikers, truckers, dealers. Wallace Fowler and Jesse Scott hung loosely with known members of organized crime groups who fed drugs northward and onto and through the local reserve. But whether they had anything to do with the teen's disappearance, or the cash Whitney had allegedly been carrying, or the coercion of Una Ferris to obstruct justice, or the supply of ketamine, remained a mystery. Grace had also questioned the large animal vet who worked on Haugen Ranch about ketamine supplies, probing the Ash angle simultaneously. And while Ricky had been returned to his mom, Tori remained safely tucked away at Broken Bar Ranch.
"You been keeping busy, Becca?" Bob asked. "Dix told me you bought a new truck."
She smiled. "Yeah, well, my dad's was toast. I've been sorting through his affairs, getting things lined up for when his body is finally released." She reached for her glass. "I think he'd like to be buried here in town, in the little cemetery where my mom was laid to rest. This was his community. He loved to serve. I thought it would be nice if they were back together." Silence fell around the table once more. Bob cleared his throat and said,
"About the memorial, his celebration of life, you should hold it at our ranch. We'd love to host everyone. Noah was not only my patient, but also a friend."
"Absolutely," Dixie said, wiping her mouth with her napkin. "We'd be honored to host a celebration of Noah's life, Bex. Our place is huge. We could invite everyone in town."
"You know what I think,"
Solly said, leaning forward.
"We should do it right here, in the Moose and Horn.
This was Noah's place, his social hangout away from home. He was always in here. His photos are on the wall. Everyone in here knew him. These are his people. We could shut the whole place down in Noah's memory. First round of drinks on us. Good music, good food. We can make some rooms available upstairs for those who'd like to crash here. He'd have liked it that way." Emotion swelled in Rebecca's chest. Her gaze went to Thora Battersby, who was sitting at the end of the bar with her mates Don Barton and Jerry Phibbs. She could almost see the spirit of her dad sitting there with them, chatting, laughing, feeling a little less alone. She met Solly's gaze. "I think he would, Solly. Thank you. And thanks for the offer, Dix and Bob. Emotion stole her words for a moment. "I think he really would love to know we were gathering here at the Moose and Horn in his name." Solly gave her a quick hug, and Rebecca felt a sense of belonging, of kinship. It was a relief to share grief, rather than bottle it all up and face it solo. As she hugged Solly, Rebecca saw Marcy Fossum entering the pub with a male friend. "Hey guys, how's it going?" Marcy said as she sauntered up to the table while her man went to the bar. She wore tight black pants and a sweater with tiny flecks of sparkle. "Any word on the ID of the body? Or if they've found another one yet?" Solly hooted with laughter. "You'd be the last person to tell, Marcy." Marcy pouted, but her eyes smiled. "You know how to spoil a girl's fun. They brought me in and questioned me, you know, that Grace Parker woman. Cold as steel. Bet she hasn't gotten laid in 10 years. They wanted to know if I remembered Una Ferris. God knows why. I heard Una was killed recently in a car accident. Black ice."
"Did you know her?"
Lewis asked. Yeah, well, we both worked up at the old Devil's Butt Bar in Devil's Butte.
She cast a side eye at Rebecca.
Same time Ash and Whitney used to come in. And Trev, too. Una was dating Wally, who owns the place now. Terrible about that little baby of Ash's. That totally guts me. When I heard about those little fetus bones, I looked up on the internet what that must look like. Holy. Rough. Ash must be just slayed to think of it lying there the whole time, those tiny little bones. Wonder if it was a boy or a girl. I heard from Buck about it being Ash's kid. You think you know people? She shook her head.
Innocent until proven otherwise, Marcy,
Bob said, seeing Rebecca about to blow. And Buck shouldn't be talking about the case either, added Dixie. He's been sidelined. Marcy cast another glance at Rebecca, like it was her fault. He's not impressed. They even questioned him on the fact he's friends with the barkeep up there, Zinn Gutman, and with Wally. And he plays pool with Scott and Wes, and they were all questioned, but Jesus, who doesn't know everyone in a town like this? It's what makes Buck the right cop for this town. He's friendly with everyone. That's also why the RCMP likes to rotate officers out of a community after 5 years, Dixie said. You can lose objectivity. You become vulnerable to coercion. Don't see things you don't want to see. Still, why they questioned those guys, I have no idea. It makes no sense. Marcy's voice faded as she caught sight of someone entering the bar. They all turned to look. Ash. He hesitated in the entrance, saw Rebecca at the table, and stilled. Rebecca's heart kicked into a stutter. He looked terrible, pale, thinner, still big, but something about him was utterly broken. A hush fell over the table. Everyone looked at him. His presence seemed to rush like a whisper through the patrons as others in the pub turned to stare, as though he were a pariah. He gave a nod to Rebecca and went to the bar. I think he did it, Marcy whispered, watching him. Her partner came toward the table carrying 2 beers. I should go. Marcy took her leave. But the mood at Rebecca's table had turned sober. They finished their meal, conscious of Ash sitting at the bar, his back to them all. Rebecca's phone rang. She checked the caller ID. Sergeant Grace Parker. At this time? On a Friday evening? I need to take this, she said, and excused herself. Rebecca stepped into the lobby. She stood near the phone her father had used to call her at the beginning of the month. It seemed like an age ago. She connected the call. Rebecca North. Rebecca, I thought you'd like to know. No inflection in Grace's voice, nothing to foreshadow what she might be about to say. The consummate cop. We got results. DNA. Rebecca's hand tightened on the phone. Through the saloon doors, she could see Ash's profile at the bar. What have you got? It is Whitney Gagnon. DNA from the skeletal remains is a match to the tooth DNA provided by Janet Gagnon. A pause. And the paternal test for the fetus, Rebecca tensed, is not a match to Ash Haugen. Her world stalled, tilted, tipped. What? Haugen is not the father of the infant remains. Chapter 57. Where does he get it? Ricky demanded of his mother. She stood in the kitchen, looking like a wreck. The baby slept in a cot in her bedroom. Patty was doing her homework in the adjacent living room. Television on loud, as usual, mostly to drown out the yelling. Get out of here, Ricky. I don't have to answer shit like that. You'll wake the baby. Special K, he insisted. I heard Louie and his shit-faced loser cousin talking about it. Ketamine. How they got it from somewhere to sell. He was talking about it right in this house, where Patty could hear. Screw waking his baby. Who does he get it from? Who do they sell it to? The TV went louder. He felt bad, but he was mad. At his mother. At the entire world. At Becca for bringing that warrant that had made them find that skeleton and take Ash away. For the past week he hadn't gone to school, and there'd been a stupid uniformed rookie sitting in a cruiser outside the house. He was terrified they'd put Ash in prison now, far away, like they'd done to his father, who'd gone in and never come out. It was like Ricky's worst nightmare all over again. The new father figure he trusted, who had his back, once more being ripped from his life. It burned like hell. It enraged him, this powerless feeling in the face of government authority. On top of that, he was sure Ash wouldn't have killed somebody. Ash needed help. "Tell me." "Fuck off, Ricky." "Don't you talk to me like that. You shouldn't let Patty hear shit like that." "Listen to yourself." She pointed her finger at him, hot spots forming on her face. "You're the one who brings that loser Louie in here," he snapped. "You had his baby. My dad would eat that loser fuck for breakfast." He marched to the little mudroom, pulled on his snow boots, and rammed his arms into his jacket. He left the house, slamming the door behind him. Snow fell thick and quiet outside. It was dark. He was shaking. He had to help Ash. Someone had injected old man Noah with ketamine, and Ricky had a gut feeling it had come from the same place Louie the loser, his mom's stupid-ass drugged-up boyfriend, got it. He saw the cop cruiser sitting across the road behind the veil of falling snow, engine puffing and windows misted as the officer inside kept warm. He ducked through the carport at the side of the house and went around the back of his residence. He cut through a snowy alley between houses. On more than one occasion, he'd seen some First Nations-looking dude he didn't know going to visit Louie's place. One time, he'd seen that long-haired dude in town with a big, bald biker guy who was rumored to be a fixer for the bikers and sled-head hunters up in Devil's Butte. There was a club up there where they all hung out. Ricky wanted the name of the Indian dude. If he could tell the cops where the ketamine had come from, if he could find whoever was on that snowmobile with the orange and black markings, he could maybe get Ash out of there. They'd see he had nothing to do with Noah North's death. He banged on Louie's door. "Louie!" Nothing. He thumped harder with the base of his gloved fist. "Louie, open up!" No answer. Ricky tried the door. It opened. He stepped inside. Louie lay half passed out on the sofa, beer cans on the floor everywhere. "What's his name?" Ricky demanded, clumping farther into the house in his boots, trailing clots of snow behind him. "What?" Louie struggled into a sitting position and rubbed his face. "What are you doing here, you little prick?" "I want the name of the guy who brings you drugs to sell." He laughed, then dissolved into coughs. "What's his name, Louie? Tell me, or I'm going to the cops, now. With this." He snagged 2 baggies of white powder off the coffee table, knocking over an empty beer can as he did. "What's this?" He dangled the packets in front of Louie. "Worth some time in the slammer?" Louie lurched to his feet and snatched for the baggies. Ricky stepped back. Louie stumbled forward and fell on his face. He swore. Ricky pocketed the stash and turned to go. "Hey, wait, give that back to me." Louie dragged himself back into a sitting position on the sofa. He was shaking and sweating, and Ricky figured he needed a fix, bad. "They'll kill me if I don't get money for it," Louie said. "They'll kill me and then go for your mother and kid sister, you shit." "You lie. You need this, don't you?" Ricky had learned at a tender age via his father what people would do and give for a fix once they were addicted. Anything. So he stood his ground. "Tell me, Louie." Louie rubbed his face. Ricky went to the door, opened it. "Stu," Louie called out behind him. "His name is Stu fucking Henry." Ricky returned to the sofa and waggled the baggies just out of Louie's reach. "Where will I find Stu Henry?" "Give me that." Ricky stepped back as Louie lunged again. Louie breathed heavily. He looked sweaty hot in his dirty white muscle shirt, skinny brown arms. He stank. He was shaking hard now. "Where?" Ricky said again.
Stu and his cousins got a piece of land halfway between Broken Bar and Devil's Butte.
What's this place called?
Ain't got no name. It's just north of Blue Lake, that little trout lake where the old mine used to be. Property is fenced. Archway entrance with antlers, can't miss it. Rottweiler on a chain.
Ricky dumped the baggies of powder back on the table. Where's your snowmobile key?
Stu and those guys will eat you for breakfast, you little shit,
Louis said, grabbing up the baggies like a desperate man.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Snowmobile key.
You can't.
Where are the keys? Louis glanced at the kitchen counter. Ricky turned, following his gaze. He saw the keys. He grabbed the fob and slammed out of the house. Louis's sled was parked around the back and was a lot nicer than the one Ricky had lost down that canyon. He straddled and started the machine. Relief washed through him as the needle registered a full tank of gas. He revved the machine, clicked on the headlights, and gunned down the road through the soft layer of new snow as he made for the back hills beyond the trailer homes. Behind him, falling snow filled his tracks, soft and silent. Chapter 58. Whose baby is it? Rebecca said, her heart racing, her skin hot. We haven't found a match yet. It's not Trevor Beauchamp's either. We were able to obtain DNA samples from a blood relative of Beauchamp's living in Williams Lake to see if we could make a familial match. It was negative. The anthropologist puts the fetal age at around 20 weeks. Grace hesitated. I just thought you'd like to know. Rebecca ended the call and lowered the phone. She stared at Ash's figure at the bar. The barkeep set a plate of food and a pint in front of him. He reached for the pint and sipped. So Grace was human, after all. She'd chosen to inform Rebecca for personal reasons, as a gesture of solidarity to a fellow cop, because she hadn't needed to do that. Rebecca's brain churned over the facts. Ash had slept with Whitney, allegedly for the first time, at the rodeo fair on July 11th that year. For the fetus to have been his, if Whitney and her baby died on September 27th, it would have to have been almost 12 weeks old. But 20 weeks? Who had Whitney slept with in May of that year, if it wasn't Trevor? Why had she lied to Ash? Had Trevor known whose baby it really was? This flipped everything completely on its head. The image of Ash's face at the scene of the log grave when he'd seen evidence of the tiny skull and bones rammed through her mind. All these years he'd wondered if he might have a child out there in the world. He'd given his money, all his savings, to Whitney. He'd lost out on his college degree. It had cost both him and Rebecca their relationship. It had irreversibly changed the course of their lives. Whitney's one lie. Because if she hadn't lied, Ash would not have been meeting with Whitney in the Devil's Butt bar. Marcy would have had no gossip. Rebecca would have forgiven Ash. They'd been trying to work through it all until Marcy revealed Ash was still cheating behind her back with Whitney. And her father might still be alive. Pain washed over her, through her, for him, for everything they'd all lost. Rebecca re-entered the pub. She walked slowly up to him, hesitated. The noise around them was loud. She placed her hand gently on his shoulder. His solid shoulder. He tensed, looked around sharply. She drew up a stool and sat beside him. Suddenly the words seemed too big, and she was unable to voice them. They felt like a mounting avalanche inside her that was going to shatter and smother everything that had grown in its path since Whitney's lie. And what would be left then? I thought Grace ordered you not to talk to me, he said. Or see me. Not supposed to. He sensed something coming. She could tell by the obvious tension in his muscles. He waited, his ice eyes holding hers. The knowledge grew bigger inside her chest as she battled for a way to deliver it. Ash. A wave of emotion slapped her upside the head. She struggled to hold it in, looked away. He placed a hand over hers, solid, warm. So, Ash. She swallowed, inhaled, faced him. Grace Parker called. She cleared her throat. It's not yours. What? She looked deep into those glacier blue eyes. The fetus, the child Whitney was carrying when she died. It's not your baby. He stared. What? It's not your baby, Ash. The DNA is not a paternal match to yours. You're not the father. He went white. He looked blankly into her eyes. Time stretched and the pub activity morphed into a blur around them. You sure? She nodded. His shoulders sagged inward as if the punch of the information were visceral, a blow to his solar plexus. His features slackened. His eyes, those beautiful, haunting Nordic eyes she'd always loved, pooled with emotion. His complexion changed, color shifting, draining. He opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing, as if all the words needed to articulate the crashing maelstrom defied him. Whose? He managed to ask. Don't know, she said quietly. If the father's DNA is not already in the system, they're not likely to get a hit against a profile. Unless they get a hit on a family member, maybe. She paused. You might never know. Tears formed at the corners of his eyes. They leaked into the creases. One tracked down the scar on the side of his face. Her heart cracked. She reached up, wiped the tear away, and ran her palm gently down the scarred side of his face. Why did she lie? He whispered. Money, maybe? I don't know. I almost married her. I almost did the right thing. Rebecca said nothing. Trevor? Not his, either. He turned away, stared ahead. All this time, he said, and then again quieter. All this time, so much lost, all the wondering if my baby had been born, if my child was out there. And then when I saw those little bones, that tiny skull that could fit in the palm of my hand. Another tear slid down the side of his face. The barkeep glanced at him and exchanged a look with a patron. Rebecca put her arm around him and said near his ear, Come up to my room. Let's get you out of here. A Plan. Caribou Country, Sunday, August 30th, more than 20 years ago. Sorry, Whit, I'm so sorry, Trevor says, as he settles back into the driver's seat of the cube van with High Country Laundry emblazoned on the sides. He shuts the driver's door and hands Whitney a can of ice-cold lemonade. The same laundry company name is written across the back of the shirt Trevor wears. The fabric is crinkled and sticks to his torso with sweat. It's sweltering outside, but the air con in the laundry truck makes it cool. Whitney presses the lemonade can to her cheek where he hit her with the flat of his hand. Look, he leans forward, moves a damp strand of hair off her brow. You gotta understand. I go north, work my ass off for 6 months. My girl is here, and I look forward to coming back. And then I find you've been fucking around like a little bitch in heat, and you're pregnant? Jesus. He sits back irritably and rakes his hand through his damp, dark hair. He remains silent for a long while, almost vibrating. Whitney knows better than to say anything right now. It'll trigger another blow. Better to let his rage and adrenaline simmer down. You know, he says suddenly, still staring straight ahead. It's not just the baby, the pregnancy thing. I can deal, I swear. I can handle that easier than you going and fucking Haugen in that barn. He turns sharply in his seat and faces her square. The heat in his eyes frightens her. Haugen? For Christ's sake. He glares at her. She can see his temper starting to rise again. Easy.
Easy. Don't say anything that will trip his trigger. I'm sorry, she says quietly, breaking eye contact, looking down. Submissive, like she's learned, helps. Why him? He's picking at the scab, opening the wound, rubbing salt inside. Because he's nice. Because he's handsome. Because he's a guy I never thought would even look at me. And he did, for that brief moment. And he's so much better than you. Because he goes for girls like Becca, and I am jealous of what girls like Becca have, and I want to take it away from her. Because he said he'd do the right thing, and me and my baby would have some security in a life that is offering me nothing else right now. Because I don't want to end up like my mom. Trevor's fists open, close, open, close. Very darkly, quietly, he asks, "Why are you still seeing him, if it's not his kid?" Whitney just met with Ash in the bar. Trevor was waiting outside the Devil's Butt when they came out. Ash went one way, but Trevor startled her in the alley between the auto shop and the bar. That's where he hit her in the face, demanding to know why she'd been in the bar with Ash, what they'd been doing. Marcy Fossum had tipped him off that she and Ash had been meeting there. He'd come to ambush her, catch her in the act. Whitney picks nervously at the hem of her summer dress. The sun hits her face through the passenger window as the angle changes. The sky is still filled with a smoky haze, a sort of brown-orange in color. I was scared, she says quietly. I thought I'd just skipped a cycle. Then I did a test. Should have gotten rid of it, he says. I didn't know how. I have no money. I thought if I told Ash that it was his, he'd have to help. Why? Because. He's nice. He's like that. Fuck it, Whit. Why? He did fucking help, okay? He made sure I went to the clinic for a scan to be sure I was okay. The hiccup of emotion catches her voice as she thinks of the little thing growing inside her. She both hates and is intrigued by it. It gives her a weird feeling of specialness. Part of her wants to keep it, love it. Part of her wants it dead, gone. Did they ask at the healthcare center whose kid it was? No, and I didn't say. An ugly laugh issues from his throat. Fucking loser. He laughs again. It's not even his kid and he wants to do the right thing. How long did you think you could pull this one off? I'd say the baby came early. Yeah? Yeah. These things happen. He looks at her, seeing her seriousness. She'd marry Ash Haugen. Have a life. He works with cows, Whitney. A guy like him knows all about things like gestation periods. He'll figure out you were shitting him. She turns her face away, looks out of the window. And what if you tell the real father? I did. He said no one will believe me that it's his. He said I'm a slut. And she is one. The father of her baby makes her feel small, ugly, like a piece of garbage. Trevor sits, a long time. The engine runs. The vents blast cool air. Through them comes the lingering scent of wildfire smoke. She can also smell cigarette smoke on Trevor. Here's what we do. He turns to face her. Listen carefully. You go to Haugen and tell him you don't want to have his baby. You want to get rid of it, and you need money to go to Vancouver or Seattle to do it. And I fucking guarantee he will cough up and be too happy to bail, because he doesn't want to care for you and have a millstone around his neck. I mean, seriously. You? Tears well in her eyes. She knows Trevor is right. Why was she even thinking it could work? And that baby daddy a-hole? You tell him you're going to give birth to his kid, and when it's born, you will be able to prove that he's the father. Paternal DNA and all that shit. Tell him you will do that. Get tests. Unless he gives you $50K in cash, and then you will leave town and get rid of it. $50K? Christ, he'll never... Oh, he will. Cash? Are you fucking serious? Dead serious. He'll find a way to scrounge it up, mark my words. His eyes glitter with excitement as his idea grabs him by the throat and begins to consume him.
Think about it, Whitney. You get his money, plus the money from Ash. We take it all and go to L.A. You get the abortion, we both start over.
We?
Yeah, babe. We. You always said you wanted to go to L.A., didn't you? Start over, you said. It would be cool, you said. You don't think you'll manage on your own in Cali, do you? A kid like you from a redneck trailer park in interior B.C.? What do you know? You need me, babe.
Something about the way he says it scares her.
He leans forward and puts the cube van in gear. Hot energy rolls off him in waves.
Where are we going?
I gotta deliver this load of clean sheets to the Caribou Lodge, and you're going to talk to Baby Daddy. After that, you go find Ash Haugen again, and you tell him what you want.
Now? Today?
Right now. Soon as I've dumped my load for this shit-end job. When we get the money, I quit. I won't need to work these in-between contract jobs anymore. We're fucking out of Cowtown, babe. We get on a bus to Cali and we're good.
He grins broadly at her. His muscles, his neck, his arms are tight with adrenaline. He's overexcited. I don't know why you need to drive for the laundry if you make as much as you say on the contracts anyway.
Yeah, well, I had a bad run on a deal I invested in.
He shoots another glance her way. Whitney is uneasy about what she sees in Trev's eyes. It's shiny and manic.
It'll be good to get away. Start over.
She gets the sense he wants to flee from something. She wonders if it was a drug deal gone bad. By the time they reach Clinton, music blaring in the truck, Trev drinking a cold Molson's as he drives and in excellent spirits now, the idea is actually growing on Whitney. Trev is right. She always wanted to see L.A., try to make a go of it there. Hollywood Boulevard, sunshine, warmth, bikinis and shorts. Maybe a waitress job to start near a beach, where movie stars and beautiful people can be seen. It'll be good to have Trev at her side. No baby to worry about. Freedom beckons. She leans back, takes his beer can from him, and swallows deep, relishing the cold explosion of beery froth in her mouth.
Hey!
He snags it back. She smiles. Don't have to worry about the baby now, do I? Can drink as much as I like. He grins.
Fuck yeah.
He bobs his head up and down at the idea.
And we can always hit your baby daddy for more cash again, he says.
She stills. What?
Once we're over the border, like when we get down to L.A. or something, we could say we need more money before we go through with the abortion. We could hit him for another payment.
A dark, inky feeling seeps into her belly. Trev flashes her another hot grin. White teeth, black hair, shiny eyes.
We can tell him to wire it direct into our new account or something.
He nods again, in time to the music blasting from the laundry truck radio.
We can buy our own truck. How about that, Whit? You, me, drive down to Big Sur in Mexico, South America, Cancun. Big time, baby.
He laughs, head thrown back, more than a little wild.
Baby, baby, thank you, baby daddy, baby.
Whitney falls silent.
Huh?
He looks at her.
Right, huh?
Right, she says softly, her hand going to her stomach. Chapter 59. Rebecca cranked up the heat and made motel room coffee. Ash sat on the side of the bed looking physically crushed. She handed him a cup. He took it and absently set it down on the nightstand. She lied to me, and I bought it. He scrubbed his hands hard over his face. It was my guilt, the fact I'd cheated on you. It made me feel I somehow deserved what Whitney was selling me, and then I had to accept the blowback. He snorted. She used me. If you say the fetus is around 20 weeks, she knew it wasn't mine. Rebecca drew a chair up and sat opposite him, leaning forward, her forearms resting on her thighs, hands clasped. And you're sure it's not Trevor's? He asked, meeting her eyes.
Because I can see that playing out. Him milking me for it.
She shook her head. Grace said no. She'd obtained DNA from a close family member of Trevor's.
Those times we met in the bar, after she told me I read her wrong, Becca. She sold me on the idea she was terrified, of raising a child alone, of tackling the world as a single mom on a low income like her own mother. I hated the idea of my son or daughter, of me doing nothing to help my own child.
He swore softly.
She seemed so genuine, so vulnerable, mortified by the idea of an abortion.
He surged up, paced, a caged bear in the tiny motel room, the energy radiating off him palpable.
Do you have any idea whose baby it could be? Rebecca asked.
He stopped pacing, faced her. No, not apart from Trevor's. She never mentioned being with anyone else, but then she had a reputation for sleeping around.
He hesitated.
There was the way she sometimes exchanged brief looks with Wally Fowler and Jesse Scott when we were in the Devil's Butt. I mean, Wally was betting Una at the time, but I think he probably could have gotten into Whitney's skirt one time or another. And Jesse Scott? Women didn't say no to Jesse, especially the young female biker groupies. They pretty much lined up to be screwed by Jesse like it was a patch of acceptance, like he was vetting for membership to the Sled Neck Biker Bunch. I suppose I wouldn't be surprised if he'd been with Whitney, too.
What about Buck?
He rubbed his face again, as if trying to irritably scrub the whole mess away so he could see more clearly.
I don't know.
He met her gaze.
She might have let Buck have his way with her at some point.
It could explain his obsession with her, Rebecca offered. It could have given Buck a sense of entitlement, ownership. It could have enraged him when he saw her with you in that barn, especially if he'd been given the idea somehow that he was the one who'd made her pregnant. She paused. It would have given Buck additional motive to hurt both her and Trevor. She thought of Buck's truck and the sticker. He also has a black truck with hunting spots. Ash slumped down onto the bed again. He sat silent for a few moments.
All this time,
he said again, quietly. Ash, when did Whitney change her mind and ask for abortion money?
End of August that year. She came to my house, which was weird.
How'd she get to your ranch?
She said she'd been dropped off down the road and walked the rest of the way.
Someone drove her and wanted to stay out of sight?
Maybe, in retrospect. She knocked on the door. We spoke outside. It was hurried. She said she'd been doing some research and knew where to get rid of the baby in California.
He inhaled deeply, rubbed his knee.
But she needed money. She said she would stay in California afterward, start afresh.
She seemed different, no longer afraid?
Yeah, confident in her decision. To tell you the truth, I heaved a sigh of relief. It was my get-out-of-jail-free card. Until I handed over all my savings and it hit me, I really was stuck in this town, on my dad's ranch.
His gaze locked with Rebecca's. She wanted to touch him, but she held back. Where might Whitney have gotten another $40,000 or $50,000?
I have no idea. Maybe Trevor pulled some scam. Maybe it was his drug money.
Rebecca worried her lip with her teeth. Ash, she whispered, holding his gaze. It was something that really bugged my father, and it's still eating at me. And I have to ask you just one more time. The scar on your face. Was it really from a riding accident? Something shuddered instantly in his eyes.
Rebecca could see him pulling up emotional drawbridges, bars going over windows as he withdrew behind the walls of his stone castle, the truth burrowing down into the deep, dark, wet dungeons of his psyche. I told you. His voice came out flat. His muscle tension said he was angry. Frustration fired a spear through Rebecca's chest.
I know what you told me, Ash.
Then quit asking.
Look at yourself. Your change in mood, how you get angry about this question. There's stuff, Ash, that you are not telling me, and that's okay on one level. But not as far as this Whitney case goes, because it's going to get you charged for murder if you don't open up. Jesus! She came to her feet and dragged her hands over her hair. You're being so damn pig-headed. Why? Why are you hiding this from me? What can possibly be so bad? He glowered at her. She reseated herself directly in front of him. Look at this from a homicide investigator's perspective, from the point of view of a person who doesn't know you. You have the most motive in Whitney's death, for all the reasons already mentioned. You've also been really weird about that land, that abandoned summer camp on the back end of your property. You never took me there, even when I asked. And when I watched you observing that canine cadaver search, you looked like someone going into severe stress. She paused, watching his face. It was like you knew, Ash. You knew what we were going to find in that log. My father said it on the phone just before he died. He knows. He lied. What did my dad mean by that? Ash sat mute, staring at the wall above her crime scene chart now. Frustration mushroomed into anger inside Rebecca. You're not helping yourself, do you know that? He shot abruptly to his feet, snagged his jacket off the back of the chair, made for the door. Rebecca's stomach fell. If she let him out that door, the years of life that had unraveled around Whitney's lie would continue to unspool, then be gone forever. He reached for the door handle. She lunged to her feet and grabbed his arm, suddenly furious, all the years of hurt and pain crashing in a monstrous tidal wave through her. Don't, Ash. Do not do this to me. Not now. You said you wanted me, wanted us. You even said you still loved me, for Christ's sake. Yet you're trying your damnedest to push me, everything we ever shared, away. Why? She could feel his body vibrating under her hand. What is it about that place, Ash? She whispered. Why did you refuse to go to the clinic? Because I wanted you to treat me, Becca. She swallowed, her stomach falling further. That's a pretty pathetic excuse, and you know it. His eyes narrowed. He suddenly released the door handle and faced her square, toe to toe, a dark and terrifying passion glinting in his eyes, in the furious set of his jaw, in the raw energy radiating off him like a cold, black smoke that was filling, choking the room. She released his arm, suddenly leery of his energy. She took a step backward. You want to know why I fucked Whitney? His words came out of his mouth like hard bullets. Rebecca flinched. He took a step forward. Because she had big breasts, and she was all pussy, all female, Becca, and she wanted it. She wanted my cock inside her. She blinked. Her eyes watered. Her heart started to stammer. She became aware he was blocking the door, her exit route. She thrust herself at me, he spat in disgust. And I wanted it to be you, and... His voice broke. He turned his back on her, his shoulders slumped forward. When he spoke again, his voice came out quiet, defeated. And I'd never been with a woman. I was 18 and had never slept with a female. I needed to know that I could, especially that summer. His words died on a whisper. He stood there, back to her, suddenly as still as stone, his hands clenched, his neck muscles corded tight. Something about his tone, his stillness, his tightness scared Rebecca. She'd made him crack. Her mouth went dry, her pulse pounded. She was fearful of what was coming next, but she had to know. She waited. The wind outside gusted, swirling snow against the window. Why, Ash? She asked quietly. Why that summer? Because that summer I tried to sleep with you. She tried to swallow. I wanted to wait. He spun around. The look in his face was raw. When you said no, I became afraid. That it was me. Something wrong with me. He opened his mouth, closed it, swallowed. Then he tried again. I'd only ever been with a man. Shock, confusion raced through her. I'd only ever been with my father. She shook her head, as if to process, but couldn't. He abused me since I was little, Becca. Very young, before I even knew it was wrong. He made it normal, and as I grew older, I became aware that it wasn't, and he used it like a weapon my whole life. He controlled me with it. The cabins, she whispered, her eyes beginning to burn. He nodded. He stood there, stripped bare, this big man. This man Rebecca knew she'd always loved and tried not to. He would rape me there, at the old cabins, when he was angry, coerce me, cajole me, hurt me. Then he'd give me special gifts, a new horse, my first rifle, a puppy, other things, mess with my head. Ash, Ash, she reached out. He stepped back. The worst was when I'd get an erection when he touched me. Emotion surged into his eyes. Becca, I needed you. I needed you that summer with my heart, soul, and my body. I was always terrified you'd find out and be disgusted, tell everyone. I was terrified you wouldn't see me as man enough. And when you... Come here. She reached out, took his hands in hers, drew him close. She wrapped her arms around his big body and rested her cheek against his chest, and just held him. Tight, so tight. She wanted to say, shh, don't talk about it, don't say anything else. But she also knew she had to listen now. She had to this horrible, horrible thing. She led him to the bed, sat beside him, thigh to thigh, close, holding his hand. He was so masculine, so big, so vital. Everything she'd thought she'd known about this man, this teen inside, this boy inside, this Ash Haugen she'd loved, had been mistaken. So very wrong. And now that she knew, things about him suddenly slammed into place, like a video of shattering glass being played in reverse, the million shards of glass slicing back into position to form a whole mirror image. And in that mirror, she saw herself and all the things she might have done or said that would have hurt him, because she didn't truly know him, know who he was. She hadn't understood. She hadn't known. It explained his moodiness as a child and a teen. It explained his need to sometimes go off into the woods on his own, and why he'd never wanted to take her to the ruins of that abandoned summer camp. Why he'd preferred to visit her ranch rather than have her come around to his home. Why he'd loved her father and mother so much, and Running Wind. Why he'd kept photos of her dad in his house. Why he'd rescued a dog just like her mom's. Ash Haugen had been a boy in search of a father figure and a family. It gave a different context to why he'd tried to run away from home when Running Wind had found him in the woods. She thought of Olaf Haugen, a giant, gruff, grizzly bear of a man. One swipe from that hand of his. She shuddered to think about it. She felt sick. He'd hit you? He nodded. Sometimes he'd beat me, and worse. But he knew how to hurt me and not leave overt scars that could not be covered by clothing, and that would be questioned. Mostly the weapons of choice were psychological. Confinement, withholding food, threatening to hurt an animal I loved, that sort of thing. Ash's words from that day he almost shot her from the aspens curled back into her mind. If you shoot my dog, I will kill you. She looked up into his eyes and touched his scar gently with her fingertips. This scar, did he do this? He nodded. She moistened her lips. Her brain raced. Do you want to talk about it, Ash? The details? What he did? He shook his head, cleared his throat. Not now. Not the details. Maybe never. She nodded and squeezed his hand. Part of Rebecca really did want to know the details, so she could fully understand what he'd been through. The other part of her wasn't sure she could bear to hear it, the acts of incest, rape. She could see how her rejection of his sexual advances in the summer of 1998 might have shattered his terribly fragile sense of masculinity, of self. She could see now why he'd fucked Whitney in the barn. Tears filled her eyes as she remembered how harsh her words had been to him. Only now could she begin to appreciate how desperate he must have felt upon believing Whitney was pregnant with his baby, and what it must have meant to lose his college fund, his means of escape from his father. "I'm sorry, Ash," she whispered. "I'm sorry for not knowing, for not seeing, for not being there in a way that was helpful. I'm so terribly sorry you had to endure what you did. I wish you could have told me. I wish we could go back in time. God, I wish we could turn back time." She hesitated. "Your mother, did she know?" He inhaled shakily. "I think so. She had to." "But she never stood up for you?" He snorted softly. "No, not even when I was little and she had to have been aware my father was taking me out to those cabins under various farm duty pretexts. She knew. God damn her, she knew." "Running wind?" He guessed. "I think it was him who gave me the courage to fight back, to find a way to bury it all down deep and keep going forward, to not let it break me completely. He showed me how to track, hunt. I loved him. A surrogate father. A mentor. A way to be a man. It's why he asked you to fight for Ricky." He nodded. "It's why I couldn't refuse. It's why I'd die on that hill for him." They sat in silence, just holding hands while snow swirled outside and built up in the corners of the windows. He was like a wild stallion broken and suddenly gone still inside his paddock. And Rebecca's heart swelled to near bursting with a deep and poignant affection, compassion, and remorse, and pain for him. She felt the barriers she'd built around her emotions for Ash crumbling to soft dust, and what remained was love, pure, clear, unadulterated. "I've never told a single soul," he said quietly. "Not even breathed it. I couldn't. I locked it away in the basement of my being like something that never happened. Sometimes I even believed it never happened. But then, when they started searching that area with the canine," his words died. "That day, the riding accident, I'd dropped Whitney off and was enraged by seeing Trevor there, them going off with my savings. I went home, and my dad was waiting for me, pacing outside. He'd been to the bank in town, and the teller, making small talk in her airheaded way, had mentioned to my father that she'd just seen me in there a day or two prior, taking out all my money in cash. He wanted to know why, and what I had done with the money." He rubbed the knee of his jeans again. Rebecca watched his scarred knuckles, her mind going back in time as she listened to him. "I told my father that the money was mine, and it had been for school, and since he didn't want me to go anyway, he should be glad it was gone. He came at me with a backhand, struck me across the eye. And that was the moment." He wavered as memory appeared to crawl to life inside him. He cleared his throat again. "That was the moment I reached my limit. The straw that broke the back of this thing. The moment, I think, Running Wind had been preparing me for in some way. I dropped low and barreled at him. We fought hard, down in the dirt, blood everywhere. I grabbed a shovel, and when he was down on the ground, I raised it high above my head, and I swear I was going to kill him. Kill everything terrible he'd done. Kill the dark thing inside that I hid. But I hesitated. He grabbed my leg, brought me down, wrestled the shovel away from me, and swung. The sharp end sliced my face open. He ran his tongue over his teeth. I groped for a log and struck him across the thigh, and again across his back as he went down. Hard. I felt the jolt of impact all the way up my arms and through my body and into my skull, and I left him bleeding there in the dirt. I don't really recall exactly what occurred next. I must have just started walking and walking and walking away. And that's when you found me.
What happened to your dad?
He took off. He dragged himself into the house, pulled some shit together, and hobbled off into the woods. He was away for 3 weeks. He didn't tell my mom he was going. She was in town shopping. When she came home, he was gone. I thought he was dead. So did my mom.
She didn't report him missing?
He shook his head. She'd seen my face. She knew we'd fought. I think she suspected I'd killed him. She also knew that if he was alive somewhere, he'd be in trouble if she or I talked to police, because the authorities would find out my father had been abusing me. Her life, as she'd known it, would be over.
He inhaled deeply and blew out a shuddering breath.
So my mom just hunkered deeper into her preservation mode, and she kept quiet until my father finally limped back home 3 weeks later and said nothing, just went back to ranch business.
He healed in the woods?
Sort of. There was a hunting cabin he sometimes went to. He always had a severe limp after that, and had a bad back and lung issues.
I remember him limping in my last year of school, Rebecca said, almost as much to herself as to Ash. You told us he'd had an accident with the tractor going over his leg.
Yeah. That's what our little family said. That was the shameful front we presented to the town. And if others suspected anything over the years, they sure as hell never came forward to help me. My father never spoke to me again after that day. All communication was done via my mom. He died 3 years later. Maybe I did kill him.
Rebecca stared at him, the image of him walking down the road in that storm as fresh in her mind as if it had been yesterday. The look on his face when he'd turned to her in the rain, the bloody gash that had run from eye to mouth, the blood down his shirt, his raw knuckles. She saw it all in a different context now. The clinic? The ER? She said softly.
I couldn't, Becca. I couldn't have anyone know. I was unable to be coherent about it that day. I thought I might have killed my father, that they'd find him bled to death in the forest. I thought some doctor would call the cops if they saw me, that they'd know. There was already an ER doc there who was curious about injuries for which my mother had brought me in when I was younger. I think he suspected. He would have known for certain if I'd gone in that day.
A long pause.
And I needed you. God, I needed you that day, Becca.
And now Rebecca understood why. Her heart collapsed under the weight of this new knowledge. It's why you ran away from home when you were 11?
He nodded. Running Wind sometimes spoke to me about vision quests, and the need for a young warrior to prepare his mind so he could go out alone and kill a bear, and return home a hero. He gave a wry smile. I don't think he ever meant for me to literally kill my father, but that I should strive to kill his demon beast that lived inside me. She regarded the scar down the side of his face, and she figured she knew why he'd never had it tidied up by a plastic surgeon. It was Ash's warrior wound from killing his bear. It was the wound she'd helped shape with her own hands in his blood. Where did one go from here? Could Ash ever become truly whole again? Was this why he'd been distant in his marriage with Shauna, causing its collapse? His words from that night in his house sifted back into Rebecca's mind. I was absent, in a sense, out in the bush a lot, doing my thing. I know I'm sometimes not easy to be with, and she needed more. You can't tell anyone, Becca. His gaze locked with hers. You can't tell Grace Parker, the other cops, no one. I need you to keep this close. For me. She nodded, her eyes filling with tears. "It was a riding accident," she whispered. "That's all they need to know. But Ash, my burying it would be just like your mother."
No, he said firmly. It wouldn't. I just want your trust. I need you to believe in me. She swallowed and bit her lip as tears sheened down her cheeks.
I do.
Rebecca laced her fingers tightly through his.
It's between us until a time you want to share. If ever.
She held his gaze.
There are people you can talk to, you know. Groups, therapy. Others have been through this. They could help.
Not now. Not yet. She swiped away tears on her cheek.
What do you need from me? What do you need from me now?
To be held. Can you just hold me?
She nodded, unable to speak against the crush of emotion in her throat. Tears ran afresh down her face as she put her arms around him and drew him toward her. They lay back on the bed, and he rested his head on her chest. Rebecca stroked his hair, and the whole world felt changed. She was holding the man she loved, always had, and there were no barriers left between them. It was a raw and fragile and somewhat terrifying place to be, but it also shimmered bright and delicate with hope. In some way, Becca felt as though she'd finally come home, that everything had been dialed back to the beginning, and they were finally getting a second chance.
I love you, you know, Ash,
she whispered against the top of his head, breathing in the scent of his hair, of him.
I think I always have.
She just didn't know where they were going to go from here. When they made love, it was slow and beautiful and poignant, a reclaiming of the years, a rediscovery of bodies, an exploration of what was new and old. Later, it was hot, wild, angry, a fierce mating, then tender again before they fell asleep in each other's arms, sometime near dawn. Chapter 60. Ricky's headlights reflected off swirling flakes that hurtled at him like silver asteroids as he sped up the hills toward the dense forests. Beyond the glow of his lights, the world closed dark around him. Under the low growl of Louis's snow machine, it was silent, everything muffled by the fresh snowfall and falling flakes. It was almost 40 minutes before he reached the snowed-in road that led to the little trout lake and the historic old mine. He slowed, peering into the darkness, wiping off the snow accumulating on his visor as he searched for a fence. The lights of a house or a gate lintel hung with antlers. The adrenaline had long worn off, and now he felt scared. But as he rounded a bend, he caught sight of yellow squares of light shining through the curtain of swirling snow. As he neared, he saw that the lights emanated from the windows of a low, one-story ranch house. His beam hit the bleached whiteness of moose antlers hanging over the gate. The gate itself was closed. He pulled into the cover of trees nearby and cut his engine. He lifted off his helmet. He could smell wood smoke on the slight breeze. A deadened cotton wool quiet pressed down with the flakes, punctuated every now and then by a dull thud as snow that had grown too thick on a conifer branch was released and thumped to the ground, the branches springing back with a swish that made him think someone was there. He listened and watched for a while, getting his bearings, thinking. Mostly he was now thinking this was a dumbass idea. He'd been too hot-headed, as usual, too antsy for action, to do something for Ash, rather than sit around and accept what came his way. It sure hadn't worked out for his dad the last time Ricky sat around and did nothing to stop the cops from taking away someone he cared about. But his dad had done some bad shit. Ricky was convinced Ash was a good dude. He had to be. If he could climb the fence or find a hole through it, he could head around the back of the house on foot. He wouldn't do anything stupid. He'd just check out things at the rear of the property, see if there was a garage or a shed that housed the orange snowmobile. If he saw it, he could go home and tell the cops, and he could say,
This is where ketamine is trafficked, and other drugs. The guy who lives here sells it to kids and parents on the reserve. And this guy, Stu Henry, he's in bed with that big, bald biker from Devil's Butte. And the police would come and bust them all, like on TV. Come sneaking around the back with black gear and helmets and bulletproof vests. And the occupants would squeal and say they'd given ketamine to old man Noah North, then shot him dead. Ricky had no idea why they would have done that, killed the old man. Maybe because Noah North was an old cop and it was payback or something. It didn't matter, the why of it. It just mattered that it would give him Ash back. He dug into his jacket pocket and pulled out his small LED flashlight, also a gift from Running Wind. Ricky left the snowmobile and crept along the fence perimeter until he found a good spot to climb over, a place protected from the sight line of the windows by a big hemlock. He landed with a soft thump on the other side. He held still, listening for noise, for the possibility of dogs. All remained silent. He crept in a low crouch toward the house, snow squeaking slightly beneath his boots. When he reached a leafless hedge, he crouched there and watched the house. The light from the windows painted yellow shapes on the snow. Parked out front were 2 trucks, one black with a row of hunting spotlights across the top, another smaller and a silver color. In the snowpack, leading around the side of the house, he saw sled tracks. Adrenaline dumped into him. The tracks were fresh. Someone had very recently arrived on a snowmobile. Ricky pushed up to his feet and moved quickly toward the tracks at the side of the house. A dog growled. He froze. The animal barreled at him from nowhere, chains clattering against metal. It came up short, snarling and leaping and yapping. It was big and tied by a lead to a line that ran across the yard. It could only go so far. Ricky dived back into the hedge. He huddled there, shaking, as the door of the house was flung open. A huge man silhouetted in yellow light peered into the night. The dog barked louder. It was a Rottweiler cross with a huge head and a wide mouth full of teeth that glinted with saliva as it barked. Ricky's heart jackhammered. A voice came from behind the man. He turned to face the voice, and the light caught his profile. It was the big, bald biker guy he'd seen in town before. Leather jacket. Ricky's mouth went dust dry. He feared the man was going to let the dog offline to come after him. But the man yelled at the dog instead. The animal hesitated, peering into the dark at where it could smell Ricky. It growled. The man yelled again, and the dog retreated back toward the house with a clatter along its chain. When the dog reached the steps up to the door, the man unhooked the animal's lead from the yard line and took the dog inside. The door closed, and the wedge of yellow warmth that had sliced into the darkness vanished. Ricky huddled there a while until he regained his breath, until he was sure they weren't coming out again. Then, slowly, he crept around the back. More light from windows at the rear shone squares onto snow. Behind the house stood a large barn in a cleared area. The sled tracks led right to it. Behind the barn, the forest looked dense. A small door in the side of the barn stood ajar, and Ricky crept up to it. He edged it open wider. It made a loud cracking sound. He froze, waiting. Snowflakes kissed his skin, melted down his neck. No one came from the house. With relief, he entered the barn and panned his thin beam around the interior. His light glinted off metal and plastic. His heart kicked. He moved closer. 2 snowmobiles, helmets on seats. A tarp covered a third. He could see the skis poking out beneath the cover. He went over and drew back the tarp. His heart stopped dead, then sputtered into a fast stammer. The orange machine. And on the seat was the helmet with the black tarantula and web pattern. He'd found it. He'd found the fucking machine he'd seen fleeing from Noah North's cabin. A creak sounded behind him. He spun around. A bright hunting spot flared into his face, blinding him. "What the hell?" A man's voice. It was the bald man.
Ricky tried to dart away, but the man lunged for him and flung him down to the floor. His flashlight went flying, and his face smacked against cold, hard concrete. Ricky tried to scramble back up to his feet, but something struck the back of his head. It felt like a metal bar. He heard, the crack. Pain exploded through his skull. His knees buckled as his legs crumpled beneath him. The man reached down and grabbed hold of his collar. Ricky could taste blood in his mouth and down the back of his nasal passages. His ears were ringing. Another man with a flashlight appeared in the doorway.
"What's going on?"
he said. The bald man dragged Ricky along the floor toward the door.
"Got us a little visitor. He was checking out our snowmobile under the tarp."
"Hey, that's Ricky Simon," said the other guy. Ricky squirmed and was dealt another blow across the face. Pinpricks of light danced across blackness in front of his eyes as his vision began to fade. Sound grew tinny and distant in his ears. He felt his wrists being jerked behind him and tied there. He felt himself being dragged out the door and through the cool, wet softness of freshly fallen snow. He saw the lights from the house. He was dragged, bump, 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 up the stairs. The bald man kicked the house door open. The dog inside barked.
"Oi, guys, we got ourselves a bit of fun here."
Chapter 61. Caribou Country, Saturday, January 26th. Ash's phone rang. He checked his watch. 5 a.m. It took a second to orient himself. He was lying naked next to Becca, in her hotel room. Memories of sex washed through him. He groped for his pants on the floor, extracted his cell from his pocket, answered.
"Ash here,"
he spoke quietly. Becca was still sleeping.
"You gave me your number,"
a woman's voice, slurred. Ricky's mother.
"You said I could call any time of day or night."
Ash sat upright, abruptly wide awake. Becca's crime scene board peered at him in the dim light.
"Ricky has not come home. I'm worried for his safety. He took Louie's snowmobile. He went after those guys."
"What guys?"
"Those ones on that ranch. Cousins."
She wasn't coherent. "Listen, slow down. Tell me what happened, in order, step by step."
"He was mad. Made Louie tell him."
"Tell him what?"
"I worried about Ricky. Louie came over, said he could be in trouble. They'll kill him. Ricky, he wanted to know the name of the guy who sold ketamine."
Ash's pulse quickened. He shook Becca's shoulder. "Becca." She blinked awake, switched on the bedside light. "What is it?" "Ricky's gone after some guys who sell ketamine on the reserve," he said quickly. He was speaking about Special K in the truck, after we reported the accident to Buck. He told me some guys on the reserve deal in the stuff. She hurriedly sat upright, clutching the bedsheet over her breasts, blinking as she pulled the world into focus. Her hair was a soft mess around her face, and Ash noticed her beauty despite the urgency of the call. "Who is Louie?" Ash asked into the phone.
"My baby's father, my boyfriend."
"Are you okay, Mrs. Simon? Is Patty okay?" She laughed. He mouthed to Becca, "Ricky's mother. She's drunk." "Is Louie there, Mrs. Simon? Can you put him on the phone?"
"He's passed out."
"And the patrol officer outside your house, still there?"
"Let me go see."
Noise sounded as Ricky's mother appeared to be crashing and bumping her way over to the window, or door.
"Cop car's still there."
"Listen to me, I'm coming over. Make yourself some coffee. Just lay off the booze until I get there, okay? Make sure Patty is safe in bed, okay? Can you do that?" She grunted and hung up. He killed the call, swung his legs over the bed, and grabbed his clothes. "Where is Ricky? What's going on?" Becca said. "I don't know." He pulled on his shirt. "But what I do know is Ricky's mother doesn't usually worry about him. And because she's worried, so am I. I'm going out there to see if I can make sense of it all.
He seems to have run off after these ketamine guys on her boyfriend's sled, and he hasn't come home.
What about the officer stationed outside his house?
He seems to have ditched the cop, snuck out the back, maybe.
She stared, her eyes narrowed. I'm coming. She threw back the covers and swung her legs over the bed. He stilled a moment, snared by her naked body, her breasts, this woman he'd never stopped loving. Their eyes met. Ash wanted to say so much to her suddenly. Don't leave me, Becca. Don't leave me again. But he didn't, because as he looked at her now, he knew she would. She had to. Her life, her relationships, her career were hundreds of miles away from him and his ranch. But the night had been theirs. In making love, he'd felt whole, possibly for the first time in his life, for he'd shared with her the terrible dark weight of his secret. He'd laid himself absolutely bare for the first time ever. He'd trusted her with the weight of it, and she hadn't shunned him. Instead, she'd taken him into her arms, into her very self, and Ash could not ask for more. In giving his secret to her, he'd allowed her to give him what he needed most. It was right. It was enough. A veil had been lifted from his life. Perhaps now his vision forward would be clear, step by little step, if only because he was not completely alone with his terrible secret. It could be nothing, Becca, he said quietly. I want you to stay here, stay warm. She reached for her clothes. I'm coming, Ash. You're supposed to stay away from Ricky Simon. At least if I'm with you, I'm a witness to whatever craziness this is. And you? You're supposed to stay away from me. Your career could... Ash, she held his gaze. I'm coming. Ricky's eyes were swollen almost shut. He struggled to breathe through his split lips and smashed-up nose. There were 3 guys in the house, and they'd beaten him through the night as they argued and drank. After they'd kicked the stuffing out of him, trying to make him answer questions, they'd dumped him in a small room like a broken rag doll. The room was barely bigger than a broom closet, and the plywood walls were paper-thin. He could hear almost everything they said through the wall. I told you to hide that sled, you fuckwit. It is goddamn hidden under the tarp in the barn. How did that kid come to be here anyway? One of you blabbed? Jesus, no one squealed. Maybe it was Louie. We're screwed. No, we're not. Fuck, man, we are screwed. Listen to me. It was the bald guy's voice. Through the course of the night, Ricky had learned his name was Jesse. Stu Henry had a low voice with slow cadence. The third guy was someone called Digby. Ricky reckoned Digby was Stu Henry's cousin. He's alone, the bald guy said. We found his sled. No other tracks came with his. We get rid of the little shit and nothing, nada, will link us to Noah North, or that skeleton in the log. The kid was the fucking witness in North's shed. He saw me go off on the snowmobile. Stu's voice. But no one has found the machine yet, have they? Except for him. We get rid of it proper, and the kid. We're home clean. What about the skeleton? Said Digby. Word is they found a bullet with the bones. What about CSI shit and linking it to a rifle? That 30-30 slug? What can they link it to? Nothing. Got rid of that rifle years back. So how come the kid found us? Someone had to have told him something. Silence, clinking of bottles against glasses. Yeah, Jesse's voice, calm suddenly. We can get that information out of him. Yeah, before we beat his little brains out and smash him to bits and throw him down some old well like Trevor. It was Digby speaking. Another few moments of silence. They were doing something, moving about. Ricky tried to sit up higher and lean against the thin wall in order to hear better. His head pounded. A dull buzz sounded in his brain. What about the mine? Stu Henry's voice. We can dump him down one of the old mine shafts. Too close to this property. You don't shit in your own backyard. The caves up Sleemack Creek? Stu's voice. Silence. "That's an hour out on sleds from here," said Digby. "No one goes there in winter. We dump 'em down one of those narrow cave shafts. They go down for kilometers into the earth. Black as pitch down there and water underground. They'll never find him. Like they never found Trevor." "Yeah, and this snow is forecast to keep falling for another 2 days at least. We'll cover our tracks good." It was Stu Henry speaking again. A few more moments as this idea was considered. "Get your gear, Jessie. We head out before full light." Ricky heard movement, banging, a closet opening. He heard them calling the dog and feeding it, the sound of kibble clattering into a tin dog bowl. A faint light eked in through the window of the small room Ricky was being held in. Dawn was approaching. The hard plastic zip ties used to secure his hands behind his back were cutting into his wrists beneath the sleeves of his snow jacket. He still had all his waterproof gear on. He figured he might be dead from all the blows and kicks if he hadn't been wearing heavy winter gear. He groaned as he tried to roll over. He retched from the blood and mucus going down the back of his nose and throat. A short while later, the door opened. It was Jessie. He came over and hauled Ricky up by the collar. Ricky tried to stand, but couldn't. "Come, you little shit." He dragged him by the collar out of the room. Ricky saw the puddle of blood where he'd lain. It made a trail under the heels of his boots as he was pulled along the floor into the living room. The dog looked up from its bowl briefly, but was far more interested in his breakfast than in beaten-up little Ricky Simon. "You stuck your nose where it's not wanted, buddy boy. No ways out now. You're going the way of Whitney Gagnon and Trevor Beauchamp." "What happened to them?" He coughed and spat a glob of mucus and blood onto the floor. Surprise shot across Jessie's face, as if he couldn't believe Ricky had actually dared ask the question after being mashed half to a pulp. But then he grinned, as if he'd rather relished the idea of telling Ricky. "Beat him to a puddin', slit his throat, and down the well he went. Sealed and done. The girl? Well, we had a bit of fun with the last now, didn't we, boys?" He made a lewd pumping motion with his arms and hips. "All had a go, boys? And got paid for the pleasure." Laughter. "Start of the Wolf Pack Hunt Club," jeered Stu with a fist bump. "Extreme hunting. Nothing like chasing a piece of naked white girl ass bouncing through the forest. Beats white-tailed deer any day, hands down, eh?" Ricky thought about the wolf logo Tori had described on the black truck that had run them over the bank. "We thought she'd clean disappeared that day," Stu added with a dark chuckle. "Freaked us out when we found we were chasing a deer in the end, and she'd just vanished near those ruins. Like a ghost. Turns out she was there all the time. Crawled into that log and never came out." Ash banged on the door of Ricky's house while Becca stood in falling snow speaking to the officer in the cruiser stationed across the road. Ash had to bang several more times before the door opened. Ricky's mom swayed in the doorway, bracing her hand against the jamb for support. Ash pushed past her, brushing snow off his brow. "Tell me where he went." She tried to hold her eyes open as she stumbled toward the kitchen table. She leaned on the table with both hands. The cop and Becca entered behind him. The cop was calling Sergeant Parker on his phone. He looked ashen. He had reason to. He'd let his charge slip away. "Look, you have a choice," Ash said to Ricky's mom. "Your children or the drink. Pull it together now and I can get you help. I will help. But you need to help me find Ricky first. And if you choose the booze instead of your kids, I'm going to call social services and help them take your kids away. Understand?" She sniffed, nodded, wiped her nose with the back of her hand. "Now where's Louie?" She jerked her head toward the living room. Ash looked around the dividing wall. A man lay passed out, dead to the world, mouth open and drooling, on the sofa. "Okay, so Louie's out.
Can you tell me where this place is where Ricky went?
She rubbed her face. I think Louis said it was a spread near an old mine, and a little trout lake or something like that.
Ash shot a glance at Becca. I know it. I've been tracking past there several times. It's at least an hour or two out via the road. But if I can get back to my place, pick up a sled, I can go in through the forests from the back end. Will take a quarter of the time. He began to move toward the door. Ash, stop, Becca said. He spun to face her. You need to stand down. The cop raised his phone. Orders from Parker. She says to leave it to her. He stared at them, heart thumping. I know who lives out there. Ricky's life is on borrowed time if he's not dead already. Who lives there? Becca said. Guy named Digby Henry. Rumored to be a dealer for a gang up north, also rumored to work as an enforcer. His cousin Stu hangs out there too. Had a run-in with them both when I was out there hunting a wounded cat. You cannot go out there, said the officer. Ash regarded him. A kid, really. All of maybe 20 years old with a pink, fresh face. Parker is mobilizing a team as we speak. And how long will that team take to get out there? With the rate this snow is falling, if those guys leave that ranch with Ricky, we'll never be able to track them. You need to stand down, Ash, Becca said again. Ash stared at her. Conflict, urgency, desperation crowding his chest, suffocating his breath, pounding through his blood. The image of running wind on that mesa flashed through his mind. I will. I vow it. I'll see Ricky through that rough patch. I'll die on that hill for you, okay? He met Becca's eyes. I gotta do this. Can't sit by. I'm going to pick up my sled, head through the forest. It'll be quicker. She opened her mouth, but before she could speak, he busted out the door and jogged down the steps. Becca came running after him. He climbed into his GMC, and so did she, slamming the passenger door shut. Becca? Drive. She checked her service weapon as she spoke. Grace will send backup. Chapter 62. Ash slowed his snowmobile as he and Becca and Kibu drew up to a gate with a log lintel upon which hung a rack of bleached moose antlers, thick with snow. Stu and Digby Henry's house. Gray clouds smothered the forest, and the day had dawned dim and bleak. Snow continued to fall heavily. 2 trucks hulked like white beasts under heavy blankets of snow outside the front door. One of the vehicles was black, one silver, judging from the bits that stuck out. By the snow accumulation, Ash figured the trucks had been parked there all night. He lifted his visor. Hunting spotlights, he said with a tilt of his chin to the row of lumps in the snow atop the black truck. Becca raised her visor, studied the trucks, nodded. Kibu began to growl low in his throat. Ash turned to watch him. It was the sound he made when another dog was near. He studied the lay of the property more carefully, saw the chain. A dog somewhere, he said. I'll need to secure Kibu to the machine before we go in. We should wait, she said. For how long? They're going to take another hour, 2 even, to get here via the road in these conditions, if they even can. It's not plowed, barely ever is. Grace will organize snowmobiles. Buck's detachment is equipped. He frowned and studied the windows. No lights glowed inside. No smoke issued from the chimney. A sense of desolation blanketed the place. Torn plastic on one of the windows flapped in the breeze. I don't think they're here, he said. This worried him. It would mean they'd already taken Ricky someplace else. I know there's a barn out back. I'm going to take a look at the rear. We can drive the sled around and come in under cover from the forest at the back. Becca checked her watch, hesitated, then nodded. They went around and dismounted among the pine trees. They removed their helmets. Ash secured Kibu by his leash to the sled carrier. He did not want him with them if there was a hostile dog on the property. They crept forward.
Becca carried her firearm in the tactical way she'd been trained to. Ash held his shotgun loaded, ready. They moved along the fringe of the trees. He stopped her, pointed. "Tracks," he whispered, breath clouding around his mouth. "Looks like 3 sleds, one of them dragging a trailer." The tracks led from an open barn door into the forest, heading in a southwesterly direction. The indentations were fast filling in with snow. Ash studied the barn. No movement. He made a motion to Becca. She nodded and they approached cautiously around the back of the barn, Becca going to the left, Ash coming around the right. As Ash rounded the side of the building, he kept his attention on the house. It remained dark inside, quiet. They entered the barn through the big open doorway. It was dim inside. Becca clicked on a flashlight Ash had given her. The barn was empty inside, apart from a workbench, some tools on the walls, and one sled, blue in color. Rebecca shone her flashlight on the concrete. "Blood," she said quietly. They followed the faint smears of blood to a smaller door in the side of the barn. Outside, a broad depression in the snow led from the barn door to the back entry of the house. It contained pink traces of blood. "Whatever was dragged out or in here, it was a while ago," he said, worry fisting inside his chest. "Tracks have already filled in a fair amount." He glanced at the low ranch house building. "I'm going up to the house. Can you cover me from here?" "Ash, there's no one around. If there are, they're sleeping. The windows are uncovered. I just want to look inside." He crept forward. Rebecca held back, her sidearm ready, an extra rifle slung across her back, her eyes fixed on the windows, watching for movement. Ash reached the house wall. Pressing against it, he peered cautiously up into the first window. A dog barked inside. Kibu barked in response from the forest. Shit. Ash ducked down. He waited. Nothing. He glanced at Becca. Her posture was tense, but she made no sign that she'd seen anyone move. He peered up again. In the dim interior, a large Rottweiler cross was tied to a short chain that appeared bolted to a beam on the living room wall. Ash could discern no other movement. He moved to the next window, edged up, and peeped in. His pulse quickened. Blood smeared the floor, some spatters on the wall. A smeared trail of blood led from the middle of the floor to the door. Moving faster, he checked the other windows. 2 bedrooms, unmade beds, some scattered clothes, no one in sight. He tried the back door. It opened. Ash motioned to Becca he was going in. Before she could protest, he slipped inside. The dog went ballistic, yanking against its short chain secured to the living room wall. Ash vowed internally he'd be back for that animal with the SPCA. The house was a mess of bottles, a bong on a coffee table, cigarette rolling papers, cans, whiskey bottle, overflowing ashtrays. He followed the blood smear to a small room. Anxiety torqued through him as he gazed upon the blood on the linoleum floor. Becca appeared behind him. She stared at the blood. "You think it's Ricky's?" she said. "It's got to be. Those sled tracks lead out the back and into the forest heading southwest. Keep going that way and you end up heading into the mountains. I think they're taking him there. My guess is he's on the trailer one of the machines is towing." Becca checked her phone. No cell reception. She moved into the living room. The dog barked and growled, baring teeth. A froth of saliva foamed on its jowls. In the kitchen, Becca found a phone on the wall. She picked up the receiver. "Dial tone," she said. She dialed quickly. Grace Parker must have answered, because Becca said loudly over the noise of the dog, "Looks like Ricky Simon was here at the Henry residence." She spoke fast, one hand over her ear. "There's a lot of blood. He might be seriously injured or worse. Fresh tracks show 3 sleds and a trailer left the property and are heading in a southwesterly direction through wilderness. We're going to follow." Ash watched Becca listening to the voice on the other end of the line. She appeared agitated. She glanced at the poor barking animal. Ash interrupted. Tell Parker, with the rate this snow is falling, we'll lose any trace of them if we don't get on those tracks stat. We'll lose her key witness." She relayed the message, then said, "Ash Haugen is an expert tracker. He wants to save that boy. Trust me, Grace, when I say Ricky Simon is like a son to Ash. He's not going to harm the kid." Silence as usual. "Understood." She hung up. "Let's go." She made for the door.
"What did she say?"
"To stand down." He stared at her, but she pushed past him, exited the house, and began running through the thick powder to where they'd left Kibu and the machine. Rebecca snugged herself close in behind Ash as he wove a hair-raising slalom among the trees, following the indentations in the snow left by the 3 machines and the sled trailer. Every now and then she caught sight of pink stains in the snow, blood, and feared the worst for Ricky. Behind her, Kibu hunkered down in his carrier, at ease and familiar with the experience of traveling in this manner with his master. Ash pointed his gloved hand at another stain of blood as they rounded an old hemlock. Rebecca ducked out of the way of low branches, worrying that they might not find the kid alive. She hoped Ricky was holding on, but time was of the essence. That was why she'd made the decision to defy her superior's order. She understood why Grace had demanded they stand down and leave the pursuit to an emergency response team when the ERT did eventually arrive. Grace probably still viewed Ash as a key person of interest, too. Plus her team needed Ricky's unfettered testimony when and if this all went to trial. But if they delayed, Ricky could die, if he wasn't deceased already. A dead witness would be no help to Grace or a prosecution team. Rebecca also knew she could no more hold Ash back than stop the earth turning. His words about running wind and Ricky raced through her mind. "It's why I'd die on that hill." Her hope was that Grace's ERT guys would get out there fast and be hot on their tail before things got out of hand. They traveled for almost 30 more minutes at high speed before the terrain started to climb, twisting up through forest that grew sparser and trees that grew shorter as they gained elevation. Ash slowed as they found themselves in a narrowing valley. They came through the tree line into snowy fields that undulated into foothills, then mountains that rose steep and craggy. He stopped the snowmobile, lifted his visor, and pointed to where the tracks crossed the snowy meadows, heading toward the mountains. "Looks like they went up that way, up the Sleemack Creek drainage." "That's where the marble caves are," Rebecca said. "If they went up there, they're heading directly for the caves. Can't figure any other reason for them to go up into that watershed." He fell silent, studying the terrain. "It's a choke point," he said. "Extremely narrow valley between steep flanks on either side. Only one way in and one way out. They'll hear our snowmobiles coming for miles. Sound echoes among those rocks and through the caves. We'll be ambush meat." Rebecca stared at the jagged black rocks that jutted like dragon claws through snow on either side of the tight valley through which Sleemack Creek churned glacial waters during the summers. Rebecca had visited the caves once during a school outing. They consisted of warrens of caverns and tunnels that burrowed down for miles into the earth. If those guys were dragging Ricky up there on that trailer, she was thinking dump site. The odds that the kid was dead already had just gotten higher in her mind, but she didn't say so to Ash. She allowed him his hope. "Is there a way in from the opposite side?" she asked. "It would take a full half day to go around that part of the mountain and come down from the top over there," he pointed. "Extreme avalanche danger in this powder, too." He glanced at the pair of technical snowshoes strapped to the side of his machine. Only one pair. "You're not thinking of going up there on foot," she said. "You'll have to stay here. I've only got one set. Wait for the team." He pulled off his helmet, dismounted, and rapidly started unstrapping his snowshoes from the side of the sled. She yanked off her helmet. "No, Ash, you're not going alone. One guy against at least 3 armed and desperate men who could be killers? No freaking way. He started to release Kibu from his box. No, Rebecca ordered. She clamped her gloved hand on his arm. Not happening. His gaze warred with hers. Mist clouded around his face. He was breathing hard. She could feel tension vibrating in his arm. I'm a cop, Ash. I've been on this case, and I have a duty here. I can't allow civilian life to be endangered. Ricky is triage. Think triage. He could be dead. I can't have you dead too. Becca. He spoke low, his Arctic eyes cold, fierce. I have got to do this. I can't sit here and wait to find out later that Ricky died in the space of time it took for the ERT guys to get in. If this costs me my life, so be it. At least I tried. Ash! No. His face turned hard. You listen to me. My life has been a fuck-up. I've damaged everything I've touched. It's no great loss to the world if I flame out now. He shook off her hold on his arm and released Kibu. The dog hopped out of his carrier and bounded through the powder snow, exhilarated. I'm going up that side on the left flank. He pointed and waved his arm across to indicate the easterly span of the mountain beneath the caves. She unholstered her weapon. He hesitated. What are you doing? I swear I'll use this. I'll detain you with force if I have to. She held her sidearm at the ready. Emotion burned fierce in her eyes. You can't do this, Ash. Not now. You're wrong, she said. You haven't damaged things you've touched. You've made things grow. Your ranch, your dogs, your work with predators is good work. You save livestock, save wildlife. You're one of the most caring people I know. You have worth, God damn it. She swallowed, her voice going hoarse. Worth, she said again. To me. Don't do this to me after you made me love you all over again. He stilled. He stared at her. Wind gusted and swirled flakes. Becca, I can't leave him. I can't. You'll have to shoot me. He bent down and began to strap on the shoes. Her hands, holding the gun, shook under the power of the emotions that took hold of her. At her realization that she wanted this man, alive, in her life. She would re-engineer her career, everything to accommodate this, to make it happen. Fine, she snapped. She reholstered her weapon. Get back on the machine. He paused in buckling up his snowshoes. We take the sled up to that point there, that rock. She pointed to an outcrop several meters in elevation up the left flank. Wind is blowing from the northeast. Sound is less likely to carry toward the ravine and the cave entrance if we go that way. He glanced up to where she pointed. From there we go on foot, across the flank toward the gully and caves. It's shorter than you walking in from here. It'll be faster. There's only one pair of snowshoes. That powder is too deep across that flank without... We'll do it like wolves. You're heavier. You wear the shoes and break trail. I follow behind in your tracks. This stuff is powder, Ash, light as fluff. It won't be too bad. He wavered and glanced once more at the outcrop Rebecca had indicated. No, he faced her. I'm not letting you go in. You don't have a choice, Bud. I'm the cop with legal authority here. Get on. You do this with me, or you don't do it at all. Chapter 63. Ash picked his way carefully through ragged black rocks as he broke trail along the snowy flank toward the gully, where he believed they'd find the 3 snowmobiles parked with the trailer. Becca was right. The snow was fluffy, like powder. Once he'd broken trail with his snowshoes, she was able to follow relatively easily in his wake, Kibu behind her. Their breath misted in clouds, and snow squeaked as they went. Huge flakes, the size of dollar coins, continued to waft to the ground around them. It provided good cover and deadened sound. As they progressed, Becca's words rolled over and over in his mind. You have worth, God damn it. Worth. To me. Don't do this to me after you made me love you all over again. He swallowed at the thought. The idea was like gossamer in his chest. She instilled in him a sense of meaningfulness, of value, that began to chip away at the deep-seated shame he'd carried with him always, because of his father, because of the abuse. He glanced over his shoulder. She met his eyes through the falling snow. An energy crackled between them. Blood coursed hotter in his veins. The irony was not lost on him, though. Just as he'd been ready to risk death, Becca had given him everything to live for. And now, he'd brought her into danger, too. Fuck, buddy. You better not screw this one up now. Not this time. He walked faster through the deep snow, breathing hard. They'd left the snowmobile at the rock outcrop about 200 meters back. They were almost above the cave entrance now. On his back, he carried a rifle and the pack of supplies he customarily took with him when he hunted large predators. In his hand was a shotgun. Becca had a rifle strapped to her back, and she carried her sidearm. He stilled for a moment and panned his binoculars across the snow-covered creek bed that nestled in the gully ahead of them. He tensed as he saw the tracks where he'd anticipated he would, coming up the snow-covered and frozen creek. He pointed and handed the scopes to Becca. She studied the tracks. "Pretty fresh," she said quietly. He nodded, urgency biting him. They moved faster. Powder cascaded softly from under his snowshoes as the ground to their right fell away more steeply. They reached a powder-covered rock ledge that jutted out over the gully. On the opposite side of the gully, a mountain flank rose sharply. Ash stopped and checked his compass. "We should be right over the main cave entrance," he whispered. "Those snowmobiles wouldn't get any higher up the creek than this anyway. It turns into a steep series of waterfalls from this point." They moved carefully onto the ledge. Ash ordered Kibu to lie down at his boots. "Shh, stay, boy." Kibu gave a little moan and acquiesced, settling with his thick fur into the snow. "Wait here," Ash said to Becca. He got onto his stomach and inched through powder toward the very lip of the ledge. He peered over the rock ledge to where the cave entrance was located below. His pulse spiked. Beneath him, 3 snowmobiles and the trailer were parked. One machine was blaze orange and decorated with a giant spider and web. The orange spider helmet rested on the seat. Snow was settling on the machines. By the amount, the men hadn't been here long. He took out his scopes again and studied the snowmobiles and trailer more carefully. 2 of the machines had rifles strapped to the sides. Tracks and a pink trail of blood led from the trailer and disappeared directly below him, where the large cave entrance lay. His mind wheeled through his options. Time was critical. Ricky was seriously wounded, or as Becca had said, maybe he was no longer alive and the guys had just come out here to dump his body. But if Ricky was still alive, they needed to move fast to keep him that way. Ash panned his scopes toward the snow-covered creek nestled in the V of the steep gully, then up the sheer incline on the opposite side of the creek bed, then back to the machines. Ash knew that beneath all that loosely packed powder lay ice from the recent extended freeze cycle. That powdery snow would be highly unstable atop that base layer of ice. Ash inched backward to where Becca and Kibu waited. "They're down there," he whispered, shrugging off his pack. "I've got a plan." He crouched down, opened his pack, and removed several Bear Banger cartridges and the gun designed to fire them. He loaded the gun. He then took out some pencil flares, all standard stuff he customarily carried with him. "Here's what we do." Chapter 64. Rebecca got into position, per Ash's plan, leaning against a rock near the lip of the ledge that jutted out over the cave entrance. She aimed one of the Bear Bangers that he'd given her, curling her finger into the trigger guard. She fired the projectile. The cartridge rocketed across the river and exploded as it hit the snowpack on the sheer mountain flank on the opposite side of the gully. Sound boomed like a bombshell down the narrow and deep valley, rebounding over and over. It happened almost at once. A line chased through the snow parallel to where she'd placed the banger. A creak, a groan, and the whole snowpack released below the line. The avalanche gathered girth and speed as it churned like lethal white water down the flank and hit the riverbed with an explosive crash. It boiled and bounded through the gully and foamed up the other side and over the snowmobiles, rolling them over and covering them before settling. Her pulse raced. She couldn't see Ash and Kibu from her vantage point. They'd climbed down from the ledge farther upstream of the cave entrance. The plan was for Ash to find a position from which he could train firepower on the entrance of the caves in the event that the men, alerted by the avalanche and fearing they might be trapped, exited them. She fired a second banger, more to the right this time, setting off another massive slide that rumbled and crashed down the flank and filled the riverbed lower down the valley, blocking off an escape route. She heard a yell, then another. Below her, a man appeared from the caves. He wore a toque and black jacket. He held a rifle. Relief washed through Rebecca. As they'd hoped, the cave entrances lay far enough back from the gully that the avalanche had not had enough momentum to boil all the way across and block the cave entrance off. Yet it had spooked at least one man into exiting. He stumbled toward the mounds of chunked-up snow where the snowmobiles had been parked. He turned around and called the others. 2 more men appeared. They joined the first. She waited in anticipation of Ash's gunfire. It was to be a warning shot, a distraction. The crack retorted sharply down the valley, making it seem as if the shot had come from all directions. The men spun around, looking up and down, searching in panic for the origin of the gunshot. One pointed up in the direction in which Ash and Kibu had vanished. The man with the rifle whipped stock to shoulder as the other 2 stumbled back toward the cover of the cave. Either they had more weapons in the caves, or they were seeking cover because their rifles had been buried with their machines. The man fired. Rebecca tensed. She heard a bullet hit rock. Another crack of a rifle boomed down the gully. The man staggered backward. Ash's bullet had struck home. "Self-defense," she whispered to herself. The suspect fired at him first. That would be their story. The man's knees buckled as his legs gave out under him. He fell with his rifle into the snow. Rebecca waited, tense. If the other 2 did have weapons inside the cave, they might hole up. Or they could have sneaked out below her, gone downstream, and started coming up the mountain to the south of her. There was also a good chance they were not armed. She'd seen those 2 long guns strapped to the now-buried snowmobiles. She caught a blur of movement below. Her muscles snapped tight. One of the men ran from the caves toward his fallen colleague. He bent down and grabbed the fallen man's rifle out of the snow. As he did, Ash fired again. The bullet kicked up snow near the men. The unwounded man lurched for the cover of a rock. He returned fire quickly. So did Ash. His bullet hit. His target went down, clutching his shoulder. His rifle fell into deep powder, vanishing from sight. Rebecca waited. Silence descended. The man with the injured shoulder tried to drag himself through the snow, groping to find his gun. Ash fired next to him. He yelped and scrambled on his belly toward the cover of the cave, leaving a trail of red on white. He screamed something, and the 3rd guy came into view. He tried to grab his fallen buddy by the arms and pull him under the safety of the ledge. Rebecca shot a 3rd bear banger into the mountain in a southerly direction. The cartridge exploded like a bomb as it hit the flank. Sound boomed all around them. Snow started to slide. She launched another banger into the air, aiming even farther up the creek. The cartridge exploded. The 2 men below froze. The uninjured one spun to face in the direction of the most recent explosion, apparently confused into thinking he might be surrounded, and that shots were coming from the opposite side of the gully now, from higher upstream. As the new avalanche rumbled down the slope and into the creek bed, Rebecca reached for the rifle Ash had left her. She aimed very carefully to place her shot. Curling her gloved finger around the trigger, she pulled on a slow exhalation. The rifle crack-ricocheted through the falling snow. The man standing above his fallen buddy went stiff. He staggered forward, stumbled, then went down into the snow. Silence descended once more. She waited, blood booming against her eardrums. Nothing moved. She saw Ash appear higher upstream of the caves. He was making his way down to the entrance, Kibu behind him. Hurriedly, she slung the rifle over her shoulder and gathered up the pack Ash had left with her. She began to make her way down to the caves, following the tracks Ash had left with his snowshoes. But when she reached the rock slab where the men had fallen, there were only two. The third man, the one she'd shot, was gone. So was Ash. Chapter 65. When Ash reached the ledge outside the main cave entrance, one of the men had disappeared. Two still lay injured. He could not see the rifle with them. The cave entrance loomed big and black to his right. It seemed to exhale cold and the dank smell of earth. He saw a trail of fresh blood leading into the maw. "Stay here, Kibu," he whispered. "You wait for Becca." His dog whimpered and sat in the snow. Ash took his flashlight from his pocket, stepped toward the entrance, and panned his beam into the gaping darkness. The shot was almost instant, the sound deafening. Ash flung himself sideways against the rock wall, dropping his flashlight. The bullet whizzed past him. His heart hammered. His mouth went dry. He edged backward, seeking cover. Another crack of a rifle split the darkness. The bullet exploded rock above his shoulder. Fuck. He dropped to his stomach in the snow. He was trapped without sufficient cover. He tried to leopard crawl backward and away from the entrance in a retreat, but his snowshoes hampered him. Another shot exploded from inside the caves. He heard a yell, then a man's scream, followed by growling. Shit. Kibu? He spun to face the spot where he'd ordered Kibu to wait. His dog was gone. More screaming issued from inside the caves. Then came a terrible wet sort of growling, the sounds of a dog fighting a man echoing over and over as the labyrinth of tunnels amplified noise and overlapped it like a giant rock musical instrument in the bowels of the mountain. Ash fumbled to unbuckle his snowshoes. He kicked them off, panic whipping through his chest. He groped in the powder, searching for his flashlight, found it. He held still for a moment, listening. The echoes faded slowly, swallowed by the caves, sucked deep into the mountain. Chills rippled over his skin. A moan came from one of the men he'd dropped earlier. Ash waited a moment longer. Still, no sound. He gave a whistle. No dog came. His chest cramped tight. He whistled again. No response. Ash came carefully to his feet, ready to drop at any moment. He held his rifle forward. There was no reaction to his movement. He stepped into the cave entrance, listened. Silence now. Just a sense of the mountain breathing slowly in, then out. He panned his flashlight across the darkness. Kibu, he whispered. The caves whispered it back as they breathed out cold air. Kibu. He went deeper in. Shadows leaped and quivered. The walls glistened with moisture and ice. He heard it. A whimper. Ash's stomach tightened. He moved carefully over ice and rock toward the sound. Stopped. Listened again. Another whimper. The cry echoed softly, over and over, seeming to come from all directions. Ash slipped on a slick slab of ice and smashed down hard. His heart rate spiked. He came to his feet again, moving more carefully, holding his center of gravity lower, his rifle and flashlight aiming forward. His beam bounced off something white, then something white and black. Fur. Kibu? The dog gave a yip. He was lying with his paws on a small, unmoving shape. Ash's flashlight beam lit upon a hand resting on Kibu. A small hand. Ricky. Ash hurriedly panned his beam over the dog and the boy as he approached them. Ricky's face was swollen and bloody, his eyes shut. He lay dead still. Kibu whimpered. "Kibu, are you okay, boy?" Kibu got up and wiggled in a low and sheepish fashion toward him. He'd never seen his dog act like this before. Then he saw what lay behind Kibu. A man, on his back, face up, hands loose at his sides. A gun glinted near one hand. Tension roped through Ash's chest. He ran his flashlight over the man. Blood covered the man's face. His throat was a ragged, wet, and bloody mess of meat and cartilage. Ash shot his beam to Kibu, saw the blood around his dog's muzzle and on his paws. His stomach doubled in on itself. He moved fast toward where Ricky lay, confident they wouldn't be shot at now. He dropped to his knees beside Ricky and scanned the boy's face with his flashlight. Shock rammed through Ash. The kid had been beaten to a pulp, his face so swollen and his nose mashed in a way that rendered him virtually unrecognizable. Hurriedly he removed his gloves, felt for a pulse. "Ricky," he said. "Ricky, can you hear me?" Ash felt the faint flutter of a pulse beneath his fingers. Ricky moved his head and moaned. Emotion surged into Ash's chest. "Can you hear me, Ricky?" The kid tried to open his eyes in their slits. Ash?" Tears pricked Ash's eyes. "It's going to be okay. You'll be okay. We've got you now." I found it," Ricky whispered. The sled." "Shh, I know. We saw it outside the caves. Don't talk." Noise came from behind him. He tensed. "Ash?" Emotion seared through his chest at the glorious sound of Becca's voice. "Over here, Becca. We got him. I need help." Chapter 66. Relief torqued through Ash as he heard the distant whine of snowmobiles approaching through the woods. He was seated on the snowmobile trailer that he and Becca had used to bring Ricky down the mountain, and he cradled the broken boy in his arms. They'd wrapped him in a survival blanket, and they'd managed to give him small sips of water. "That's them," Becca said, leaping off the snowmobile she'd been sitting on, hope firing into her honey eyes. "That has to be them." Ash and Becca had carried Ricky out of the cave and secured him on the trailer, which Ash had managed to dig out of the snow. While Becca administered some very basic first aid, staunching blood flow and making sure Ricky could breathe, Ash had dragged the two injured men into the caves to protect them from the elements. One was Jesse Scott. The other was either Stu or Digby Henry, and whichever one it wasn't lay dead in the cave with his throat ripped out. He and Becca had then begun the arduous task of hauling Ricky on the trailer up the slope, upstream of the cave entrance, then even higher uphill again to the ledge from which Becca had caused the avalanches. From there, exhausted from the climb, the sled was heavy, Becca had fired 2 emergency flares into the air. They'd mushroomed and hung in eerie pink clouds. It had stopped snowing, and the cloud cover was thinning, but it was still unlikely the flares would be spotted. Ash had then activated the SOS function of the emergency GPS beacon he carried on him whenever he went into the wilderness. The signal would broadcast to the GEOS International Emergency Response Center, which in turn would locate the appropriate 911 agency in this country. Pocketing his emergency GPS locator, he'd checked on Ricky again. The kid had been fading in and out of consciousness. He needed medical attention, stat. Ash and Becca had then proceeded to drag him all the way back to where they'd left the snowmobile. Kibu with his bloody muzzle had followed behind. Once they'd reached Ash's machine, they'd hooked up the trailer with Ricky on it and proceeded down the mountain to the wide valley, where they could be easily spotted from the air. As Ash peered into the forest toward the sound of machines that grew louder and louder, a snowmobile popped out of the trees. The rest came after it like a swarm of hornets from the dark forest. Relief whammed through his chest, and emotion seared into his eyes. Rebecca placed her gloved hand on his shoulder. "It's going to be okay. He's going to make it." Ash nodded. He willed it to be so. Grace Parker had dispatched an ERT of 8 officers on 4 sleds, one of them a trained paramedic, who got to work examining and treating Ricky. The ERT officer in charge immediately called for a medevac using satellite comms. A chopper was dispatched from 100 Mile House. 17 minutes later, Ash heard the faint thud of the bird's approach. He shielded his eyes and peered up into the clouds as the thudding grew loud. A lump swelled in his throat. There was nothing quite like a rescue bird arriving from the sky in remote wilderness, a link to help, to civilization, to warmth, safety. He caught a glimpse of it in a cloud gap, red and shining and metallic against the whiteness of the world around it. As it lowered through the clouds, the sound became deafening. They all turned away and crouched low, closing their eyes as the downdraft hit and sent a blizzard of powder boiling through the air. The bird set down delicately in the clearing. Rotors slowed but did not stop. The doors opened. 2 paramedics in flight suits hopped out, carrying a litter basket and medical equipment. They ran through the powder in a crouch toward them. Ash felt Ricky squeeze his hand. "Hey, bud, they're here for you. The royal treatment." Ricky's eyes opened in slits. The sound of the chopper quieted a little as the paramedics neared, but the pilot kept the rotors turning in anticipation of a fast takeoff. Ricky groaned, tried to say something. "Shh, don't talk, bud. Save your energy," Ash said. Trevor, he whispered. Becca shot a look at Ash. She came closer as Ash bent his head forward, bringing his ear to Ricky's mouth. "Trevor," he managed to say again. "They beat him. Pulp. Slit throat. Down well." He swallowed, trying to moisten his lips. "Sealed the well." Tension whipped through Ash. "They said that? They said they killed Trevor? Put him down a well?" "Jesse said down well." Becca leaned closer. "Did they say where the well was, Ricky?" Ricky tried to shake his head, but groaned in pain. "Don't shit in backyard." "What?" He faded out. "Ricky," Ash said. "Did they say anything about Whitney?" "Raped Whitney. All of them raped her." "Jesse said this?" He nodded slightly. "Who is all of them?" Becca asked quickly. The paramedics were here, setting the litter down. 5 of the ERT members were already heading off on the RCMP snowmobiles, making for the caves where Ash had told them they would find the injured men and snowmobiles. One of them, he'd explained, was deceased. "Boys," Ricky whispered. "Called them boys. Wolf pack. Hunting. Got paid." "Paid?" The paramedic placed his hand on Ash's shoulder. "Sir, could you step back? Ma'am, step aside, please." Ash and Becca stood back as the paramedics checked Ricky and eased him into the litter. Ash reached for Rebecca's hand, and they watched the men in orange flight suits hurry back to the chopper with their young patient. The rotors sped up, and the thuck, thuck, thuck of the blades shuddered back into the sky. Snow whirled in another blizzard around them as the chopper lifted into the clouds. Ash shaded his eyes, watching as the metallic bird was swallowed by the sky. He felt Becca's hand slipping into his. They'd removed their gloves to help treat Ricky, and Becca's fingers were ice cold as they laced through his. She squeezed. "You did it, Ash," she whispered. "You saved him." He looked down into her eyes. Emotion choked his words. He struggled for a moment to find his voice. "We saved him, Becca." He swallowed, cleared his throat. "You and me. A team." She smiled, wiped her nose, and nodded. Chapter 67. Rebecca sat with Grace Parker and her detective colleague, Corporal Ben Stammer, in the interview room in the Clinton RCMP detachment. Night had fallen outside. The wind had died and the air was still. It felt as if a peace had settled over the town. Grace debriefed her as Ben observed. The interview was being recorded. Rebecca was aware several more officers watched from behind the two-way glass. She told Grace, step by step, what had transpired since Ash had received the call from Ricky's mother. Grace took notes and asked more questions. Her expression, as was to be expected, was unreadable. She offered no opinion, gave no verbal reaction at all. Rebecca reached for her cup of water, sipped. Ash would come under Grace's microscope next, maybe tomorrow morning, because he was still up at the Devil's Butte Hospital with Ricky. Doctors had rushed Ricky into emergency surgery as soon as the paramedics had brought him in. So far, the prognosis was good. He had a broken left arm, broken ribs, crushed fingers, some serious contusions, and a hematoma on his back, and they'd operated on his broken nose. But he was out of the woods and was expected to make a full recovery. Rebecca had to marvel at the suppleness and resilience of youth. Those and Ricky's sheer spunk and stubbornness and determination, his refusal to let go of anything he'd set his eyes on, including his life, and Ash. Rebecca anticipated that several of Grace's officers would be at the hospital now, waiting to be able to speak to Ricky, and waiting also for Jesse Scott to come out of the operating room, where he was being treated for a gunshot wound to his shoulder and expected to make a full recovery. Stu and Digby Henry had not been so lucky. Kibu appeared to have flown at Digby Henry, whom Rebecca had wounded, and ripped out his throat in the dark cave when the man had fired at Ash. The dog had killed him. Ash would need to find a way to deal with the fallout from that. Ash would also be grilled over wounding Jesse Scott and inflicting a fatal gunshot wound on Stu Henry, who had been pronounced dead by the ERT when they'd reached him in the cave. Rebecca had already been interrogated over wounding Digby Henry before he'd been killed by the dog. She'd surrendered her weapon pending the outcome of a police-involved shooting investigation. Ash had a solid argument for defense, though. Rebecca wanted to believe the cops would go easy on him, especially since he'd brought Ricky out, and the boy had managed to tell them what Jesse Scott had said. He'd cracked the case wide open. "Did you hear Ricky Simon say anything about any other people involved in sexually assaulting and hunting Whitney Gagnon?" "Negative," said Rebecca. "But he did say something odd after he mentioned the words wolf and pack and hunting. He said the word paid." Grace's eyes ticked up from her notes. "Paid?" "Yes. As in they were paid to attack Whitney Gagnon and Trevor Beauchamp?" "I don't know." Grace exchanged a glance with Ben. "What about the location of the well into which Trevor's body might have been dumped?" she asked. Rebecca relived the moment in her mind. "When I asked Ricky if the men had told him where the well was, all he said was, 'Don't shit in backyard.'" "What does that mean?" "I don't know. Maybe that the guys were unlikely to use a dump site close to their base?" She rubbed her brow, feeling exhausted. The location where Frank Hatfield reported seeing blood and something fleeing through the woods. A few clicks east of that is an area that used to be an old homesteading site before the province acquired the land for the creation of a provincial park. I remember being told in childhood there was a covered well on the land. It's probably still there. Grace noted this in her book. She raised her pen. "Did anyone mention to Ricky who the father of Whitney Gagnon's baby was?" "Not to my knowledge." Grace moistened her lips.
She closed her notebook, looked up. We'll follow up with Ricky Simon when he's able to cooperate fully, but we can act on this information to date. She eyed Rebecca. You defied an order to stand down. I made a decision to follow and remain with a key suspect in the investigation who was in a position to save the life of a key witness. Her gaze remained locked on Rebecca's. Rebecca concentrated on not blinking. Grace came to her feet abruptly. Ben followed suit. Grace reached her slender hand across the table. Thank you, Sergeant North. She shook Rebecca's hand, then exited the room. Thank you, Sergeant, Corporal Ben Stammer said, then followed his boss out of the room. Caribou Country, Sunday, January 27th. Rebecca found Ash sitting beside Ricky Simon's hospital bed. She'd driven up at first light and arrived in the Devil's Butte Hospital parking lot to find several RCMP vehicles already parked outside the building. The door to Ricky's room was open. Ricky lay propped up against pillows, his nose and face bruised and swollen and covered in bandages. His eyes were closed, and he appeared to be sleeping. His left arm was in a cast, and he had bandages around splinted fingers on his left hand. Hey, she said softly as she pushed open the door. Ash came to his feet. She entered the room, took his hand, and drew him toward her. She leaned up and kissed his stubbled cheek. You look beat. He brushed a fall of hair back from her face. I've been worse. He smiled, and it lit his eyes and cracked her heart. She felt the warmth of love in her veins. I brought breakfast. She held up a travel mug of hot coffee and a bag containing a warm breakfast sandwich. I always knew you were an angel, he said as he took the mug and bag from her. Ricky doing okay? Ash nodded and set the bag down on the windowsill. He took a sip of the coffee. The cops were here earlier this morning, getting a statement from him. It exhausted him. He's sleeping again. How about you? Holding up? He nodded. They questioned you yet? She asked. Not yet. They want to do that formally at the station. But the light that danced in his tired eyes told Rebecca that irrespective of what was still to come down the pike, he felt he'd won. Ash had gone out there and triumphed in his battle for Ricky Simon, for Running Wind, for Trevor and Whitney, and her dad. For her. I love you, you know? She whispered. He held her eyes for a moment, then looked away. Rebecca swallowed. She knew he was thinking about the future, about the fact that she had to return to her job. Did Ricky say anything new to the detectives? She asked. He inhaled deeply, took another sip of coffee, then said, It seems like the Henry cousins and Jesse Scott, and maybe some other guys, but we don't know that for sure yet. Beat Trevor to death, dumped him down a well, and then raped Whitney before releasing her like game to be hunted in the woods near my land. He sipped again, seeming to need the warmth, the energy kick the coffee offered. That would be consistent with Hatfield's story of the blood, and seeing something, possibly a woman with golden blonde hair, running through the woods, she said. The bullet in Hatfield's truck was also a .30-30, like the one found with Whitney's remains. Ballistics will show if it came from the same weapon that day. He nodded. Ricky seemed to think from what the cousins said that this incident was the start of an extreme hunting club. Wolfpack? That would be my guess. And Buck is a member of this club? He has the sticker on his truck. Possibly. Who knows if they ever did anything like this again? Maybe not. Maybe it just bonded them all in some kind of bloodlust moment, but they stuck with hunting game thereafter. Or maybe it was just this core group of guys who were really dark. They're all connected with the drug trade in the Caribou, though, and farther north. That's what one of the officers who was in here told me. And they found ketamine in the Henry Ranch house when they searched it last night. Did they tell Ricky anything about my dad?
he wavered, as if he'd been skirting the issue for fear of hurting her.
Yes, I'm sorry, Bex. From what Ricky heard, it appears the man fleeing your dad's cabin was Stu Henry. The cops said the machine is registered to him. The design was done by Wes up at Scott's Motorsports, but I don't think Wes is connected other than that he works for his uncle.
Ricky moaned. Rebecca's attention shot to him. He was waking up, his lids fluttering. "Why?" she asked softly. "Why did Stu Henry do it? He had to have known my father had found something that would implicate them all. But what had my dad found, and how had they learned about it?"
Maybe they just heard he had new information and was getting close. Maybe they thought Una Ferris had told Noah something over the phone. It could have come out in any number of ways that Noah was on their case.
She ran her hand over her hair, feeling the weight of it all. "Grace's guys found latents on my dad's gun safe. If they can match those to the registered owner of the snowmobile, and in conjunction with Ricky's witness testimony, they could place the registered driver inside my dad's cabin." She paused, watching Ricky struggling to open his swollen lids. "And there's the ketamine possession," she said as she went up to the bed. Ricky's eyes opened in tiny slits, and his gaze settled on her. "Hey, Ricky." He tried to smile, but moaned as the facial movement caused him pain. "Don't," she said, reaching for his good hand. She smiled at him. "Thank you," she said. "You're a true hero. Do you know that?" His eyes filled with tears. "Your grandfather Running Wind would be proud. Do you know that?" He managed to give a small nod, and he closed his eyes again. Chapter 68. Caribou Country, Saturday, February 2nd. The Moose and Horn was packed to capacity. The whole town, it seemed, and then some, had shown up to celebrate the life of Corporal Noah North. Music filled the place, along with chatter and laughter and the clink of glasses and the smell of good food coming from the kitchen. Much of the gossip was about the murders and the takedown of Jesse Scott and the death of the Henry cousins, about how they'd all killed Whitney and Trevor. But the investigation continued. Jesse Scott was not talking, and who else might have been involved was not yet known. Still, Grace was closing a case around Scott, and he'd already been charged with the murders of Whitney and Trevor, her father, and Una Ferris, although the evidence in Una Ferris's case was still only circumstantial. So far there'd been no paternal DNA match for the little fetus that had been found with Whitney's remains in the log. Whoever the father was, he might be totally unconnected to the murders, and his identity might never be learned. Rebecca had suggested to Grace it could be Buck, but securing a warrant for Buck's DNA would be a stumbling block, unless Grace's team found some evidence that a crime had been committed in connection with someone fathering the child. Rebecca had also asked Grace whether her team had learned anything more about Ricky's statement that the wolf pack had been paid to hurt Whitney Gagnon and Trevor Beauchamp. But all Grace had told Rebecca was that the investigation was ongoing, and she'd pointedly reminded Rebecca that she was off the case. So for now, Rebecca was going to focus on enjoying the celebration of her father's life with the rest of the town. She sat at a large round table near a small stage where a trio of musicians played a fiddle and pipes and sang up-tempo, foot-stomping Irish tunes, something her dad had loved. Rebecca wanted this to be a joyous, if poignant, occasion, one that didn't feel like a wake. Sitting with her at the big table were Ash and Ricky. Ricky's nose remained splinted and bandaged, but his facial swelling was receding, and he was in fine spirits. Also at their table was Thora Battersby with Don Barton and Jerry Phibbs, her father's drinking mates, plus old Clive Dodd, who was still hanging on to a thread of life in spite of himself, and had been wheeled in with his oxygen for the occasion, and Dixie and Bob McCracken, who had so very generously offered to foot the bill for rounds of drinks. Rebecca watched Thora for a moment, thinking about how she'd provided the trigger, the information about Whitney's pregnancy that had launched her father's investigation. As Thora threw back her head and laughed at something Jerry Phibbs had said, Whitney's mother's words suddenly sifted back into her mind. The Battersbys were good neighbors. I could always count on Jake to help when things like the dishwasher or washing machine broke, or if I had plumbing issues. That kind of thing. A real old-school handyman type. Always had a smile, too. A dark, inky thought leaked into Rebecca's brain. Jake had been a regular inside the Gagnon household. Whitney was often left home alone by her absentee working mom. Whitney had been needy, craving attention, and promiscuous. Could Jake Battersby possibly have been the father of Whitney's baby? Could he and Thora have paid to make Whitney go away? Could Thora have misled both Rebecca and her father, maybe even be behind her dad's death? The words Ricky had whispered as he'd lain on the trailer surfaced in her mind. Wolf, pack, hunting, got paid. Rebecca frowned as she began to turn this new suspicion over in her head. She'd also briefly toyed with the possibility that the charming and seductive, hands-on Louis Meacham might have had an affair with his young housekeeper back in the day. Rebecca thought back to the conversation she'd had with Solly when she'd questioned the woman about her dad. At the time Whitney had worked for Louis, and at the time she fell pregnant, given the age of the fetus, she still would have been 16. It was an age of consent, but if the man she'd engaged in sex with had been an adult and in a powerful position, like her employer, it could be seen in courts as statutory rape. It could be motive. Hey, Rebecca felt Ash's hand reach under the table for hers. His fingers laced through hers. Stop thinking about the case for a few minutes, he said. I just can't help wondering what those guys meant about the wolf pack being paid. Leave it to Detective Parker for now, he said. She's the real deal. She'll get there eventually. Rebecca heaved in a deep breath. Yeah, you're right. Louis and Solly have outdone themselves, Ash said with a nod to the spread on their table, nudging her back to the event at hand. She smiled. They have. The Meachams had indeed been generous. They were donating food from their kitchen, and Solly was clearly in her element working the bar with her barkeep, Hank, while Louis helped ferry plates of pub fare to the tables. The old photos of Noah North had been moved into positions of prominence on the bar counter, and Rebecca had added her own, the framed photo of her father in red serge that Ash had given her. Among the gathering, Rebecca could see newspaper publisher Rennie Price, Buck, Gons. Wes was also there. He'd come in spite of his uncle's being charged. He seemed determined to keep a brave face and divorce himself from his uncle's actions. He might have been tasked to work on his uncle's truck, and he might have suspected his uncle had done something untoward, but he apparently had no knowledge of the crimes, and so far Grace and her team had not found proof otherwise. Rebecca was also pleased to see that Janet Gagnon had accepted her invitation. Janet was in a corner talking to Marcy Fossum and Marcy's man. Noah would have liked this, Ash said, following her gaze. I think he would have. Emotion surged suddenly into her eyes, and tears threatened to leak down her cheeks. I just wish I'd come home earlier, that I'd been here for him. You are here for him, Becca. You did this. You brought the town together tonight for him. Noah is here in spirit, and he knows you love him. Thank you, she said quietly. She wanted to believe that. Ricky watched their exchange. There was something in the kid's eyes Rebecca couldn't read, but it looked like pride. She smiled at him, and he looked away as a flush of embarrassment colored his cheeks. Olivia and Cole appeared in the saloon doorway with Tori. Ricky got up and hurriedly wended his way through the crowd to call them over. "Did you hear I bought a new truck?" Rebecca said to Ash. His bow crooked up.
"Why? You going to stay a while?"
"My superior called. I'm needed on a case. It's a desk job, so I won't need a weapon, and it won't interfere with the investigation into my shooting. He wants me back day after tomorrow," she said. "But I thought I'd try commuting back and forth for a while, at least through the end of next summer. I hired a contractor to start demolishing and removing what's left of my dad's cabin when Grace releases it, and when the weather allows." She hesitated at the sudden raw intensity in Ash's eyes. She cleared her throat. I thought I'd rebuild. Nothing huge."
"To sell?"
"Maybe. I'll see. Part of my dad is still there. Part of me, too. I'm not ready to let it all go yet." She paused. "And there's you." His gaze held hers. His face changed and his eyes darkened. Music and noise seemed to fade. "What about Lance?" he asked very quietly. "It's over with him." The music stopped. Clapping began. It was never properly on. His gaze locked with hers, and the memory of their making love surged between them. She leaned forward and whispered in his ear, "You ruined me for every man I was ever with, Ash Haugen." He put his hand around the back of her neck, his grip firm, his mouth inches from hers. "I'm glad you came home." She hesitated, then kissed him, not worried about who would see. The clapping died down. "I need to give a speech," she murmured against his lips. He pulled back, and she smiled. It was a smile such as she'd not seen since before that hot summer night of the rodeo fair, a smile that danced in his eyes. Warmth surged through her chest as she came to her feet. She took the stage as the musicians stepped back. She reached for the mic and cleared her throat. "I want to thank you all for coming." She looked out over the sea of faces clustered into this warm venue and cleared her throat again. "A few days ago, when I was having dinner with Mayor Bob McCracken and his wife Dixie, Bob called this place the village living room. And he's right. This was my father's home away from home. It's where he came for friendship, for connection. He came here to meet and spend time with all of you. This was Corporal Noah North's town, and this was my dad's—" The saloon doors were slammed open. Everyone spun around. 5 officers in uniform entered. Rebecca's gaze shot to the windows. Red and blue police lights strobed as cruisers pulled up outside. No sirens. Grace Parker appeared behind the men. She wore an RCMP cap and a bullet suppression vest over an RCMP jacket. "Everyone please stay calm," she said as she scanned the crowd. The female officer standing beside her pointed toward the table where Ash sat. Grace gave a nod and an order. The uniformed cops in bulletproof vests pushed through the gathering. "Stand back, please, stand back." They came to a stop in front of the round table where Ash sat. His face paled. Rebecca's heart stalled. The tallest cop placed his hand firmly on the shoulder of Bob McCracken. "Could you please stand up, sir?" "What is this about?" "Stand up, sir." He came to his feet, shock on his face. "What are you doing?" "Turn around, please. Hands behind your back." The officer cuffed Bob. "Robert McCracken, you're under arrest in connection with the murders of Whitney Gagnon, Trevor Beauchamp, Noah North, and Una Ferris." A collective gasp sounded across the venue. Murmurs started. Bob looked confused. "I don't understand. I had nothing to do with— This is insane." The officer took Bob's arm and forced him through the crowd toward the exit. Bob looked over his shoulder at his wife. "What in the hell?" Dixie shot to her feet, face white. "This is not right. This cannot be right. What on earth is going on here?" "Ma'am?" It was Grace Parker. She took hold of the slight coroner's upper arm, turned her, reached for her other arm, and cuffed the coroner's hands behind her back. "Dixie Scott McCracken, you're under arrest in connection with the murders of Whitney Gagnon, Trevor Beauchamp, Noah North, and Una Ferris. You have the right to retain and instruct counsel without delay. You also have the right to legal advice from duty counsel by making a free telephone call. Do you understand?" I haven't done anything." Grace handed Dixie over to a uniformed female officer, who led Dixie from the room. Grace followed. Rebecca climbed down from the stage, glanced at Ash, made a motion for him to remain with Ricky. She hurried out of the Moose and Horn after Grace. "Sergeant Parker," she called as Grace headed for the lobby exit doors. Grace stopped. Rebecca hastened up to her. "What is this about?" Grace took her aside, lowered her voice. "Jesse Scott has confessed in exchange for a deal. He said he wasn't going to take the fall for this alone. He informed us Dixie McCracken offered him a cut 20 years ago of over $50,000 if he got rid of Whitney Gagnon." "She paid them?" Rebecca blinked. "Why?" Grace hesitated, as if deciding how much to tell Rebecca. She glanced toward the pub entrance. People were filing out, talking in excited tones. "Bob McCracken, her husband, is allegedly the father of Whitney Gagnon's baby. She was his patient. He'd been engaging in improper touching and then sex with his patient when she was under the age of majority. That's statutory rape. And there might be more patients who come forward." Rebecca swore and ran her hand over her hair. She'd always had a weird feeling about Dr. Bob when she was a kid, but had put it down to her dislike of visiting any kind of doctor or dentist. And Bob now seemed changed, a benevolent mayor, a champion of this small town and the people in it. Her world spun as a new lens settled over everything. Whitney and Trevor blackmailed Bob? Is that how they came into the cash? Allegedly, according to Jesse Scott. If word got out that he'd fathered a minor's child, he was done. They blackmailed him in addition to lying to Ash and extorting money from him as well? Allegedly. Ash was a victim. So was she. And her father. They all were. The fallout from that crime had rippled down more than 2 decades and was still playing out now. "And there'd have been no doubt Bob McCracken would have paid," Rebecca said softly. "A lot. Whitney's revelation would have destroyed him, his practice, his family, and Dixie." She was allegedly present when Bob McCracken handed the cash to the teens. Apparently, when Whitney was leaving after getting the cash, Whitney said something that made Dixie believe this wasn't over, that the kids would be back for more, again and again, and that they would continue to hang like a threat over her and her husband for the rest of their lives. She contacted Jesse Scott, a known henchman, a fixer, for a biker sled neck group in Devil's Butte. "The sled necks?" Grace nodded. Dixie told Jesse Scott he could take the money he would find on Whitney and Trevor if he got rid of them, and time was of the essence because he had to get them before the bus took them out of town, and Dixie lost her opportunity to contain this. So Jesse Scott picked them up at the bus stop, allegedly offering a free drive south? And killed them. After he and his mates took some bonus extras with Whitney, had a bit of fun on the side. Those were his words. Grace said, with no emotion. Flat delivery. When your father reopened the inquiry into the teen's disappearance 20 years ago, Jesse Scott became fearful and coerced Una Ferris into lying about the white van with Oregon plates. Then, when Dixie learned your father was getting close again now, 20 years later, she and Jesse Scott conspired once more to attempt to contain the damage and to keep their secret. Why Jesse Scott? I mean, how did Dixie McCracken know about him? What made her think she could just call this guy up and contract him for a killing? Jesse Scott is Dixie Scott McCracken's half-brother. Rebecca blinked as it hit her.
Dixie Scott McCracken, not just a coincidence of a common surname. "They share the same father?" she asked softly. "And a history of impoverished backgrounds and divorced mothers. Although they never interacted or socialized in public, they had a bond, a tight one. And maybe a dark, opportunistic, sociopathic gene. Dixie was the woman who'd looked on and feigned sympathy as Rebecca had been broken over the sight of her father's charred body. Rebecca stared at Grace as she processed this news. "What about my dad?" "Dixie orchestrated that. She knew what would fly in a self-inflicted death investigation. She was in a unique position to control the outcome as coroner. She and Jessie Scott paid Stu Henry to do the work. They just got lucky with the kids causing the fire. The only mistake they made, partial prints on the gun safe. They're a match to Stu Henry." "And 2 small witnesses." "And 2 small witnesses," echoed Grace. "Trevor's body?" "Not yet. We have an additional cadaver team coming in for a larger search." Grace turned to go, but hesitated. "Rebecca," she said, "I'm sorry about your father's memorial celebration." Rebecca blew out a chestful of air, then offered a wry smile. "I actually think he would have enjoyed this. He brought me back to town for this, to finish this case. And you have. You did him proud. Good job, Sergeant." Emotion burned in Rebecca's eyes. She could not have asked for more from this cool-tempered homicide detective with a spine of steel. Respect. "Thank you." "I'm putting in a request to the Commissioner's office for a full regimental funeral in Corporal Noah North's honor," Grace said. "A regimental funeral, as you know, may be accorded to a deceased former RCMP member who has served with distinction." She paused. A hint of a smile played over her mouth. "I have a feeling it will be granted." She turned and left. Rebecca stared after the woman as the lobby door swung shut behind her. Ash appeared behind Rebecca. He put his arm around her. "What happened? Everything okay?" She nodded, her chest bursting with emotion, barely able to keep it in. Her eyes filled with tears. "I did it, Ash," she whispered. She looked up into the eyes of the man she loved, the man she knew on some level she was going to find a way to spend the rest of her life with. "I did right by my dad. I got him his honor." Ash hugged her closer. "I don't believe he ever doubted you would, Bex." He paused, and his gaze held hers. "It's why he phoned you that day. It's why you came home." The growing season. Caribou Country, Sunday, May 12th. Spring. Rebecca thrust her shovel deep into the dark, loamy earth, her breath misting in the dawn air as she worked. She pushed it deeper with her boot. The day had dawned clear and cool, but by noon it would be baking. She wanted to dig her beds before the sun rose too high. Up on the rise behind her, the ruins of her old family home had been cleared. Contractors had moved in as soon as the snow had receded. Construction on her new cabin had begun where the old one had stood. But today was Sunday, and the hammers and saws and other equipment had fallen silent. Today, she was working on re-establishing the once flourishing vegetable garden her mother had cultivated in this spot, and beneath her shovel, she'd found evidence that the soil was still rich. She stopped to catch her breath and moved a strand of hair off her brow with the back of her work glove. She watched Ricky and Tori for a moment. They were stringing wire along the bottom of the garden for the deer fencing. She heard them laugh, and Rebecca was struck by a time warp as a memory suddenly folded over reality. She saw herself at Tori's age, her long, dark hair in a braid down her back, working the earth alongside her mother, their dog sniffing in the birch trees nearby, the same smell of rich soil, the same sensation of cool, clean air in her lungs, the same lightness of being.
And suddenly, Rebecca felt as if her mother were here, felt her presence in this garden that she was rebuilding over the old one. And for a strange, shimmering moment, Rebecca stood gripped by the idea that from somewhere down deep in this soil, lying dormant for all these years, had come seeds that had been brought to the surface, where they'd reached light and water, and it was all unfurling inside her, coming alive again. Rebecca had given Ricky weekend work, and she'd promised him a job through the summer. She needed the extra hands, and he needed the cash. That, and he was quite simply fun to be around. He made her laugh. The kid possessed a wicked wit that belied his 13 years. She supposed that was what happened when life was rough. You grew up fast. Tori chuckled again at something Ricky said, and the sound of the happy teens made her heart smile. Tori usually came over to help whenever Ricky was around, and the extra company was welcome. Rebecca's place was beginning to feel like a home again, even though the cabin was still a work in progress, and she'd been commuting back and forth from her casework in Ottawa. She'd arrived again on a flight into Kamloops and driven up to Broken Bar country yesterday. She was camping in her dad's moonshine shed, which she'd converted into a tiny house with a cot, a makeshift kitchen complete with gas stove and small fridge, a propane heater, and warm bedding. She'd stay a week for this stretch. She needed to meet with her contractor and oversee the next stage of construction. But one of the first things she'd done was task a craftsman in Clinton to brand the words North Farm into a length of old cedar she planned to raise above her ranch gate for a lintel. As she stood there, hand on her shovel, a dog nuzzled her leg. She started and glanced down. Kibu? She spun around. Ash stood there, up near the moonshine shed, watching her. She raised her gloved hand, and he came down to where she worked. I didn't hear you, she said as he neared. I didn't want you to. He kissed her, wiped a smudge of dirt off her nose, and held up a backpack. Brought coffee and breakfast sandwiches. She grinned. I could get used to this. He held her gaze for a moment, then said quietly, I hope you do. He nodded toward Ricky. You working out? More than. For a moment they stood side by side as they watched Kibu bound over toward the teens. Do you ever think of it? Kids? Ash asked. She stilled, glanced up at him. Sometimes. He nodded, but said nothing more. You make a good father figure for Ricky, she offered, trying to feel his mood, to sense where it was coming from. He inhaled deeply and shoved his hands into his pockets, and she knew he was thinking about Whitney's baby, of that old-growth cedar coffin on his land, in that place where his own father used to take him. She'd told him there were support groups, therapists, but he said he didn't want to go there. Not yet. Maybe never. It was enough that she knew. But Rebecca also knew it would probably still affect him in tricky ways, perhaps always. Such was the nature of trauma and abuse. Damaged kids were like seeds landed in the wrong ground. Parts of them grew crooked, but they could still grow strong with the right care. It's coming along, he said of her garden. She laughed. Hardly, but just you wait until the end of summer. There will be rich red tomatoes over there, ones that taste like summer sun, and zucchinis there. She waved her hand over her land. And basil in a greenhouse on that side, and... Becca, how long are you staying this time? She fell silent. A breeze rustled the new green leaves on the aspen grove. Quietly, she said, A week. But I return next month, and then I'm not going back. His gaze fired to her. What? An odd feeling of nerves shimmered through her now that she was voicing it to him. I go back to pack, to finalize a few things. But I got a transfer. Transfer? I put in for Buck's job. I heard on Friday that I got it. He stared at her. Buck? Yeah. Buck Johnstone. He's been cleared by internal after Grace initiated an investigation into his handling of my dad's murder, and the rest of the Hunt Club has been cleared too, but it cast a professional cloud over him. Our CMP brass tried to relocate him to a small community on the Yukon border. Demotion? It was certainly seen that way. He handed in his resignation instead. I asked for his post. Words eluded him. Emotions warred through his features, chased through his posture. Are you serious? You? A small-town cop? Basically a one-man show? One-woman show. Kinda like a U.S. sheriff. She grinned. She'd been insanely nervous about putting in the request, worried it would be a serious and odd backward step in her career. But now that the approvals had come through, she felt she was on the right track. Hey, it was good enough for my dad. What if they transfer you again in 5 years? If that happens, I'll face it then. Maybe I'll try something else. She looked out over her land. Meanwhile, I need a horse. Or 2. And some chickens. Silence. She met his gaze. His eyes gleamed with emotion. Hey. She removed her glove and touched his scar. This makes you sad? He laughed, kissed her, hugged her, laughed again. And a dog. You definitely need a dog. I know. I'm on it. He crooked up his brow. Olivia's driving me and Tori up to the pound at 100 Mile this afternoon. She says there are 2 puppies there. They were rescued at a reserve in the Northwest Territories with their mother. They're not ready to be homed yet, but Liv figures one would suit me, and the other she wants for Tori. She plans to teach Tori to track with the pup. She feels it'll help her with a lot of things, and soften the blow when Ace bows out. He shook his head in amazement, a crooked smile curving his beautiful mouth. You've been good for Tori. And Liv, he said. Liv told me. It's the cop link you share with Tori and her adoptive dad, I think. Rebecca shrugged. Are you going to grab a shovel and help me dig a row before that breakfast, or what? Ash regarded this woman, the smudge of dirt still on her nose, the sun coming over the mountains casting a yellow light around loose bits of her hair, and his heart nearly burst. He could see it again in his mind's eye. Becca in the kitchen with her mom. She really had come home. And so had he. The town cop? He said again. She angled her head. You got a problem with that, cowboy? Hell no. Where's that shovel? As he dug beside her and the sun climbed higher, he said, Your dad's got this great big grin in heaven right now. You know that, Bex? This. He leaned on his shovel for a moment, surveying the progress of their work. This is what would make him so very proud. To see that everything he did for you held worth enough for you to want it, too. She laughed, and from the light in her eyes, Ash knew. He just knew his dream would come true one day. He'd make it so. He'd marry the cop's daughter, and she would come live on his ranch, and their kitchen would be filled with the yellow light of laughter and fresh vegetables from the rich, dark soil in their garden. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Dark Bones by Loreth Ann White, performed by Emily Sutton Smith. Performance copyright 2019 by Brilliance Publishing, Inc., all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.